All right, we are live. We are live in the flesh. Day two of the world renowned Boring Business Summit. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you for joining us. If you were here for day one, let me know you were here. Woo! I'm excited. We have a full day, and we're starting off with major heat. My man Royal from Any Lab Testing. What? I say it right, Royal? Any Lab Testing franchisee. He bought it with seller financing, and we have the great Brandy who will be holding down the morning set. Let's bring Brandy up here. Share this video with 10,000 million people. Like the video. Brandy, how you feeling? Brandy's coming up. Don't worry about it. All right. I want you to drop your city in the chat. I want you to drop your state in the chat. I want to know why you're here. What brought you here? I want to know what you're looking to learn. Are you going to implement on anything, or are you going to come back here next year saying, Dre, I was there last year, but, I didn't do nothing? No. I want to know you gained knowledge, you learned something, and the heat was brought, and you acted on it. My name is Andre C. Hatchett, founder of the Boring Business Summit, proud founder, looking forward to crushing it today with the crew. So we got Brandy. Brandy, are you in the building?
I'm here. I'm here.
All right. How you feeling today?
I feel good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Brandy will be holding down the stuff. Brandy, tell the people who you are. Are you going to use the label I gave you yesterday?
Yes, that is my new label now moving forward. My name is Brandy Walker, and I am a brandologist, as coined by Mr. Andre here. And what I do is I help people with brand strategy so that you can have income, impact, and influence.
We love it. She is the best in the game. She will drop her information so you guys can get with her. I'm going to drop down. My man Royal's going to come up. Royal and Brandy, y'all take over. I'm out of here.
I am so ready. I'm ready. So I know yesterday was a jam-packed day, but I hope y'all are ready for more. This is one that I am actually personally invested in learning more about because it's something that I never actually heard about. I didn't know this was a thing, but it's absolutely a thing because Royal does it. So I'm going to read a short introduction and then we'll get into questions if that's okay. Also, I will be checking the comments. So if questions come up, put them in the chat and I'll glance over from time to time to make sure that we capture it all and you all get your questions answered. So Royal Banks is a U.S. Army veteran who served for 11 years as both a logistics and public affairs officer. He acquired Any Lab Test Now, El Paso, Texas, in October 2023 and has focused on expanding retail healthcare operations in Borderplex region. Before acquiring Any Lab Test Now location, Royal was the owner-operator for Assurance DNA for 3 years, focusing on paternity sales, customer service, and multi-state operations. Y'all put some fire emojis in the chat and let Royal know y'all are excited that he is here. Royal.
Hello.
How did you get into this boring business? Because like I said, I didn't know this was a thing. I didn't know you could franchise this thing. So how did you get involved with this?
Yeah, so background is, first off, thank y'all for hosting me. I really appreciate it. My name is Royal Banks, and I'm the owner of Any Lab Test Now, El Paso, Texas, which is a franchise. 25 years ago, my mother started a paternity testing business based on situations that men that she knew, her brother, etc. My uncle was going through in paternity situations. So she started that business in 2002. I grew up watching her in that business, watching her build that business, be self-employed, etc. And in 2021, I decided to start my own paternity testing business based on the lessons that I learned from her, and then I still learn from her, and that was called Assurance DNA. So ran that for 2.5 years-ish, and came across the opportunity to purchase a franchise location. It's called Any Lab Test Now. And what we do at Any Lab Test Now, we're a walk-in, self-pay, no doctor's order needed blood collection center. So if you ever need to get blood work done, if you ever went to a doctor said, go get blood work, I'm going to order you some blood work. If you ever STD testing, drug testing, DOT, non-DOT, rapid, paternity, gender reveal, all that stuff. We offer that, and you don't have to have insurance. We're self-pay. You pay out of pocket. You get your results within 48 to 72 hours. Skip the middleman, etc. And so I am a franchisee of Any Lab Test Now, which has about 250 locations nationwide. I'm the only one in El Paso, Texas. So that's a very brief background about me.
That was brief, but you said a lot. And so I want to go back a little bit before we move forward. Now, you said that your mom actually started a similar business. Your mom was an entrepreneur. What was it about her experience that inspired you to say, you know what, I think I can be an entrepreneur too?
Yeah, well, as a kid, I've always been entrepreneurial. So I was the kid, mowing lawns, raking leaves. I just wanted to have my own money as a kid. So I've just always been. I was a hustler. Period. Point blank. In college, I went to Tuskegee University. I was a snack man in college. I never had a job in college. You know what I mean? I would go to Sam's Club. Get use the food stamps that I had at the time in Sam's Club and get some frozen burgers and frozen hot dogs, and me and my boy would cook them up off campus and go on. This is before Uber Eats. Go on campus with the heat bag and go in the dorms and knock on the doors. When the boys, and the young ladies as well, would get the munchies at the end of the night. Tuskegee, Alabama, there was no Uber Eats. Most of the restaurants was closed, so we would meet the people where they were at. So I've always been entrepreneurial. But the motivation was with my mom. I was like, okay, instead of maybe trying to take over my mom's business or run my mom's business and have her as an or anything like that, because we have different way of doing things, I'm gonna start my own using the lessons learned that I've learned from her, and it just went on from there.
Yeah. The DoorDash before DoorDash. I love it. Where were you at my college?
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay. So you've always had this desire to be an entrepreneur. You were out there hustling at a young age. Why a franchise as opposed to starting something on your own?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't intending to become a franchisee of anything. That was never my original intent. The opportunity came to purchase this existing business that Warren Buffett will call them cigarette butt business or cigar butt businesses, right? This business was not doing very well prior to me purchasing it. It just so happens that it was a franchise. Now, I will say, with franchising, I would say that and I have a story on that a little bit later, but my learning process or the acclimation process has been cut significantly because I have the support of the franchisor. I can reach out. I'm going to give you a very quick anecdote, very quick story. I recently signed a contract for a construction company that builds data centers. So they're building this huge data center out here in New Mexico. And I got the contract to do all their drug testing, right, for this one construction company. And one of the tests that we offer is an alcohol test. And the employer actually needed a different kind of alcohol test, not one that shows that a person has had a drink in the past 3 to 4 days. They don't need that. They need a test to see if a person's drunk right now, at this very moment. Like, are they drunk right now? So what do? I'm like, okay, give me a minute. I don't have a breath. I was like, okay, just give me a minute. I'm going to find out some stuff. I call the franchisor. I call corporate, the drug testing, the person in charge of all drug testing for any lab test. I call her and I say, hey, what are my options? What do I have? What do I need to get? She immediately gets me in contact with the right person, and I had a solution within 2 hours. And I had the new testing kits within 2 days. If I would have been just on my lonesome, on my own, trying to figure this out, I probably would have lost out on that contract because it would have taken me 3 days, a week to, success loves speed. And so the fact that I was able to reach out to the franchisor and get a solution is what I'm trying to say. The acclimation process is cut down maybe 50, 75%. I've done more in 29 months than I would have done in 5 years by myself, straight up.
I love that you shared that, and it brings up a very important point. I want to make sure that everyone is completely clear. On a very basic level, tell us what a franchise is and how it operates.
Sure. So a franchise is a business concept where you can buy a territory. So there's the franchisor, they're the corporation one. They have the idea, they have the tools, they have the marketing assets, they have everything that you need, right? And you buy the rights to be able to use the name, the logo, as you can see in the background of my screen right here. You have the rights to use the name, the logo, etc., the training systems, everything to be able to do business in your territory. Okay. That is what a franchise is. So the most popular franchise in the world is McDonald's, right? That's a franchise. Um, Another franchise, I would say maybe locally, Smoothie King or Tropical Smoothie. That's a franchise. A company that's not a franchise is Waffle House. Waffle House is all corporate owned. Walmart, all corporate owned. Those are not franchises, right? So essentially getting the rights to do all that and having access to the training and the network. Now I can contact other Any Lab Test Now owners anywhere in the country. I can call the number one Any Lab Test owner. I know exactly where that person's at. They know who I am. I know who they are. And I can say, hey, what'd you learn last year? Tell me. And I can get that game right from them because I'm in that network. I'm in that system. So that's what a franchise is.
That is such a beautiful thing. And as you were explaining that, like instantly a lot of different benefits and advantages popped up in my mind. But for you, as you were thinking about deciding to go in this direction to become a franchise owner, what were the benefits that you saw initially before even starting that you said, okay, this might make more sense than doing something else?
Brand name. Now, granted, some of you all on here may not have heard of Any Lab Tests Now, but you've heard of it now, and you'll probably go do research on what we do afterwards after this call, right? Brand name, isn't it? Existing brand name that I can expound upon in my territory. With work, it's easier to walk into a place saying, "Hi, I'm the owner of Any Lab Tests Now. We do this and this and that." And they're like, "I might have heard about that place before," as opposed to which is, like I said, it's a little bit less of an uphill battle when you're a franchisee, a little bit less. You still have to put in the work, but it's a little bit less. I hope that answered your question.
It certainly did. As the resident brandologist here, you've just made my day because I don't think people actually realize how much work it is to build a brand from scratch that gets recognition, that is strong, and that really does what you want it to do. So already coming into something where they have the brand established, it's recognizable, it's repeatable, you can replicate it, and you have the backing of that organization is a major hurdle to overcome when you're starting in business. How easy or difficult was the process to become a franchise owner? Because I mean, you can Google, you mentioned things like McDonald's, you can Google, it costs X amount of dollars to start, but how difficult actually was the process from your initial idea of let me start this business to now you are open and operating? What was the level of difficulty?
It could have been more difficult than it was. So I'm going to explain that.
Okay.
It could have been more difficult, but there was multiple things going on at the same time. So number one, when I owned Assurance DNA, just doing paternity testing, primarily my area was El Paso, right? Texas. And so what I would do, because I was in the Army at the time, and you can't tell your boss in the Army, hey, ma'am, hey, sir, I'm going to leave base right now to go do a paternity test. Are you okay with that? You can't. So what I would do was, and I'm getting somewhere, what I would do is I would outsource my paternity testing clients and send them to the place that I now own to have their specimens collected. Before I owned Any Lab Tests Now, as Assurance DNA, as a small company, owner, operator, I would say, I finally found this reputable, dependable place that I could send my customers to that I could not get to have their mouth swabbed for paternity, right? Therefore, I developed a kind of a relationship with one of the owners over time. And so because I developed that relationship, when the conversation finally happened, like I walked in there one day And the medical assistant was like, hey, you know they're trying to sell this place, right, Mr. Banks? And I'm like, no, okay. Like, how much? She was like, I don't know, X amount. And I'm like, dang, I don't really have the money for that. But wait, hold on. Give me a second. Called up the owner. Hey, you trying to sell? They were like, yes. If we knew that you were trying to buy this place first, we would have offered it to you first. Yes, please, let's move on. And so because of that relationship, it made it a little easier with corporate, any lab test now corporate, who didn't know who I was from a can of paint, for them to kind of vet me and be like, hey, this guy is solid. Like he's been sending us clients, and he's solid. He pays us on time, et cetera, et cetera. He's communicative. And so therefore, it made the onboarding process a little bit easier based on relationships. And Dre is going to love this, or anybody else that's in business. I had at the time existing assets that I had been owning for 8 years prior that made it easier for me to acquire this business using my own assets. That's why I was able to do seller financing. So I didn't have to go to a bank and get a loan. I took a loan out from my Roth TSP in the military. I took a home equity line of credit out from a rental property that I have in North Carolina to buy this business. And so that made the process a little bit. And the fact that corporate just gave me a chance. They saw I was hungry. They saw I know about communications and branding and marketing and stuff like that. They're like, we'll give this guy a chance. So all three of those things, serendipity, et cetera, made it easier for me to, I hope I answered your question, to get into this.
I'm gonna come back to several things, but okay, if you're watching this in the chat, go ahead and type relationships for me. Relationships and assets, 2 things. I'm gonna come back to those 2 things. I want you to break down for me the actual process. So I'm gonna come back to relationships. I'm gonna come back to the financing part, but what is the actual process? Is there an interview involved? Do you just fill out application, pay the money? What's the actual process?
Yeah. So that's a great question. There were 2 processes that I went through.
2. Okay.
The first was acquiring the business from the franchisees in El Paso. So the number 1 was going through the acquisition, and number 2 was then kind of simultaneously going through the process of being onboarded as a franchisee for any lab test now for the franchise, right? So number 1, it was like, submitting a letter of interest, and eventually getting the owners of this location getting their bank statements and tax returns, and going through the due diligence period of what the numbers really look like under the hood, right? That was the first part of it. The second part simultaneously is, yes, there's an interview. I spoke to the CEO. I remember being in a Starbucks somewhere. I remember being in a Starbucks somewhere in Fort, where was I? I was on some military base. Oh my God. I can't believe I forgot the name of it all. The military. That's how long I've been out.
Well, they're going to come for you because you forgot.
Fort Hood. I was in Fort Hood, Texas, in a Starbucks talking to the CEO of any lab test. Now, it was like an interview kind of thing. And they, they're like, hey, what's your credit like? And I'm like, actually, it's actually not what's your credit. What's your ass? They were like, you need $500,000 in assets. Do you have that? And I'm like, no, but I got energy. And they're like, all right, cool. So yes, there's kind of like, there's an interview process, there's a screening process. And then, once they kind of like approve of you, there were 2 things. I had to close both on the acquisition of the actual business and sign a contract with the franchisor to say, hey, you now have this territory, you're responsible for royalties and all these other things, et cetera, et cetera. So it was like a dual kind of process.
I love that. Okay, the 2 things I said I was going to get back to, relationships and then assets. So let's talk relationships first. If you are in the chat, go ahead and type relationships. Go ahead and put a heart emoji. Okay, relationships are the foundation of every good business. This is so important. If you notice, Royal said he was building a relationship with this company. He was sending them business, right? He was sending them business. He was going there. They knew him. So when an opportunity came up, he walks in the door and they present him with this opportunity. So many times you guys are saying, like, how do I network? How do I meet people? How do I do this? Just build good relationships, do good business, do your job, be respectable, be nice to people, talk to the person at the front desk, And then all these things kind of follow, right? If you're just doing your everyday business, right? I'm pretty sure Royal did not have the intention of, I'm going to be nice to these people and one day I'm going to own this place, right? He did not walk in there with that attitude. He said, I'm doing business with these people. They do good business. I'm going to keep sending them clients. I'm going to check in with them. I'm going to let them know who I am. And then an opportunity presented itself. Does that make sense to you? Right? Some of you guys are so like thirsty for business and thirsty to make money. You go in on day one, like, I need XYZ or let me do blah, blah, blah. Just build good relationships with people. That is so important. So very important. I love that you said that. The second thing is assets, right? Everyone here, I believe, is looking to make money in one way or another, right? But maybe you're not doing currently the things that are building assets for you to be able to use later. So you talked about a couple of things in terms of financing this business. You talked about a military loan, you talked about owning property, and there was one other thing that I forgot. Can you break down like leveraging the military to help you become a business owner as well as the other assets that you spoke about?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So while I was in the military, while I was deployed in Iraq, 2016, 2017, I was just buying stock, stacking up, putting money in my, TSP or whatever. Bought a property when I came back, just just buying assets, just buying and holding. In the military, 9 to 5 military, you get paid first and 15th, whatever, you get paid every other Friday. You have some form of stable income, hopefully, if you do whatever, insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And that made the process a lot easier. It made it a lot because I bought this business while I was still in the military. I didn't get out of the military,
Okay.
then buy it. I was actually an officer in the military with 10 more months left in my time of service. And I bought the business while I was in the military, while still getting paid first 15 and getting ready to get out. Okay. Another thing too, for if anybody is either active duty, reserve, or even a veteran watching this, apply for your VA disability benefits. Apply for your VA disability benefits. I'll say it one more time. Apply for your VA disability benefits. Because that right there, if you get that, that's essentially a pension for life, essentially, in a sense. That you get on the first of every single month. And I'll tell you that money that I get right there on the first of every month has saved my ASS so many times while operating this business when it comes to cash flow, et cetera, right? So if you're thinking about getting into business or starting a business or whatever, and maybe you have a time frame, 18 months, 2 years or whatever, just keep working and like as best as you possibly can. If you need to work, you need to DoorDash, stack some money, save some money, put it into some assets of some kind, put it into a certificate of deposit, depending on the market is kind of crazy right now. Do something because you can always use those assets to self-fund. I even used part of a whole life insurance policy and took out the cash loan part to fund payroll one time. Yeah, it got pretty crazy. And by the way, there's ups and downs to this stuff too. It's not all sweet, right? But having those assets in the tuck can help you and kind of assist you in preventing yourself from taking out predatory loans or something like that can cripple your business in the future. So I hope.
Yeah. Okay. You gave a lot of really good information there. Y'all let me know in the chat what stood out to you. Are you guys in the military? Do you have assets that you can leverage towards your business currently? Because that was really good. I think the financing part trips a lot of people up because they're looking at their bank account and saying, I don't have the cash flow. How can I make this happen? But by leveraging assets that you already have, right, you can then move forward into this type of business. I love it. I love it. Yes, there's always a way. Thank you for saying that. So moving along, right, you do seller financing. Explain to us what that means exactly. So what I'm understanding is you took some resources that you already had. Are you paying this current franchise owner directly, or what does that look like?
Yeah, great question. So seller financing is purchasing the business directly from the people who are selling it to you, right? You set up your own private lending terms between you and that individual. So there is no bank. That person becomes the bank, right? So I essentially purchase the territory, from them. And then I pay them. I pay the sellers, the people who sold me the business, the married couple that sold me the business. I pay them every single month for the next, well, at that time, 10 years. Now it's seven and a half years left now. I pay them every month, a fixed amount. Boom, they get that, fixed amount every single month. Now I took my assets and I gave them a down payment for the business. So I gave them, I forgot how much I gave them. I think it was $20,000 down, if I'm not mistaken. So I gave them a payment and then I pay them every single month, for X amount of time. And that is how so you can negotiate those terms amongst yourselves. Usually seller financing, the terms are a little bit better than if you go to a bank and try to get a loan or whatnot. So, yeah.
Okay. So that sounds fairly simple. I'm sure people watching this, we can find $20,000, right, to purchase a business and get started. Now, once you started the business, you were doing, you said a couple things simultaneously. You got some training. You were in the process of purchasing and doing all these things. When did you start making money? Like, when did the actual profit come in through the business? Because it seems like, you put a lot of stuff up front. You're purchasing an existing business, right? So you're coming in on something that's already built. When did it start profiting you directly?
You really want to know the answer to that? Yeah, everybody
really?
want to know. Here we go. January 2026.
January this year.
Consistently profiting to me, January 2026. More especially February 2026.
2020.
October 2023. Yeah.
2023.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 years. Tell me about what was happening in those 3 years.
Yep. I can break it down. Andre knows because I've been talking about this since then. So first off, this was a turnaround. My location that I now own was the lowest performing location in the entire franchise system in the United States.
And let me be clear, you knew this going in.
I didn't know that it was the lowest performing going in.
You didn't know it was the lowest. But you knew there was some
going in. There was a level of like what the heck is going on, right? At that time. But it wasn't until I got in and I saw they send out the revenue reports every single month, and you only get that if you're a franchisee. And I was like, oh, let me search El Paso. I was like, whoa, we're only better than a store that started last month, and there's reasons for that, right? So number one, I had to ultimately let go of the medical assistant that I inherited. Essentially, I had to let her go because she was not good. Hire somebody else. That takes money, right? Bring in somebody else, and then I had the previous owners. They hadn't even done. They weren't even doing advertising. They were not advertising the business since 2021. They literally were not advertising at all for 2 years straight, 2.5 years, right? So I had to turn on Google Ads and pay this, and you have to put money into it. And so granted, I've had profitable months, but now I'm saying consistently predictable, profitable months with a revenue that is increasing generally quarter by quarter. That's just now starting to happen. Like, we've reached that level of stability now. So the question for everyone to ask themselves is, do you have that within you to be, if you're going to do something like this, especially full time? Like, I got out the Army. I left the Army. I was making $100,000 a year as a captain with benefits and everything. First and 15 pay, no matter how good or bad of an officer or a soldier you are, you still get paid. I left that and had to self-fund or figure things out. I've had to, what is they say, everybody's situation. Every man, you were at rock bottom as a man when you sell your PS5. Yeah, I had to sell my PS5, my gold chain, my wedding ring, my wedding ring from when I was married, sold that at the pawn shop. I had weapons, sold that to literally get enough cash to put it into the business to keep ads going so people can keep calling. Like, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do other stuff? Like for real.
Somebody typed sacrifice in the chat. What are you willing to sacrifice? This man said he gave up his PS5.
PS5, man. I sold that joint. I
That's
was sitting there in
serious.
the apartment. I was like, damn, I need $1,100 like now. And
Wow.
what do I and I have these things, other stuff going on, whoop-de-whoop. I tapped out all the assets that I talked about. Being completely real. The assets that I talked about that I used to purchase it, those were dried up, tapped out. That money is working in the business. I'm not pulling that out. So I was like, let me go sell this PS5, my gold chain, my wedding ring, my shotgun, whatever else, these shoes I got, something, figure it out, get it just enough cash to turn them damn ads back on. Like,
Royal, let me ask you, what made you so willing to sacrifice these things? Because as you're talking about these things, these are not just casual things. It's not like, hey, I had an extra Snicker and I'll let you have it. These are things that meant something to you. A wedding ring, a PS5, your gold chain. Like, what made you willing to say, okay, I am going to give up these things that mean something to me?
first, it's detachment. First off,
Okay,
I'm gonna get a little deep. All right, y'all ready? I'm gonna get a
let's
little deep.
go.
All right, we are spiritual beings experiencing a physical experience here
Hmm.
in this life. You really don't own anything.
Hmm.
Ultimately, you don't possess anything. There's nothing that you possess. There's detachment. PS5, gold chain, whatever. Someone else can use it. Fine, whatever. And so that's number one. It's like detachment from items and things. Number two is I'm not self-employed. I have two employees that have families. If I don't
Hmm.
do what I need to do, if I don't sacrifice for myself, if I can be a little uncomfortable for months. I can be slightly uncomfortable for 2 years straight in order to do the thing I need to do to pay my employees so they can feed their children because they have children.
Hmm.
Okay. So detachment from things that you don't really now. What I did not sell was my MacBook. I'm not selling the stuff that makes me money. I sold it. I wasn't
Right.
even playing the damn PS5. I was like, what am I even doing? I was trying to play a game one day. I was thinking too much about all the spreadsheets and taxes and all that stuff. I unplugged that joint, took it right to the pawn shop. I forgot how much they gave me, but it was enough to keep the things flowing for a little while. And guess what? I haven't missed it. I thought about, should I get another PS5? No, forget a PS5. Whatever.
Hmm.
I don't need it. So detachment and then responsibility. I am responsible for people's lot. One of my employees
Woo.
is having a baby next month.
Hmm.
And while she's out on maternity leave, I'm going to continue to pay her because that's what
Hmm.
good bosses do. And so
Hey.
if I need to sleep on the floor in my office for a couple of weeks to do that, if I need to not go on a trip, if I need to not, if I need to be single for a while, right,
Hmm.
and reinvest all
Hmm.
the money that I would have used in a relationship back into my business to keep it going, so we can do $40,000 a month, I'll do that. I'll do anything I need to do to make sure my people are good. So there we go.
I know that's right. The chat is blowing up. You're getting a lot of amens. You're getting a lot of like wows because yeah, I don't think people think through that part of it. That when you start a business, you won't be making money immediately, and you need to think through the level of sacrifice you're willing to do, the level of risk that you're willing to take into a business. Now, you're a franchisee. So as you're going through this 3-year process of trying to rebuild this business, what does support look like from your franchisor?
Oh, very good, very good. They good franchisors understand that a franchisee can go through cash flow issues, right?
Mhm.
I get great support from them. Like I said, that example of me calling up the talks rep, like, hey, what do I do to alleviate this situation and so I can keep this client? Boom, situation handled. Um, hey, marketing assets. I can pull that perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't lean on them emotionally for support. I don't tell them everything that I'm going through in my life because that's none of their business. Literally, it's none of their business. But I definitely 100% get the support needed. I 100% get the support needed from them. We're having the annual conference in April in Tampa, and I'm looking forward to being there and seeing the corporate franchisor as well as my fellow franchisees. So yeah.
Nice. I love that. So it's a little different, right? from having your own business where if you were in a situation on your own, you would have had to figure it out. But you have this company that can say, okay, we got you. Here's what other people are doing. Here's what's making them successful. We're going to give you the support. Now, you are now in a profitable space. Let the people know, like, how profitable this could be. Because some people might be thinking, like, you know what? I think I can do that. Like, but how much money can I actually make from this?
You know, the number one location consistently brings in about $110,000 a month in this system. I'm not at that level yet, but it can be extremely. It's essentially limitless. You know, it kind of is. Like I would say, my profit margins right now at around 10 to 15% of revenue. So if I have a $28,000 month, then after everything's paid, I might have 2,800 or 2,500 or so. Maybe that's not enough to maybe live off of, but I can reinvest that back into the business, right? Pay myself a little salary or something like that. But once I get to the level of what I like to call escape velocity, and escape velocity for me, that revenue number is about 35,000 a month. Right. Once I get to that point, then it can kind of become a lifestyle business. I can travel wherever I want. I can do whatever I want, within my means. Right. I'm a travel light kind of guy. But at some point, and by the way, I can open up. I own the territory of El Paso. I can open up as many any lab test nows in El Paso as I want to. I mean, I'm probably going to open up maybe 2 or 3 more over the next 10 to 15 years or so. But this can get to the point where this eventually, over multiple locations in different territories, I could be bringing in $250,000 a month. I mean, in revenue, which probably would be, I don't know, $40,000-$50,000 a month to me in profit or something like that. That's down the line. That's 10 years down the line, 7, 10, 12 years down the line or whatnot. But yeah, it's essentially like, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if that's maybe the answer that you're looking for necessarily. I can't give a hard number, but it's essentially limitless, and as a franchisee, like depending on what franchise you join, you get, when you sign that franchise agreement, they'll say, hey, this is the territory that you own, and you can have X amount of locations in this territory, right? As long as you don't cannibalize, as long as you don't ultimately cannibalize your sales. It'd be people with 40 Sonic restaurants. They own 40 Sonics.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I asked corporate one day, I was like, hey, how many of these can I own? Can I also buy others in other states and they're like, yeah, you can own as many as you want. We don't care. It's cool. As long as you pay your royalties. Yeah. So I could, if I wanted, I mean, I'm part of what's called the Franchise Advisory Council within any lab test. Now, the Franchise Advisory Council is a council of the top 10 or so franchisees within the entire system that come together to act and work with corporate to make decisions that affect the entire system. I'm the youngest dude in that council. So I'm regularly amongst other Any Lab Test Now franchisees that own 8 locations, 7 locations, 10 locations. These people are bringing in $1 million a month. I'm just being around them. I'll be listening, just soaking up game. Like,
right, you got
damn.
Yeah,
and they're just like, whoa, whatever. So if you're just around it, yeah, it's essentially limitless. But first, I'm getting this location to a certain point of escape velocity and consistent profitability, staffing, hours, operational costs, etc. Catch up on certain things and get to a certain point. And and that right there, that magic number is about 35 a month for me. Revenue, not profit.
Revenue, yeah. Royal, this is so good. You came into this kind of industry with some level of background knowledge because you had your mom doing a similar business and you were kind of working in that industry. Is this a business that anybody can start? Like, how much would you need to know about the industry, about lab testing? Do I need to be a nurse or a clinical person to be successful in this type of business?
Oh, that's a very good question. So I came into this business with the knowledge of just one of my verticals, right? So in this business, like I said, we offer clinical testing. So I'm gonna do my little quick spiel real quick, just for background. We offer clinical testing. So a clinical test, hemoglobin A1C, progesterone, PSAs, lipid panels, whatever. We offer that right there. Okay. Then there's the STD testing. So HIV, gonorrhea, chlamydia, herpes, syphilis, etc. Right. We offer that. Then there's DNA paternity testing, of which that's the pillar that I knew. That's the one thing that I knew. Okay. Then we offer the DOT, non-DOT rapid. Then we offer B12 injections too. So B12 and lipostat and triimmune and Vitacomplex, we offer injections as well. So then what else? And then so there's 5 main pillars that's within my business. I knew one coming into this business. However, that's the technical skill. That's the hard skill that I knew. The soft skills is what's going to keep you in business. I also knew customer service, problem solving. I'm continuing to learn and build on my leadership ability when it comes to leading employees and giving direction. So the soft skills is actually what you need in combination with the technical skills to actually keep the business. You can start. You don't. I'm not a phlebotomist. I don't draw not one doggone drop of blood. I don't do that. All right. I tried to go to school for it, and turns out that I wasn't smart or good enough to be a phlebotomist. I can't pay attention to that stuff. Right. Whatever. I'm not a nurse. I'm not a doctor or anything of that. But I have technical skills combined with soft skills. I solve most of the things that I do in my business day to day, analyzing data, solving problems. Customer has an issue. Hey, this test, I got my results, but the test I was actually kind of looking for is not on. Okay, sir, I can handle that for you. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until and the test has been added. I went to the portal. You're good to go. You get the results by Tuesday. Wow, this is the real situation. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for this business. So hard and soft skills combined. You learn that through the work that you do. You learn that through your experiences. I think I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. You're on a roll. Okay, so hard and soft skills combined. Royal, to what do you attribute your success in this business?
God. God, my relationship with God, tenacity, not giving up, sacrifice, detachment, leadership, humility, confidence and humility, knowing when to be humble, knowing when to be confident. Technical skills, soft skills. Number one, primarily relationship with God. I've gotten more spiritual. I've gotten more connected with God through Christ, operating this business in the past couple of years than I ever have before. Hands down. Because when payroll is tomorrow and you need $2,000 by 8 a.m. and it's 11 o'clock at night and you only got $328.
Faith walk.
Faith. And it works every time. I know God now. Oh yeah. We real tight. That's my answer on that one for sure.
For sure. Now tell me some mistakes that you have seen people make in the franchise business, or some things that are just, real silly mistakes that people make. Let's talk about what you've done then. I was saying other people, but if
I would tell you this straight up. The biggest mistake that I made, the biggest lesson that I learned was blowing money. Blowing money, having fun. All right, check this out. July 2024, I got out of the Army. And I got divorced. I was divorced around that same time, right? And so I'm like, whoa, I'm free. Woo! Let me go live my life. Man, the business, paternity, one month paternity university, which is my online course, that joint brought in like a bunch of money 1 month. I remember August 2024, that joint brought in like 13 G's. Then the business brought in 27. I'm like, damn, I am rich. I'm going to go have a great time for months on end. And when it slowed down, I was like, ooh, I got to sell my PS5 now. Damn. Ouch. No one's coming to help me. Ooh, ouch. So the biggest mistake I made, which turned out to be the biggest lesson and the biggest turnaround, was I did not truly set the foundation at the time before wanting to enjoy the lifestyle. You have to set the foundation. I'm talking cash on hand, 3-4 payroll cycles in the bank account. My monthly expenses range around, I'll be honest, my monthly expenses are around $25,000 a month. Those are my expenses per month, every single month. So a little bit over $250,000 a year is my expenses. I need to have that 25 times 3 in the bank account, on the credit line, whatever, access to. Until I do that, I am going to live a minimal lifestyle and still enjoy myself, still do, because you got to still be a human or whatnot. But I'm not going to be out there blowing money like it's mine. Revenue is like a bag of spinach. You have a bag of spinach and you want to saute it. The revenue is that little bag of spinach before you saute it, and then you saute it, and the profit is what's left over. Don't be like, man, I'm gonna have a great salad with this bag of spinach before I saute it. No. You got to do the whole process, and what's left over, then you enjoy your sauteed spinach. So that's the mistake that I learned.
If y'all understood that analogy, please drop a vegetable emoji in the chat, because that was very real. Anybody ever saute spinach, okay? You got a testimony, right?
I see a question right here.
Let me get into that. So we speak do you include your salary as a deduction before profit? Yes. Good question.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not a accountant, so I can't really necessarily say what is the right or wrong thing to do. I would say, in my experience, in a sense, what is it? It's when you get ready to sell a business, right? Or when somebody's trying to buy a business from you, on your profit and loss, they'll look at owner's discretionary income or owner's discretionary expenses or something like that. That could be considered an expense of a salary deduction prior to profit. But when you're just trying to figure this out and just thug it out, you probably might want to take your salary after profit. Like at the end of the time frame, you have X amount in the bank account, then you take a salary or a distribution from there. But at the same time, you might want to get into good habits of paying yourself a salary no matter what, so that you can stay compliant with the IRS depending on your classification status and whatnot. But when you're just trying to thug it out and figure it out, like it's like, I can pay myself a salary, or I can put some extra money into marketing. Like maybe I can skip the salary for a little bit, but it depends on your situation. So hopefully I answered that.
Yeah. Great question. I want to go back to something that you said earlier about, mistakes that you made. A lot of it seems like it's really having self-discipline, to where you're not, taking one good month and running with it. You have to have the discipline to kind of manage your money over time, but also a mindset, right? You talked about living the lifestyle before actually having the ability to maintain the lifestyle, right? So I want to put that out there to you all as entrepreneurs. You really have to manage your seasons in business, and depending on the industry, that season is going to look different. In January, a lot of new entrepreneurs were complaining that they weren't making any sales because, December had just happened, Christmas had just happened, people spend a lot of money, and January can tend to be a slow month, right? If you're doing things that are family facing or youth facing, right? The summer might be a good time for you, especially if you have activities for kids. But when school starts up again, it might look a little different. So having the forethought, really knowing your industry and those ebbs and flows of the business, like, hey, I can't be, if we had this amount this month, I can't expect that same this month unless I've seen that consistently over time. So to be able to manage your expectations, and also to have the self-discipline to not go out there and start making crazy decisions and buying cars and taking trips and all this kind of stuff, and then you come back to little to no revenue, right? That is something that we often miss, because we get so excited in the beginning stages when money starts coming in and we're seeing our bank account grow, and we're like, oh my God, we made it. But you have to have that discipline.
especially when you got people that depend on you. If you're a solopreneur, okay, you know what I mean? If you're a solopreneur with like no kids, no spouse, and it's just you, all right, cool. You can take a little bit more risk on that. You got kids, spouse, house to take care of, and employees. Man, you come last. Leaders eat last, straight up. Name of the book, Leaders Eat Last. Even in the military. When I was in the military and we were, going through the chow line or whatever, I'm the officer. I would send my soldiers to go eat before me. You know what I'm saying? You eat last completely. Ironically, I didn't take that on advice. But then again, I was freshly out the army and divorced. I was having I was living my best life. So it's just, and the only way to really learn it is to kind of go through it. The only way to know the seasons of your business is to go through the seasons of your business X amount of times and look back at the historical data and be like, okay, based on this is the situation. That's the only way to know. I'll say this real quick too. One of the biggest existential crises that I had leaving the military was, all right, you go through elementary, middle, high school, job, military, whatever, right? Generally, especially in the military, you know what's next, right? Generally, unless a war breaks out, right? Then you don't really, you kind of don't really. But generally, in regular military, you're like, okay, I'm going to be at this duty station for 2.5 to 3 years. Then after that, they're going to send me to some training school of some kind. Then I'll go here and whatever, right? But as I was getting ready for entrepreneurship, it was literally like looking into a dark tunnel. I had no idea what was going to happen next. I had no idea what was going to happen next. And so that was the scary part, Oh, look, got another question. Awesome. I love these questions.
Yes, let's do another question. This was good. Okay, so now, are you more aware of what tests are needed per time per month of the year? Like, can you just, I guess, talk a little bit about like those 5 different services that you offer? Like, what seems to be the balance? How much of what are you actually doing?
Yeah, right now, as of this in this quarter so far, so Q1 2026, clinical is leading the way. Clinical testing, so like that, pregnancy tests and all that stuff. That's absolutely leading the way. Paternity for me normally picks up around back to school season. Sometimes during the holidays, back to school holidays. Okay. Guy is looking at the kid. He's like, I don't want to get me. Yeah, exactly. I'm not buying school clothes or gifts for this kid until I know. That's literally it. That's quite literally it, right? STD testing picked up for me the 3 days right after Valentine's Day. It just exploded. STD testing.
So real. That is so real.
Employer courts, drug testing, toxicology. It significantly picked up from November. I did only $1,100 in toxicology testing. December, it was like $4,000 because the courts and employers are trying to close out certain things prior to the end of the year. And then in the beginning of the year, now they're hiring new people, so they have to get toxicology testing done. So it's like ebbs and flows, but the great thing is if you have multiple pillars within your business, each one can support. And even not just on the vertical itself, such as tox or paternity, but even the acquisition of the customer. So sometimes Google sends me a bunch of people. Sometimes employers send me people. Now I'm signing contracts now. I signed a contract yesterday with a nonprofit to do all their HIV and syphilis testing for the next 5 years. And they get their money. They get a grant from the government, and they'll pay me to do HIV and syphilis testing for their patients, right? And those kind of ebb and flow. And I had to learn myself, like it's not. I'm not all Google dependent. 34% of my clients come from Google, but another 33 now are coming from return customers now. So it's multiple levels of it. Like 33% coming from return. What does that mean? That means I'm giving them a good experience when they come in there. Now 12% are now coming from family and friend referrals. Now 8% are coming from doctors. Now doctors are sending people to me to get their blood work done, right? People that don't have insurance or high deductibles or whatever. So I'm literally also in the middle of this right now. Every single day I analyze my data and I'm like, all right, what's coming from where? Every single day. And I make a report of it to myself every single week. All right, what's happening? What's going on? What can I forecast? What can I look at? How can I adjust marketing? Now that it's springtime and there's more events, I need to start going to more events. I went to an event yesterday. Every single day.
I'm going to get into, before we get into that next question, I want to make sure that we have time to talk about your community, right? Because you have the business, but you are also Fraternity University, and you are teaching people some things. Right? I have learned a lot. I hope y'all have been taking notes. I made some personal notes myself just on business in general. I wrote down contracts. I'm gonna tell you that. I wrote down contracts because when it comes to predictable revenue, you can't rely on people walking past your business or hoping they find you online. You have to have some things in place. But what are you teaching people at Fraternity University? How can they sign up, and what can they expect from this community?
Yeah, so Fraternity University is my legacy online product that I started when I was doing Assurance DNA, and it teaches people how to start their own paternity testing business with the secret sauce that I learned from my mom starting in 2002, right? So this is literally like 27 years combined experience of how to run and do customer service for a paternity testing business. So the link is posted in there. I am probably, I talk to Dre about this all the time. I'm probably grossly undervaluing that product. It has at least 70 hours of content in there because I started it in 2021, and it's an insane amount of content and resources in there. I'll do a quick flex too. If I'll do a quick flex.
Grossly undervaluing.
I was gonna say, Dre definitely gonna have something to say about that. 100%.
Dre,
before he started the franchise, he was clocking major numbers with the middlemaning of the testing. He didn't even get into that much. Clocking numbers. How much is the program now, Royal?
Dude, the self-paced course is only $149, and private coaching is only $500. It's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, wait. Y'all go sign up. Y'all go sign up now before you change the prices. Everybody run.
Check this out. Within the franchise system, 250 plus locations, right? My location on average is 4 times the national average for paternity sales. For paternity. I own the paternity market in El Paso, in a city of 800,000 people, right? I don't get on the internet and say that a lot. And it's kind of funny. I whatever. Dre hopped on. He might hop on again, but
right.
I put a lot of my focus into
intervention because you need to, as the brandologist, you need to talk more about yourself and your successes, right? You're not just anybody out here doing this. You are the guy. Yeah. You are Royal Banks, okay? You are the expert. You have the experience, and people need to know that, right? So when you share your university, right? When you're sharing about your business, people can know, like, I'm not just, I didn't just Google this and found it. I'm learning from the person who is the best at doing it. So yeah.
All right, I'll give my spiel. Let me give my spiel for Fraternity University. All right, I'll give some quick facts. Number one, Fraternity University, what I created is the first paternity testing content on the internet. So there was no YouTube about this business prior to. I was the first person to ever create anything like this on the internet. The first course that was offered. One of my private coaching students, Shelly in New Jersey, she started in 2024. And I did her private training, right? I got her up to speed. Last year, she did $163,000 in revenue. Just doing paternity testing only, not all the Indie Lab stuff she doesn't own Indie Lab. Just only doing paternity testing, which is absolutely insane, like in New Jersey or whatever. Dozens of students have been able to do their thing, build a solid side business. So, at least 3 to 4 have quit their jobs and they're able to do paternity and fingerprinting and notary or whatever, the stuff they got going on. Like it's great. My YouTube, I'll post a link to my YouTube shortly, to Fraternity University. But the YouTube has, 250 something videos on there where I'm just talking about paternity testing. Lately, it's not so much about paternity testing. Lately, it's been more about mindset. And then I will say this, by the way, to the community that's watching, in the near future, I'm more than likely going to do like operations consulting or something like that, and some other things that I have an idea. But right now, Fraternity University is the premier place for paternity education on the entire internet. I can confidently say that. So I'll post a link to Fraternity University here shortly.
Listen,
To the
we
YouTube.
are Royal. Go ahead.
Very good. Go ahead.
We are coming to time, so I'll make sure I give you a chance to say anything else that you wanted to say before we let you go. Y'all do me a favor and give a round of applause to Royal in the chat. He has been giving nothing but straight gems, so I hope that you picked a few up. But anything else that you wanted to say?
Look, man, keep going. Do not quit. Literally do not quit. It's been moments where I'm like, man, this sucks really badly. But don't quit. Have faith in God. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in your team if you have a team. Trust your team. Just literally, I mean, I thought of this late 2020. It's already been 5 years. I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it. And we're producing the best quarter ever. This is going to happen. Like the end of this month we're probably finished at $100,000 in sales from January 2026 to the end of March. That we're on trajectory for that. Or maybe right after, maybe like by April 8th or something like that, it will be at 100,000 in revenue, right? I didn't imagine that would be happening 5 years ago. I had no idea. I didn't know I own any lab test now. I had no idea, right? Literally keep going. Freaking do not quit. Do not quit. That's all. That's all I got.
Keep going. Y'all give it up for Royal. This was great. This was amazing. I learned so much. I know that everybody, the site is probably going to crash. I'm going to log on to Fraternity University and get my course started for sure. Royal, would you stick around for just a couple minutes? I know that some questions came in kind of late in the chat.
Sure.
If you want to go back and just answer those questions. If you haven't answered your questions, Royal will be in the chat responding to you directly. But this has been so good. Y'all make sure y'all follow him. Go to Fraternity University. His YouTube is also linked in the chat, as well as the website for any lab tests now. Okay, thank you so much, Royal.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Talk about a masterclass. That was good. Bruce, how are you? Oh, Bruce, I can't hear you. Can y'all hear Bruce?
Mic check 1, 2.
Okay, Bruce is in the building.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Listen. Not good, just good. I'm great. I might end up on the cover of Frosted Flakes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I gotta hop in real quick. Brandy, you crushed that interview.
That was good. Great
Thank
job.
you.
You're good. I need to partner with you for my YouTube channel. Like we'll talk later. I don't know about that whole year sabbatical, but I might need you like a few hours while you're on your.
I gotta work. No, I gotta get my fraternity business up before back to school starts. So I got some time.
Love it. Bruce, what's up, Bruce?
Been changing lives, one new skill at a time.
I love the shirt. It says, "Don't make excuses." What does the bottom say? Make money. Okay. Bruce is going to tell us how to make money, but first, let me go ahead and introduce Bruce, okay? I read through his bio, and I realized I have a lot more work to do, so y'all bear with me. This is going to be incredible, okay? So Bruce Hill is a 4-time author and international speaker, an educator and trainer whose career spans over 15 years. He realized that the skills that made him successful as a salesperson are transferable to all customer-facing roles. He began coaching business professionals and entrepreneurs in personal and professional development. He consults with tech startups and professional services businesses to help them grow revenue and improve customer retention, leveraging his proprietary Better Questions framework. He helps increase clarity, confidence, and more effective communication. The result, business growth from the inside out. I love it. Bruce is going to tell y'all and explain to y'all how you can sell more now. Be sure to pop your questions for Bruce in the chat. And I am going to disappear briefly and come back. All right, Bruce, you got it?
Let's go. Listen, what you all don't realize, whether you're listening to this live or you're listening to the recording, that 30 minutes from now, you have the option to have a completely different life. 30 minutes from now, you have the option to put your life and business success on a different path trajectory. What's really fascinating about what I do when I tell you
personal and professional development. That means we're here to grow you. And when I grow you, I grow everything in your business. I grow everything in your life. I grow everything in your relationships. Everything in your life changes if you change. Now, I can't change it for you. I'm just here to help facilitate the transformation. So check this out. There's inspirational speakers. There's motivational speakers. There's educational speakers like yours truly. But none of that matters. Whether you listen to Royal, whether you listen to Andre, none of that matters what you listen to. What matters is what you do with what you listen to. So over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to give you the tools to transform your life from the inside out. I'm going to teach you how asking better questions is going to help you make more money more easily. However, nothing I tell you is going to help you until you put it into action. Okay. The information is useless until you use it. So while I'm hoping to be a part of your success journey, I cannot carry you along this journey. You have to commit to taking action. So all I need from you, if you're listening to, I don't even care if you're listening to this a year from now, type action into the chat. Say action out loud. I'm committed to taking action. That's where the transformation happens. And it's so simple. Once I realize this, I just tell you the same thing over and over and over again. And I'm only going to tell you what I've done, what I've lived, what have I experienced. I'm going to tell you when I failed. I'm going to tell you when I succeeded, because it's not out of a book. And I love to read. I got books all over the place. It's nothing that you watch that's going to change your life. You are going to change your life. I'm just here to help you get there a little faster, a little smoother. So check this out. They call me Better Questions for a reason. I figured out that the questions you don't ask are costing you money. Hold on, wait a minute. The questions you don't ask are costing you the most money. I'm driving 25 miles an hour. I'm headed west. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and whoop, blue and lights pull me over. Okay. What's the first thing you're going to ask? Oh, man, what they trying to get me for now? Police officer comes over. Do you know why I pulled you over? That's a good question. I had the same question. I said, why did you pull me over? He said, your registration's expired. I mean, I haven't even had this car a year. How is my registration expired? He said, expired in January. Now, here's a good question. What happened in January? It's my birthday. In the state of Georgia, your registration expires on your birthday. It don't matter when you got the car. So guess what? Towing fines, fee. I had to get the vehicle out of impound. I had to pay the ticket. And then just to keep things interesting, the rent bounced by $7 because I had to pay all this fine. That one question I didn't ask, when's the registration renew, cost me $1,000. So I go and I get the vehicle. I was like, first thing I got to do, I got to go get this registration updated. Now, let me ask you this. This is a real simple question. It's not a trick question. I don't ask trick questions. How much does the registration cost in Georgia? Anybody know? It's not a trick question. Guess if you want to. How much does registration cost in Georgia? I paid all the fees, fines, and extracurriculars. How much does the registration cost in Georgia? It's just $25. $25. So here's a really simple question. If the questions you don't ask are costing you money, then how much is a question worth? Is a question worth $25 or is it worth $1,000? And that's what I want you to realize. That's what I want you to think about. This isn't a catchphrase. This isn't a bumper sticker. This isn't a fridge magnet. This is a life-changing principle when applied to your business will make you more money. Or not applying it could cost you money. Well, let me talk to y'all real quick. You know what? I appreciate the introduction, Randy, but I'm going to just give you real simple. My name is Bruce Hill. I help you transform your life and business by teaching you to ask better questions. That's it. That's all I do. If you want to sell more, I teach you how to ask better questions. If you're in customer success, I teach you how to ask better questions. If you're a marketer, I teach you to ask better questions. If you own a franchise, shout out to Royal, I teach you to ask better questions. If you're a SaaS founder, I'm going to teach you to ask better questions. And it's the fastest way you can scale your business. It's the highest multiplier to scale your business. Before we talk about AI, before we talk about some complicated sales methodology, before we implement some expensive software, before we hire a coach, all of which can be good things. But the first thing I want you to do is ask better questions. You're like, oh, it couldn't be that easy. It absolutely is that easy. It's that, let's call it simple. Sometimes simple isn't always easy. Last week, my buddy reaches out to me and said, man, I left my job by force, not by choice, right? Some of us have been there. He was making $81,000. So he's applying to roles. He found one he really liked. It fit his skills. It fit his experience. They said, how much do you want? He said, 100,000. I was like, I love it. But we needed to talk to him about negotiation. He didn't ask any questions. So they said, I'm sorry, that's out of our budget. Thanks, we'll keep you in mind. Damn, over before it started. Didn't even get an interview. So he reaches out to me. He said, Bruce, what do I do? I said, we're going to ask some better questions. I had one simple question. I said, hey, how far apart are we? He sent that question. They messaged him back. They said, well, we cap at 90,000. They could have said that in the first place, but they didn't. Why? We got to ask better questions. So he goes from 81,000 to 90,000. He had to interview the next day. 11% increase for asking one question. Okay, that's maybe you're not looking for a job. Maybe you're a business owner. Maybe you're a marketer. I have a friend. She's an operations specialist. I was on the phone with her for 15 minutes. She takes what I taught her and takes action. Shout out to the action takers. Those are the money makers. And in one phone call, she asked one question. Hey, when do you want to get started? She made 5 figures because she asked better questions. Listen, don't believe me. Hop on a YouTube channel, New Skills, New You, and go to testimonials. I've done this over and over and over again in different industries and different verticals for different businesses. If you ask better questions, that's a multiplier. So let's keep going. How do we ask better questions in our business? How do we ask better questions in our business? I'm going to share the screen real quick. I want to talk to you all. I want to have a conversation with you all. So Brandy, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. One question closed the deal. I had a day off, but I also needed to sell one more car to hit the President's Club Sales Award. I didn't even brag about that. My bio's getting too long. But I said to myself, do I take the day off? Do I take the chance I can go make this sale? So you know what? I'm going for it. Action takers are money makers. What does my shirt say? Don't make excuses, make money. So I go in, 9 a.m. I'm ready. No one comes in. 10 a.m. No one comes in. 11 a.m. No one comes in. 12, it's lunchtime. I'm hungry. I mean, I'm hungry for success. Skip lunch. No one comes in. 1 o'clock, someone shows up. Hey, how can I help you? He said, oh, I'm looking for Steve. Now, if you look right here in the title, my name is Bruce. I don't know any Steves. I said, all right, he's over there. I need an opportunity. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And I'm starting to think I wasted my day not to make any money, not to sell any cars, not to hit the reward. But it's just one question away. So here's what happened. Somebody comes in. They want to buy a truck. Great. Grab their ID, test drive the truck. Look at the numbers. They love the truck. They love the numbers. And then they say, maybe you've heard this before. You're talking to your dream client. You're in an interview for your dream company. And they say, hey, we'll get in touch with you, right? We've got to think about it. We'll call you back. Anything but yes. Damn. Wasted a whole day not to hit the goal. So I go get their IDs, give it back to them. And as I walk past, the manager says, hey, can I talk to him before you let him go? Sure. What's the worst that could happen? I go get their IDs. I come back, 30 seconds. They're laughing, joking, ha, 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 patting each other on the back. So where are you guys going? He's like, oh, we're going to go sign the paperwork. And I said, wait. What did you say to them to get them to buy? And listen, I'm not going to teach you to be the master manipulator, the killer closer, the sales superstar. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to teach you to ask better questions. He asked them one question. He said, what is your hesitation? I want some of y'all to write that down. If you're trying to get a deal closed, you're trying to get a client signed, you're trying to get that job, ask them, what is your hesitation? They said, well, we don't know how to use the knob, right? It didn't have a column shifter, it had a knob shift. And we're worried because of the recall. The recall says if you leave it in neutral, it could roll away. We don't want the car to roll away. He said, what's your hesitation? They said, we're worried the car will roll away. He said, well, all you got to do is put it in park. I could have asked that question. What's your hesitation? You could have asked that question. What's your hesitation? One question closed the deal. One question closed the deal. So now, guess what? They're signing paperwork. I'm planning my trip. I said, man, who am I going to bring with me on the President Club sales trip? It's an all expense paid trip to Vegas. Accommodations, food, flight. I was excited. I'm like, man, I've got to start asking better questions. That's what I want for you. That's what I want for your life and business. This isn't a cliche. This isn't a gimmick. Listen, okay, I'll tell you what. You're like, is it always that easy? It isn't. It isn't. I left that job doing pretty well. Back-to-back President's Club Sales Awards, top 100 nationwide, and I went to an outside sales job. Now, for you that don't know, an outside sales job means I have to get up out of my house. I've got to leave the office, and I got to go get customers, right? That's knocking on doors, knocking on houses, visiting businesses, right? I didn't realize this, but when you have a job that's 100% commission, that's zero salary, only commissions on sales, that was my first experience in entrepreneurship. And I started off terrible. Like, what? Yeah, I was terrible. First month, 30 days goes by, I made $0 in commissions. Zero salary, $0 in commissions. The second month, I was like, I'm gonna work harder. I'm gonna talk to more people, I'm knocking more doors, I'm gonna send more emails, I'm gonna make more phone calls. I made $7 in commissions. Man, I just came from up here, now I'm down here. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go harder. I know I've got it right here. I don't make excuses. I'm trying to make some money. So I knock on more doors. I send more emails, make more phone calls. I got a couple signatures, got a couple yeses. And when I looked at my check, my commission check at the end of that 30 days, it was $300. Let's do some math. 0 plus 7 plus 300 is how much? Don't hurt yourselves. All right, use your phones. Use your fingers and toes if you need to. How much is that? In 90 days, how much did I make? $307. I don't know what your bills look like, but that wasn't going to cut it. That's not even gas for 3 months. So you have a question to ask, right? Better questions. Do I pivot or do I persevere? And sometimes pivot is just a fancy word for quit. But who would have really been mad if I said, man, you think I should quit? Hell yeah, you should quit. This is not working. Here's a different question for you, especially on that entrepreneurship journey. I know right now people are sending 100, 200, 300 applications just to get 2 interviews. Okay. You have to ask yourself, is this not working or is it not working yet? That's a question for you. Write that one down. Is it not working or is it not working yet? Okay. It's not working yet. Well, what do we need to do to get it working a little faster, a little smoother? I said, who do I need to talk to? Y'all are smart. If you're smart enough to spend your Saturday here with us, when there's so many things you could be doing, there's some wisdom there. I think that you could figure it out, but I don't want you to figure it out. I went to ask someone who already knows. So I got up and I remember it was 5 a.m. on a Wednesday because the install team meets at 6 a.m. I brought a box of donuts. And I went to install team. They take all the things I sell and they go deliver it to the customer. Right? And I walk in. I say, hey guys, my name's Bruce. I bought some donuts. They said, you're Bruce? They grabbed me. They sat me down. They said, Bruce, you got to stop selling that stuff. Except they didn't say stuff. It says sales on my business card. Why wouldn't I sell it? The training was so bad that some of the things they're selling were obsolete. They were discontinued and they were out of stock. So the tech would go to deliver the sale and I said, man, I don't have any of this. And you have to shred it up and you have to start over. That's where my commissions were going. Some of you don't need to work harder. Some of you need to work harder. Most of you, though, just need the right information. So you could take all this hard work you're doing and multiply your success. Some of you just need the right information. I said, well, what do I need to sell that you guys always have? I asked, what do I need to sell that customers like? They don't return, they don't cancel. What do they like to keep? I said, what do I need to write down so I only talk about this? And they gave me a list. The second thing I did, I talked to a gentleman. He'd been there for 16 years. He didn't even go knock on doors anymore. His phone just rang. I hadn't been there 16 years. My phone was not ringing. So I couldn't take his strategy. I asked him a different question. I said, where did you do when you got started? That's why this is so valuable. I want you to listen to people who have already made progress. I want you to ask them questions about the beginning. Don't ask them about chapter 10. Ask them about chapter 1. so you can get started on the right foot. I don't want you to take 90 days. I don't want you to take 9 days of figuring it out to make $307. I want you to get it right the first time. Give yourself a success shortcut by learning from successful people. So I asked him, I said, what did you do when you started? He said, I talked to these people. He taught me about collaboration partners. I went to these zip codes and he told me the hot spots. Next month I went crazy. Same doors, same emails, same phone calls, but the difference was I had the right information. I didn't have to work harder. I made $1,000 the next month. Yes. That's not a lot of money. That's not retirement money. But if you just spent 90 days to make $300, you think I was happy or was really happy? We got to look a word up in the dictionary. I was ecstatic. The next month I doubled. Somebody type double in the chat for me. The next month I doubled again. The next month I doubled again. It got to the point I was working 2 days a week and I didn't go backwards. So I left that role to lead my own team at another company. I leveraged my success and I moved on. That's what happens when you ask better questions. You can't outwork the wrong questions. You can just do it wrong over and over and over again. You're just going to be tired. Better questions get you better results. Better questions get you better results. So my call to action for you is so simple. Who do I need to talk to multiply my success? That's why we're here today. That's why the Boring Business Summit is so important. If you missed this live, I need you to tap in when we do it again, because I want you to be able to ask questions. Better questions get better answers. I want you to be able to feel the energy of it live. I want you to commit to yourself to taking action. Ask yourself, what's holding me back from the next level of success? It's usually better questions. Listen, my name is Bruce Hill. I make sales simple by teaching you to ask better questions. I'm here to multiply your success by teaching you to ask better questions. And I'll tell you what, Brandy, I'm going to have you come back so we can curate some questions. And I have a gift for you all as well. I want to make sure that I leave you with some action steps.
I heard a gift. I'm here. I'm back. Bruce, this was good. Okay, I'm going to repeat back a couple of things that you said that I actually wrote down. Yes, y'all, I am taking notes as the host. You said, is it not working or is it not working yet? I love that. I think too often we quit way too soon. We don't have enough data yet to prove that we're right or wrong. We start something, we don't get the response that we want, and now we're on to the next thing. I love that question. Another question was, who do I need to talk to in order to multiply my success? Everybody should be writing down names. If you don't have any names to write down, why not the people that you're watching right now? You should be in the chat telling people what it is that you do so you can leave this summit having connected with somebody else. You never know where your next opportunity is going to come from. So as you're thinking about how you can multiply your success, start with just talking to people, letting people know what you do, because when people know what you do, they know to come to you for that thing that it is that you do.
So that's simple.
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. Hopefully it's a good question.
I got answers.
All right. You talked about doing sales. Okay. I started my career in sales. What is a question you think every salesperson should be asking on a sales call or when they're trying to sell something?
It's one of my favorite questions. It's so simple. How can we make the most of this conversation today? It's so simple. But the challenge that most salespeople run into, and listen, you're like, well, I'm not a sales, this doesn't apply to me. Tap in, lock in, right? Come here, right here. Anytime there's a transaction that has to happen, it's a sale. So whether you're going to the movie theaters, you're going to dinner, you're at a job interview, or you're trying to sell paternity tests, there's going to be a sale. The hesitation in people, that negative energy people have, is trying to force, convince, or push people to make a transaction they don't want. All you have to do to make sales simple is ask people what they want and then give that to them.
That sounds so simple. So simple. Okay. What's a question that people often ask that should probably be avoided?
I'll give you this one. It's the type of question that I'm going to actually do this right now. This is perfect. Go to askingbetterquestions.com, askingbetterquestions.plural.com, grab the Better Questions Toolkit. And it's going to break down some of these techniques. You say, okay, Bruce, we understand. We've got to ask better questions. Well, how do we ask better questions? Put a toolkit together to help you ask better questions in your life and business. Now, that's number one. Number two, everyone that grabs this download is also going to get the updated version of the toolkits. I hired an instructional designer to update the toolkit so it's even more effective for you to use, not to read, not to listen to, not to put in your hard drive and let it collect digital dust, but to put in practice. And then three, shout out to school. Y'all need to pay me some more money. I created a school called Revenue Generating Activities. You're going to get an invite there. It's no charge. It's an accountability group. It's the only school that's going to help you make money from day one without spending any money. Don't let people tell you, oh, you got to have money to make money. No, you don't. You need to have clients to make money. You can use money to make money faster. That's another training. AskingBetterQuestions.com. All right. So the question that people ask that they need to stop asking is a question that starts with a verb. I love that question, Born Millionaire. We're going to help you out answer that one in just a minute. People ask a lot of questions that can be answered with yes or no. They start with a verb. Are you hungry? Is it raining? Right? They start with a verb. Yes or no. And they end up talking themselves out of the sale. I'll tell you the question that people don't ask the most often that costs them the most money is, hey, would you like to get started today? All right. Now you're like, Bruce, you just told us not to ask yes or no questions. No, when you're closing a deal, the answer I want to hear is yes. The answer I want to hear is yes. That's the one time at the very end. But I talk about that more in the toolkit, right? So grab that, askingbetterquestions.com.
Bruce, that is so true. When I work with people to help brand their business, one of the reasons why people come to me for branding and marketing is because they're not making sales. And oftentimes it's not even their brand or their marketing that's the problem. They're not asking for the sale.
That's the answer.
Just because you post something online and you're sharing your product or you tell people all this information about what you can offer does not mean, right, that you have closed the sale. It's like you're looking at them and they're looking at you. People are waiting for you to ask that question. Would you like to get started today, right? And you never asked. You never asked for the sale, okay? We got a couple questions, but before I get into those questions from the chat, I do have a question for you, Bruce.
Go ahead.
We're talking about asking better questions. How do you get the confidence to be able to actually ask the question? Sometimes people have it in their mind. They're going to go and get your wonderful gift, your free download, and they're going to have everything they need right in front of them. And then they're going to be afraid to actually say these things in front of people. So how do you get them to that point to where they have the confidence to be able to ask the questions?
The answer, man, that's a whole nother masterclass. I wrote a training for Microsoft. I hope to deliver it in second quarter. So really excited about that on confidence. You are not born with confidence. I don't believe anyone's born with confidence, and that's good news and that's bad news. The good news is if you're not born with confidence, it comes from somewhere. The bad news is if you're not born with confidence, it's got to come from somewhere. Confidence comes from practice. And it's actually an answer. Put up that question, what stops people from going all in? It's Latoya, you're absolutely right. Always ask for the sale. Ask for it. The answer to your question and this question is the same. It comes from belief. If I believe that working with me makes your life or business better, why wouldn't I give you the chance to tell me yes? If I believe that my product or service is going to positively impact you, why wouldn't I give you the chance to buy it? It doesn't make sense. I'm like, I don't want to give them the antidote. They might think I'm pushy. I need the antidote. If I got poison, give me the antidote. I'll worry about how much it costs later. Listen, if they have a headache, sell them Advil. Right? That's what people miss. If you're not going all in, it's probably you don't believe that you can get the results. So when I was making $0, $7, $300, it would have made a lot of sense to quit. No one would have been mad at me for quitting. Like, I would have gave up. I would have given up 60 days ago. But I believed that I could succeed. I believe that if I worked hard enough, long enough, that I could get the results I wanted. And so now this question changes from should I quit to how do I win? Right? Better questions.
Love it. Love it. So believe it in yourself, right? Are you selling something that you believe in? Let us know in the chat. What are you selling? What is it that you believe in? So much so that you want to make sure that you give everyone the opportunity to have it. And so you already talked about what stops people from going all in. Let's do this question. I'm going to pop back to a previous question. If you had to make $1,000 in 2 days, what would you do? Break it down for us.
Oh man, I'm gonna give you a masterclass. There's 5 ways to hear yes more often. This is the same answer to the question. He says, if someone has no sales but a great product, what do they do next? Number one way to hear yes more often is to tell more people. It's to ask more people. So if you ask 10 people, 10 people can give you an answer. It's that simple. It's very difficult. It's not impossible. I'm gonna teach you that in a moment. To ask 10 people and get 100 answers. Right. So I got to ask more people. That's the number one thing that you can do right now that you can control right now. You need to tell people working with me will help you accomplish this and avoid this. Here's how to contact me. And what happens is people put up a post. That's marketing. That's not sales. Sales happens in a conversation, whether it's one-on-one or one-to-many. Sales is a conversation. That's a DM. That's an email. That's a phone call. So if you haven't told anyone about your business, you're not going to make any money. You're just not. Number 2, we got to ask the right people. Another reason people struggle with sales is they try to sell a solution to someone that doesn't have the problem, or they try to sell a promise to someone that doesn't have the desire. One of my favorite examples, and I get into this, shout out to my best friend. He's been bald since high school. So you got this amazing shampoo that's going to make your hair healthy, longer, and shiny. Right? Like, well, that sounds good. And you go tell to my best friend, say, hey, man, you want this shampoo? It helps your hair to be healthy, longer, and shiny. He doesn't have any hair, respectfully. So that's the wrong person. So more people, the right person. We're going to ask better questions. We're not going to ask people, hey, do you want to buy something from me? No, I don't know you. I don't know. You say, hey, listen, would you like to grow your business faster and easier? You're like, hold on. That sounds kind of good. That's to ask a better question. The 4th thing, I'm going to ask more often. A lot of people ask one time and they never talk to them again. I'm not telling you to bug people 4, 5, 6 times in a day. That's not what I'm saying. Don't go harassing people and then say Bruce told you to do it. I talked to this gentleman in it was October, November. I just closed it last month. I ask more often. Now, the 5th and most important thing everyone can do right now today is ask for a referral. One of my best referral partners has never paid me $1. I think he bought me lunch once. How can he be such a great referral partner? Because he knows what I do, he knows who I do it for, and he knows how to get in touch with me. So now every single person I talk to, hey, would you like to grow your business faster and easier? They say, oh, I don't have a business. My referral question is, who are 2 people you know that do have businesses? Now, one person can help me hear yes 2 times. So if you needed to make 1K in the next 2 days, the only thing you should be doing is telling people you have a $1,000 solution. And you should tell it to people who have $10,000 problems. Now, all of a sudden, it's a good deal. We're not even selling anymore. You just say, hey, you take Visa, MasterCard. Most of you spend time designing a website. Most of the time, y'all spend time putting captions on posts. You start working on your logo. Go tell people what you do and ask them for the business. You make $1,000 every day if you want.
Bruce, when you said masterclass, you were not lying. You said a lot of things really quickly. I'm going to try to come back and recap. Okay, gave you 5 things. If you wrote down the 5 things, go ahead and put them in the chat. Help somebody else out who may have missed it. I'm going to go over a few. One of the things that you mentioned, you said you have to make sales 1-to-1, right? So getting in front of people, right? In my line of work, we call that positioning. So you don't go and talk to everyone. You get in front of the right people, one who can make a decision, right? Can make a sales decision. So if you're selling a house, you're not going to go talk to a 4-year-old, right? You're not doing presentations at the preschool. You need to talk to the parents who have the money to buy the house. So make sure you're positioning yourself in front of the right people, in front of the decision makers, because you can go into sales and absolutely kill your presentation. And that person saying, this was so great, this is so wonderful, I'm going to need to run it by my boss or by so-and-so, and you just wasted your time, right? You need to get in front of the people who are making the decisions, who can make a buying decision based on your sales, okay? Position yourself correctly. The other thing is the follow-up. Oh my gosh, somebody put in the chat, follow up. You guys will send one DM, make one call, don't even leave a message, and then you move on. I posted on Threads a couple of weeks ago how I followed up with this person for almost a year before closing a contract, right? And it was so crazy because a lot of the communication was one-sided, right? I was sending emails. I put them on my list. They were getting the nurturing emails. Every now and then I would follow up, happy birthday on LinkedIn. Hey, I seen this and I thought about you. Want to let you know I got this new product. Let me know what's challenging for you and your business now. And then boom, close the 5-figure contract more than a year later. So follow up. It takes people multiple times to see you and what you do in your business before a lot of people are ready to make a decision, right? This is why on social media, people are posting so frequently and often so that they can keep coming up, right? So that when you think of toilet paper, you think of Charmin. So that when you think of, a smoothie, you're thinking Smoothie King, because it's top of mind because they're constantly seeing it. So take note from some of the giants. Be like Fashion Nova. I get at least 5 emails a day from Fashion Nova. And they text me as well. I never unsubscribe because even though I'm not ready to buy something right now, when I am, I'm going to go searching for that coupon code, right? You are making deposits into this future sale. So please follow up. The third thing is referrals. When someone tells you, no, this is not a fit for me, not right now, how many of us, and let me know in the chat, where you're like, okay, thanks so much, and you walk away from that conversation defeated? How many people do that? I know I used to do this, right? I got a job when I was a teenager, and you might know this company, Vector Marketing, and I was selling Cutco knives, right? I did so well. I made maybe close to $20,000 in the summer before going to college because I followed everything that they told me to a T. I was like, I have no idea how to do sales. I'm just going to do it.
I'm interrupting you on purpose, but this is important. You said you figured it out on your own?
I did not.
You said you were a natural born salesperson?
Not at all.
How did you make 20,000? So
I did everything they told me to do. Right. So following directions. I know there's an appeal to be an entrepreneur because you want to do things your way. Stick to the plan. Everything they told me to do. My sales director said, after every appointment, call me. Tell me what you did. Tell me what happened. And I did that, right? And so I was sitting at a table with someone. I went through my whole presentation. They were like, that is so great. Love the knives, but I don't cook. I called my sales director. I said, hey, they loved it. They said that they don't cook. He said, go back in. Ask them to give you the names of 10 people who they know that cook. And he was like, and don't leave, right? Don't just have them give you names and numbers and go out and call these people. You sit right there with them and you have them call and let them know that that you will be calling them later, right? Sales skyrocketed, right? Because people know people. People will say, this is not for me. But if you do a good job of branding yourself, where people are like, I now know this person. I like this person. I trust that what they're saying is true. I believe that this product actually works, but I don't have a need for it. Let me call my sister-in-law. Let me call my coworker. You know what? Can you come by my book club and tell them about this thing? Referrals are golden. There are people who have never spent money with me who have brought me so much business. And they don't really want anything in return because they just like you and they trust you. They want to help you.
That's the other part of the story. So, Carla, I love that question. And Toya, we're going to answer your question as well. If you had tried to sell my buddy this magical shampoo, right? Longer, healthy, shinier hair, he's going to tell you to take a hike. But if you said, well, who do you know that wants longer, healthier, shinier hair? Then you would figure out that I haven't cut my hair in 10 years. He'd be like, oh, go talk to my buddy Bruce. That's it. I want to answer this question.
Yeah.
Thank you for those insights. Thank you for the recap. I hope you are thinking about how do I apply this today? And Andre's challenged you. How do I make 1,000 in the next 2 days? I'll tell you what, it's easier to sell $1,000 product one time than a $10 product 100 times. Okay. All right. So Carla says, how do I use these techniques when talking to distressed homeowners? What questions do I ask about being confrontational or pushy and what to serve them? First of all, you're only confrontational if your goal is different from their goal. Let that breathe. That's the only I don't want to sell my house. Sell my house, sell my house, sell my house. Now you're being an asshole. We allowed to cuss on here?
Yeah, we are allowed to curse, but hold the fuck on right there.
Look, let him cook. You know, I'm gonna have to send you an invoice.
Say that again.
You're only confrontational. You're only pushy if you have different goals. What's the question I gave you earlier, Carla? Well, how can we make the most of this conversation today? I want to know what your goal is.
Right. What do you want?
So, Carla, I'll ask him, hey, you don't know me, but I help homeowners just like you get rid of problem properties. So they have one less thing to worry about. Can we talk? Money. Go get rich.
I'm going to hop in for 20 seconds, Bruce.
Talk to him.
Hey, Carl, good seeing you again. Carl's a long-time student of mine. People fear rejection over fearing being pushy. The fear in the hierarchy of bad feelings, the fear of rejection is higher than the fear of being pushy. And we pretty it up with the fear of being pushy when it's really the fear of rejection. Once we, and I have to say this, hope people don't get mad at me, women more often than men have a higher fear of rejection. I think it's because men in the wild, we have to usually approach women to get a date. Most women aren't approaching men, right? Some are, but most aren't.
Most. Yeah.
So we're used to hearing no. Even fly guys like Bruce, when single, hear no, right? It happens. So once we embrace that we will hear no a significant amount of times. We had a lady on yesterday in Philadelphia who gets $50,000 wholesale checks. When that check is implemented in your brain, Carla and anybody else in wholesale, that actually hurt. Wholesale, you will get over this. Bruce, that one line needs to be the line of your next book.
I'm on it. So
I love it.
There's so much. Listen, y'all, I need you to do this for you. Tap into askingbetterquestions.com. You're going to get my Better Questions toolkit. Okay. I'm going to send you toolkit 2.0. I'm having an instructional designer started from scratch. And I'm going to send you an invite to the school community revenue generating activities. And we can have these conversations on a weekly basis, conversations that help you generate revenue for your business, help you make money. Okay. Askingbetterquestions.com. So here's what I want you to think about, Carla. I need an answer. Yes or no, but I need an answer. Hey, listen, you haven't met me. I work with homeowners just like you to get rid of problem properties. So they have one less thing to worry about. Can we talk? Let's see, yes or no. That's all you need is a conversation. Okay. You're going to hear no. So I need you to realize that if 100 people answer the phone, how many are going to say yes? 5. That's all you need. That's all you need. It's $250,000 a year.
I love that.
So don't even worry. You need an answer. If they say no, that's good. You need an answer. They say yes, good. I need some money. If they say maybe, that's not good. If they say call me back, that's not good. Now, Latoya, I need to tap this in. Dre, let me know how we're doing on time because this is what I do.
We're doing pretty good. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions, and then I'm going to answer the 1K question myself.
Okay. So what do you personally practice to build your belief? Okay. It's 3 very simple things. It's clarity, it's consistency, and it's value. All right. So the clarity is, what is it I'm doing for who? And I wrote a book, Better Questions, Better Clients. And we talk about my 4P framework and getting that clarity. Consistency. You can beat a lot of people just by showing up, and you beat the rest of them by never giving up. So remember, I told you I made $0, but I was working, and I made $7, but I was working, and I made $300. I was working. I couldn't have got to $10,000 if I wasn't working. So even the right information without action is not going to generate revenue. That's where the consistency comes in. You can't get in shape in one day. You can't, you can't go from 0 to 1 million in one day. It's going to take consistency. And then the last part is value. A lot of people try and invent things. Every now and then it works, the pool noodle, the pet rock, but where are those now, right? The more valuable the service, the more confidence you can have when you offer it, the more courage you can have to keep going, and the more money you can make in the process of delivering that value. Clarity, consistency, value. You practice those a little bit every day, 5-10 minutes every day. You're going to build that self-belief. Okay. Tap in with me. We'll help you build that self-belief from the inside out. That's why my business is called New Skills, New You, because I believe one new skill will change your life. Okay. I think I got everybody's questions.
Bruce, you are actually killing it right now. You are packing in a lot of information to a small amount of time. And the responses that you're giving are very clear. Like, people should listen to you and they should be able to leave this call and go ahead and implement immediately. I love when that happens.
That's the only reason it's not going to work is if you don't do the work. That's the only reason.
That's the only way. That's the only way. So let me go.
Oh, we don't set them off. I'll talk to him.
I want to challenge the chat because nobody in the chat answered my question.
Brandy's about to answer.
That's because they didn't hear my answer first.
Go ahead.
Then to hear your answer, and then they need to give an actual answer. And if the answer is I don't know, I'll take I don't know. But everyone in the chat needs an answer.
I got an answer too. You go first, Brandy.
Okay, so if I needed to make 1K in 2 days. Now, for some of you, depending on if you're currently selling something, you might be selling like a $20 product or a $50 product, and that $1,000 seems very far away.
Mm-hmm.
Create a $1,000 product. I have one. It is my brand audit.
Pause. That's a bar. The easiest way to make 1K is to create a 1K product.
1K product, right?
Why did I think of that?
The lower your offer, the more you're going to have to sell, right? Simple math. You have to have a lot of volume. The other thing I would say is really know and understand your numbers. Now, back in the day, I used to sell Mary Kay. And it was very important in Mary Kay that you continue to talk to people and that you build your client list, right? This is where I first learned about having a CRM, right? Having people on the list. Because I know my numbers, I know that out of every 10 conversations I have, I get 3 sales, right? So the very simple thing for me to do would be schedule 10 conversations.
Tell more people. What did I say to y'all
Talk
earlier?
to people. Now, I would not necessarily start from scratch. I would just not go out into the world and start knocking on doors. What I would do is I would look at my list. Who are people that I have already talked to that have not purchased, right? And because I'm very detailed in my CRM, I know why they didn't purchase. They probably said it wasn't the right time. They didn't have the money. They started some other program and they wanted to finish that first. It didn't really relate to what they were doing right now, et cetera. And I'm going to start with people who said now is not the right time, because now some time has passed. Something in their life has changed. Let's start with you and let's get you scheduled for a call. Then I would go to I didn't have enough money or too expensive, blah, blah, blah. I would go to those people because now in my business, I offer some payment solutions. So maybe, $1,000 was too much, but they can get on some kind of payment plan that I would consider offering if I didn't close with some other people first. The third thing that really works for me, because I have kind of built in public and built my personal brand in public, people love supporting me. So I would let people know, hey, I have this goal, right? In fact, I did this in January. I said, look, I want to work with more creatives, content creators. I've been working with a lot of small business and nonprofits. I want to work with more content creators. I want to close 10 brand audits for content creators because it's going to help me better understand that market and what people do, right? People started tagging a bunch of people. I started reaching out to those people. I got on calls with those people. And instead of closing 10, I closed 13, right? So start telling people what your goals are. Some of you are like, I don't know how to make sales. I don't know what to do. Tell people want to help you. So tell people what it is that you're doing. And so I would go through those processes. I would schedule my calls. I would make it urgent. You can't schedule 2 weeks from now. I'm available today at these times or tomorrow at this time. I want to get you on a call within 24 hours. If not right now, we're on the phone right now texting. Can I call you right now? Right? Let's get on the phone, because you don't want too much time to pass for them to start talking themselves out of moving forward with you. right? Because a lot of you are on here right now, and we just got off talking with Royal, and you were like, I'm gonna sign up for that course, and you already forgot about it. You wanted something else. You're like, well, maybe no, it's not the right time. I'm not gonna do it. I don't know. Right? Bruce is just giving you the game about how to ask better questions. He's dropped the website. He's telling you it's free, and some of you are gonna sign up and say, well, I'm not ready. I don't have the confidence. It's too hard. I don't believe in myself. This is such a challenge, and you're not going to do it. So you want to be able to close quickly. That's how I would do it. Let me know in the chat what you're doing. Right? Okay.
Randy,
referrals.
You could, and it's something I want to say that seems simple that a lot of people do. You followed up with the people. You asked them to get on the phone. No fear. Brandologist, aka Brandy, no fear. No fear. You can't have any less money than you already have. Let me just put it real plain. If you have $5 or 500 or 500,000, you calling and texting them won't decrease the money. You only have the chance to increase the money. There is literally no way to lose money. You're already paying the phone bill.
True.
Whew, you could.
But listen, so I'm gonna tell you what I did, because this is something I practice. I do work a 9 to 5. Long story, I need health insurance for people I care about.
Right. Let's talk about that. Are we talking health insurance today?
Not today. But I just want to say out loud, I'm not anti-job. This job, I follow my responsibilities, but it gives me a lot of time freedom. So I was looking at another job. It was giving me more money, but it was taking my time freedom. And I didn't realize this, but I was moving away from the goal. The goal is financial freedom, right? And that job actually rejected me. And I was like, man, I felt kind of bad. Right? I don't hear yes every time. I want to make that clear. I hear no. And I said, well, the difference was about $25,000 annually. And I asked myself, the goal is just 1,000 in 2 days. I said, how can I make 25,000? So I don't need to call them back. I don't need to go look for another job. So I went to a client and they wanted some training. And I said, I'll tell you what, instead of just doing one training, let's do monthly training. And you know what? It's 1,000 a month, or it could just be 10,000. The deposit's $1,000. That's one. Another gentleman, he's like, man, Bruce, I really think I can do $1 million this year. And I said, well, what do you think is going to get in the way? He's like, we got to talk to more people. So, well, if I can help you talk to more people without you having to talk to them, but the conversations are happening, would that be worth a conversation? He said, yeah, what would that look like? We're talking next week. That's 5,000, right? People want to pay you. You just got to give them the chance to pay you. And then there's one more. So listen, I give my three opportunities. All of them hit. I'll be very happy. One of them hit. That's good too. There's one more. She's a speaker and she wants to expand to universities. So what I've done is I put together a prospecting plan for her, and I'm going to call her. You know what? I was going to call her Monday. I'm going to call her today because success loves speed. And I'm going to say, hey, listen, I just need $1,000 to get started so I can buy some sales tools. So I've got 10,000, I've got 5,000, and then the other one, I've got a price out. I'm just going to say a deposit 1,000 to get started. I'm going to make that money by Monday. It has to work or it has to work. I want y'all to think creative. Start asking yourself this question. How do I make this happen? And Toya says, I don't have a business, but I could sell some unused valuable furniture in my storage unit. That is a business. So I don't know what you mean you don't have a business. Get on Facebook Marketplace today.
No, slow the fuck down.
Oh.
Say that again, Bruce.
If you have something of value and you have people to sell it to, you have a business.
Why do we sleep on our skill sets?
You don't need an LLC. You don't need you'll need one eventually. You don't need one today.
I would go a step further to say the skill that you have in being able to sell that you can monetize, because other people have stuff in their house.
But let's give her action item today.
Right?
Let's give her action item today. Natoya, go into Facebook Marketplace. Take 2 pictures, the front and the back of that. Put them on Facebook Marketplace today with a price. Put a crazy price up there and then put OBO or best offer. Watch your phone ring.
This is why Bruce is so cold. He pointed out, Latoya, you have what you're looking for. You're looking past what you have.
No.
The most frustrating thing is to talk to people who are cold as heck at what they do, and they don't acknowledge how cold they are. Damn, that's good. We got about 2 more minutes, Bruce.
2 more copy. So Brandy, I love where your mind's going but that's tomorrow. I need her to take action today. If you do this today, you're going to be closer to that 1K. You're going to close to that 1K. All right. So listen, one more time, y'all. My name is Bruce Hill. I make sales simple by teaching you to ask better questions. I help you have better conversations by teaching you to ask better questions. I help you to improve the relationships in your life by teaching you to ask better questions. Are you seeing the pattern? All you have to do is get in the habit of asking better questions, and your life and business will transform. Tap in askingbetterquestions.com so you can learn how to ask better questions and apply it to your life. My only request from you, I haven't even asked y'all for money yet. Everything I've offered y'all is no charge. All I ask is you take action. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to make a little money. And you're like, man, I want to make a little bit more. And then we can talk about working together. All right. My name is Bruce Hill. Thank you for your presence and participation. It's been a pleasure to present to you. Cheers to your success.
Y'all give some fire emojis in the chat. That was absolute fire. I hope that you learned something that you are taking with you into whatever business you currently have or are starting. Bruce, if you're still around, there's a question in the chat about being a jack of all trades and how do you focus? Can you answer that in the chat for me? For folks who are here, you do have a business. Also in the chat, let me know what business you have. I know we have mobile notaries in here, of course. What other businesses do you have or that you're thinking about starting? Start to network in the chat with the people who are here. You might find somebody that you want to connect with, that you want to make some money with. Go ahead and put that in the chat. Y'all, if you are getting value from this, please let us know. We are up here just talking away, and you all are hopefully taking notes, but let us know, what you're feeling, what you're learning, what you're taking away. Also, let us know. Okay, Notary and HR consultant, shout out to you. What other businesses do we have in here?
I'm going to say this. If you guys don't know a business to start, I know you guys to rock with me with the notary business, because notary or what our next guest is doing. But this is actually one of the times you could do both and not be overwhelmed. I think being a home inspector is top 5 businesses in America. I repeat, I think being a home inspector is top 5 businesses in America. Not dumping on my realtor friends, but as a former realtor, I would absolutely much rather be a home inspector than a realtor. This is why we're at the Boring Business Summit. Home inspector seems less boring. Home inspectors also always pay. All right, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm going to decline on the home inspection. There's mold, there's bugs. It's a dirty kind of job, but we're going to talk about it with Michael Shine in just a moment, y'all. So
oh my gosh. Wow. Top 5. That is big praise, Andre. Top 5. Right. That is incredible, brother.
Right. So as Dre said, if you have been one of those people who have been considering getting into the real estate business, please know that being a real estate agent is not the only role. There are several other things that you can do, including being a home inspector. We're going to get into that in just a second. But first, let me read his bio. Okay. Michael Shine, beautiful name, is a professional home inspector based in New Jersey who helps buyers, sellers, and property owners understand the true condition of their properties. Known for his attention to detail, he conducts thorough inspections and provides clear, easy to understand reports so clients can make confident decisions about their investments. Using modern tools such as thermal imaging and moisture detection, Michael specializes in identifying hidden structural issues, moisture intrusion, and potential safety concerns. Before becoming a home inspector, Michael served in the United States Air Force as a mechanic, where he developed a strong technical mindset and precision while maintaining complex mechanical systems. Today, he brings the same discipline and problem-solving approach to every inspection. Michael lives in New Jersey with his 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, and is committed to building trust with clients while helping families make informed decisions about one of the most important purchases of their life. Michael, welcome.
Thank you
Welcome.
very much. I appreciate the wonderful introduction.
I want to call out a few things. One, okay, if y'all have been here since the early morning with us, I am noticing a trend that people who are former military start really great profitable businesses. Okay. So if you are like me and you missed the military calling, I think there's still hope for us, but just notice that, right? If you have been in the military, you can really make something out of yourself after life in the military. Because we've had a couple people now, former military, who are out here absolutely killing it. The other thing I would say, you know, pointing out some brand elements in your introduction, you talk about trust and you talk about helping people make decisions. Okay. You also talk about being known for your attention to detail. And so no matter what business you are out there starting, you got to be known for something and people have to trust you. I would say, especially if you do a service-based business and you are entering people's homes, okay? I have people that I know that don't know where I live. So if you are coming to my house to do work, I got to know that I can trust you, right? So those are things that are very important. We're going to talk to Michael more about what those things are. Michael, I kind of said that I know that this business is not for me because of the dirt and the germs, but
yeah, I caught that. Yes.
Tell us how you got into this business.
Okay, well, I got into this business because when I got out of the military, I kind of bounced around to different careers looking for my next path. And I found myself as one of those cable technicians who comes to your house and fixes your cable line and maybe might install cable line for you. And that job was horrible. And not only was it horrible, but it paid badly. And in 2021, I was in the process of buying my house, and my home inspector actually went through the inspection with me. And I was noticing that everything that he did on the inspection was, for the most part, things that I was used to doing or things that I was okay with doing. And I just, because, okay, didn't really think nothing of it until it went to time to pay him. He was at my house for 2 hours and I had to hand him 100, 200, 300, 400. By the fifth $100 bill, a light bulb had gone off to say, how did you get into this? And how can I do what you do? Fast forward a couple of months, I was still on the fence about it a little bit, but my employer let me know that we were going to be shifting from our normal 8-hour shifts to mandatory 10-hour shifts with no additional compensation, not even a thank you. And I don't know if anybody else has had one of those moments where where their bosses just fired themselves, but my boss didn't know that he quit his job that day. I went back into work for my very next shift. I handed in my truck, my keys. I paid for my inspection courses and I jumped full throttle. I haven't looked back since. And I've been loving life ever since I made that scary but wonderful decision.
I love a chance encounter. I love that. You had a need for a service, right? You weren't thinking about this. This was not your lifelong dream to become a home inspector. You needed a service. And by chance of that person providing a service to you and you paying for that service, a light bulb went off. And you said, I could make some money from this. Instead of paying these hundreds of dollars, I could be making these hundreds of dollars. Let's do that. I love that.
Absolutely. Let's definitely do that.
Let's do that. At the same time, it sounds like your job was playing in your face and they wanted you to work for less money. And it seemed like a good opportunity, a good time for you to jump into something different. Anybody at a decision point in your life, you're like, this job is doing XYZ, or now might be a good time for me to start thinking about doing something else, you are in the right place.
If your boss has been acting like he wants to put in his 2 weeks notice, you're in the right place.
You're in the right place. So you started to notice this person was doing some things that you're like, you were thinking already, I can do that. And looking at the money, I can make the money from doing that. What are the initial steps that you took to get started?
The initial steps I took to get started was to understand what would be required of me to become a home inspector in my state. every state has a different set of requirements. There are some states where you have to be licensed. There's some states where it requires a certification. Other states require you need to have an affiliation with a certain type of professional organization. I had to understand thoroughly what the requirements of being a home inspector would look like and what the timeline from my education was going to look like, because I had quit my job and I didn't have an unending supply of money to keep me going until I got my new career started. So I had to make sure that my timeline was such that I could sustain myself and yet actually achieve the goal of becoming an inspector that I wanted to achieve, which that goal ended up taking significantly longer than I initially thought, because life happens and I had a couple of deaths in the family that hit me rather hard around testing time and just a few other things. But God willing, I guess, kept pushing through and was able to go to the school, complete the schooling, and complete the other field hours requirements so I could obtain my license.
Yes, yes. So you are in the state of New Jersey. So very important. You need to know the laws of your state because it will look differently kind of depending on where you are. Put in the chat what state you are in, okay? And then, things might look differently for you depending on where you are. Michael, when you first got into this, actually, let me go back a second. I want to say to folks, don't be afraid of getting additional education, right? Notice that Michael had to go back to school for a certain period of time. How long was the schooling?
The school itself was only about 4 months, but at the same time, I have a background where I was able to skip a few things. If you're starting from scratch, your schooling is going to be significantly longer.
Okay, so don't be afraid to go back to school to get the training that you need so you can start making more money for yourself. The other thing that I wanted to say or ask you about that, when you decided that, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go through the process of getting started, did you think this would become your full-time business, or were you trying to do this kind of like as a side hustle and see where it would go?
Once I jumped into the fact that I was going to do this, it became the only thing that I was thinking about doing. So I knew that I wanted it to become the full-time business, and I named my business Shine and Sons. I'm building it for my boys. So part-time never even crossed my mind. It's been full-time, full throttle ever since I started training.
I love that. Shine and Sons. Why is it important for you to build this business as a family business and as a legacy?
As a man living in America at this day and age, I understand you need to build something for yourself in order to have anything sustainable. As qualified as I've been for as many jobs as I've been to, I have been fired before. I have been let go just because of downsizing. I've been furloughed. Even when I was in the military, I had different times where we had government shutdowns, and I know there's a lot of back and forth fighting. But when you're in the military, they constantly argue whether or not we're actually going to get paid to go get shot at. And that's not cool. So I wanted to build something sustainable to be the bedrock of financial support for my family. And I also wanted to build something that would allow them to come into it if they wanted to. I mean, while their kids ain't got no choice, but once they're adults, they'll have a training background that I can give to them. Hey, you can go be an inspector. You can do it on the side. You can do it full time. But I've provided you with tools that will allow you to always be able to stand on your own feet that no one take away from you.
I love that. I absolutely love that. What are some of let me ask you, how old are your kids now, and what are some of the entrepreneurial lessons that you're teaching them at their current age?
I have an 11-year-old boy, I have a 7-year-old girl, and another 5-year-old boy. Entrepreneurial lessons, I have taught the 11-year-old hard work will pay off, but smart work will pay off faster.
Teach that one to us right now. What do you mean by that?
Okay. I will use a very basic, very simple, basic example. If you have a heavy refrigerator, or if you're trying to move a heavy piece of machinery or whatever, and it's got wheels on it, You could use all your strength and push it against the ground, or you could tilt it back on its wheels and let it roll.
Hmm.
A lot of people in business, I'll use myself for example. Early on in my business, I was not doing my finances properly. I
Hmm.
had this account, I had money coming from this account, I had money from my business account paying personal stuff, and it was just a mess. And organizing that, straightening all that out, it took some initial work, but it has made everything else smoother and easier ever since. Take the time to build the processes that allow your business to run smoothly and smartly. That way you can relax a little bit.
Hmm. I love that. For those of you that were here with us yesterday, we talked about SOPs, and that is very important to your business. Knowing how to operate your business, having procedures and processes in your business so that you're not starting from scratch or trying to come up with solutions on the fly, managing your finances properly. Lots of these conversations are repeating some of the same things. So I hope that you're getting it. That's wonderful. Do your children enjoy your business? Do they find it interesting?
My sons beg to come on inspections with me, and I need to get to the point to where I can actually bring them along on some of the calmer ones. My 11-year-old is already really amazing. We can drive down the road and I'll say, "Hey, Daddy, that roof is messed up,"
Mm,
or "That wall is leaning over," because I've shown him things.
yeah.
And I have not had any complaints about my customer service. It's one of the things I pride myself on. But the very first customer complaint I get, God help you, because you're dealing with the 5-year-old. I'm putting him on the phone. Here, talk to Dominic. I'm not dealing with it.
I love it. It's good that they're interested in it. Because a lot of people build a family business and their kids could care less. They don't want any parts of it. So them having an interest in it early is going to be super important. And I'm so excited for the legacy that you are building for them at this time. One of the things that you talked about was customer service. So let's talk about it. I think this is probably a very overlooked part of most businesses, right? Because people are thinking about the skill that they need in order to, do their service properly. They're thinking about how to operate the business. But then because you have a business, you got to deal with people. So what are some nuggets that you will want to share with people about how to do customer service well?
One of the best ways to do customer service well is to talk to people who are in your industry and find out what problems they've had and then not repeat them. So when I was first meeting realtors and building my network, I would ask them consistently, what is the number one complaint you have about the home inspectors you worked with? And I would get various different answers, from taking a long time to receive the report, to killing the deal, scaring clients away, doing things that you don't have any business doing in a client's house, everything from peeing in plants on camera to
What?
uh I'm serious. I'm serious. Um and so with that in mind, I built my operating procedures to include, okay, I have a 48-hour turnaround time on my inspection reports. And while I don't advertise it because I don't want to always hold myself to this standard because things happen, I try to get it out within 24 hours.
Hmm.
That way, the complaint of speed, it just never comes. The expectation is 24 hours and the expectation is 48 hours, and you usually receive it within 24. Um, Keep
Hmm.
everything professional. Oh my God, especially in the real estate industry, because there are so many people in the industry that you'll meet with. And honestly, I'm just going to speak frankly. a lot of women in our a lot of women in this industry complain about the seriousness of men in the industry, both from clients that they'll work with and other vendors and things like that. So when you come across as nothing but serious, professional, humble, and helpful, the number of referrals you receive magnifies because people understand that they don't have to worry about the nonsense when they're dealing with you.
That is something, you know what? At some point somebody needs to do a masterclass on professionalism, because I think people have this idea that I have to make people like me in order for them to do business with me. So like you want to tell jokes or you're trying to be very playful. But depending on the work that you do, people respect you being professional, straightforward, clear, serious, come in, do your job, and then leave, right? Like very straightforward. We don't have to go to lunch after you inspect my house. I need an inspection and I need a report. Let's do that. And then we have a great business relationship. For whatever reason, people think there needs to be more than that. And that's not necessarily true, right? You build trust with people. You get referrals from people by doing your job well.
Absolutely. And you still want to be sociable with people, because I'll have clients who want to follow me around during inspection and ask questions. And I don't want to come across as so cold and uncaring about their needs that they don't feel as though they can't approach me during the inspection. So I'll make sure that I'm warm and friendly, but also I'm here to do a job. And of course, I'm here to answer any and all questions that you might have, and feel free to answer those questions. But at the end of the day, I'm here to work.
Yeah, I like that. Tell me about your first home inspection job, because remember, not too long ago, you said you saw somebody do this. You said, I could do it. Now you're doing it. Tell us how that first job went and what you learned.
Okay. Yeah. Oh man, I love this. Because my first home inspection job was hilarious because he didn't speak any English. And so my mentor, the person who actually did my home inspection, he passed me that inspection as my first inspection. I told him I got licensed. He's like, hey, it's perfect. I'm going to send you a realtor. And I know it was funny to him to send me a client who spoke no English whatsoever for my very first inspection. And that inspection taught me that in order to best serve my clients, I need to practice another language. So I am currently 730 some odd days into consistent practice with Duolingo. I will be fluent in Spanish because I am not going to allow language barriers to become financial barriers. No. There's nothing that's going to separate me from my money. I refuse.
Say that again. You're not going to allow language barriers to become financial barriers.
Stop right there.
I will not allow language barriers to become financial barriers. That's not going to be a thing.
Sorry to interrupt. I have to hop in there. People stop when they don't know. Winners say, I don't know.
Am I muted or is Andre talking?
Andre's talking.
I'm talking.
Okay.
Winners stop and think, how can I get this done? I want everyone to type in the chat, winners do what winners do. Winners do what winners do. He learned a whole new language to get to the bread. I'm out of here.
A whole new language. Most people would not do that. They would kind of just struggle through it and say, okay, I won't be if I come across a client where we don't speak the same language, I'm going to pass that along to somebody else. What made you say, okay, I am now, right? You're already starting something new, but now I'm going to add another new skill so that I don't lose out on business.
The cost benefit analysis to me was a no-brainer. Every client I have to say no to is a bare minimum. And I mean, I don't get out of bed for less than $500. So every time I have to say no, that's $500. Now, granted, if I have to say no, I'm okay with saying no, but I want there to be a good reason. My children have something that I have to attend. My wife has got something that I need to attend to. I've got a previous engagement. I'm already booked up with inspections on that day, and our schedules can't properly align. Those are all fine reasons for me to turn down an inspection. The inspection is in a state I'm not licensed to operate in. Again, another good reason for me to turn down an inspection. But I don't speak the same language as you. In the era of Duolingo and Chat GPT
Hello.
and Google Translate, you
Hello.
seem to tell me I'm gonna turn down $500 at a minimum because I can't understand you? Absolutely not. No, 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 no.
There might be some people out there that say, $500 isn't a lot of money. I would learn a new language for that.
Okay, let them people stay broke. I'm cool with that. I'm taking the money. I want the money. It's mine.
Take the money. I heard that. So you go to your first inspection. You are not speaking the same language. What do you do in that moment? Because you already decided, okay, future me is going to learn another language so that I'm prepared for the situation. But in that moment, what did you do?
I looked up the Spanish translation for I don't speak Spanish, and I did the speaker translate for him, and we were just kind of going back and forth with Google Translate, and we didn't speak very much, but he appreciated my effort. The end report was written in English, but I got a Spanish language translator to convert the entire PDF file to Spanish so he could read, and I sent them both copies of that document. Their realtor was bilingual, so I was doing a lot of communication through her, and I asked her, are there any quick phrases that you could teach me just in this inspection that I can talk to him so I can tell him what I'm seeing? And in that day, I started learning Spanish.
I heard that. So I'm hearing a couple things. I want to go back to something you said earlier in that once you got started, you had a mentor who handed you this job, right?
Yes.
Somebody type in the chat, mentor. A lot of you are out there trying to do a lot of things on your own, especially as you're starting something new. You need some help. Get somebody to help you, somebody who knows, who has already gone ahead of you and made all the mistakes that you don't need to make early on, right? Who is going to help you. The other thing that you said, as you're learning, right, you use the resources and tools at your disposal. You looked it up, right? We have this phone. You looked it up and you said, somebody can help me here. Let me type this into my phone and get some assistance. You also then reached out to the realtor who was bilingual and said, give me some phrases I can use. Help me out on this. If you don't want to do it yourself or you're not in a position to do it yourself at the moment, ask for help. There are people who can help you. If you have a team, start to build your team with people who are multilingual so they can step in and help, right? You did the document,
Yes.
you had someone translate it, you were relying on this realtor to help. Build your team of people with skills that are different from yours so that you can pull from those skill sets that you don't have. Very, very important. I'm loving this. Did you want to add something to that? Because I have more questions.
Oh, no, please keep going.
Yes. So you're on your first inspection. You start using the tools at your disposal. What was the actual experience like, what you thought it would be like? So you're moving through the home, you're doing all the things. Was this what you expected, or did something pop up that you were like, I have no idea?
It was pretty much what I expected. My first real surprise didn't come until my second year inspecting. But it was pretty standard. There was nothing outside of the ordinary that my training up until that point hadn't prepared me for. So I felt more than confident submitting my findings to my clients. My main issue there was making sure that that language barrier had been broken down as much as possible.
Yeah. So we talked about kind of the home inspector being one piece of this home buying process, right? So I would imagine that you have to do some form of networking to connect with people who represent the other pieces. How do you do that as far as connecting with people who are in this real estate world and getting jobs so that you can be their go-to home inspector?
As far as networking, I like to find different networking groups on social media that'll host different networking events. Actually, just last night I was at a Connect event where they meet the first Friday of every month. Business professionals meet together in the city of Philadelphia, and they'll get together. We mix, we mingle, we talk, we pass out business cards. It's a fun time, and I try to make myself available for it the first Friday every time they host it. And so that's one of my primary ways of networking. But also, I have made myself available to real estate schools in the area because I know that those real estate agents, or those real estate students, are soon to be real estate agents. And those agents or those students more than likely have very few connections. So I'm the very first oftentimes I'm the very first real estate connection that they make. And they appreciate that and they call me back.
How far do you live from Philly?
I'm gonna say New Jersey, Philly.
Depending on what part he's in. How far are you from Philly?
I'm sorry?
How far are you from Philly? I don't know if you can hear me, Brandy.
How far are you from Philly?
About an hour.
Most people wouldn't drive that hour to go to that.
And I'm able to work in both New Jersey and Pennsylvania.
Most people wouldn't do that drive. I want to just point that out.
I want to say too. Oh, go ahead.
Winners do what winners do. All right, I'm out.
I want to say too, you're doing two things, right? That I think a lot of people are just now getting back into. You're doing the social media thing, right? You've joined some groups online, but also you're going out in real life. Somebody put in the chat in real life, right? You are going outside and meeting
definitely
people
in real life.
You are not relying on social media, right? You're not hiding behind the computer. You're going meeting people face to face. If you are not currently doing that, I would suggest that you do. I would suggest you go to networking events both in and outside of your industry, right? So that you can meet people. Going to industry events is great because they can more closely connect you, but going to events outside of your industry allows you to bring people into what you're doing, right? So make sure you go places. We're online today, but go outside and meet some people face to face. All right. So you do your networking. I love that you go to real estate schools. You're so right. People are going to be looking for your services, and you are putting yourself right in position, right, to get their business. What else are you doing to generate business for yourself?
Aside from the general marketing, meeting up real estate schools, social media presence, I am constantly advertising. I've put out some paid advertising, and I'm cultivating the relationships that I've already built with realtors, and I'm constantly on the lookout to meet more realtors wherever I might be. So even if I'm in the supermarket, I've got business cards with me, and I'll stop people and have conversations. If I hear anything involving real estate, I'll stop the conversation and jump right in. And a couple of people have looked at me like, what are you doing? This is kind of rude. And then as soon as I say I'm a home inspector and I'm licensed in the state that we're talking about here, we start talking. And Andre is right. That's exactly how we met.
I love it. I love it. So tell me a little bit about just kind of how you operate your business. Are you solo? Do you have a team? And what does that look like?
Right now, I am solo for the most part. My team exists of my two boys. I do have plans to expand, but right now the team is pretty small, and I like it that way. It's tight knit. We all support each other. We all make decisions on how the social media posts are going to look like and what dad is wearing when he goes out networking.
I love that they pick your clothes. I love it. Okay, so this is great. So you are operating this business on your own. I think a lot of people watching this are as well, and they are navigating it. Tell me about your strategy to be licensed in multiple states. How did you decide on doing that, and what is the benefit to you?
So I decided to become licensed in multiple states after I had to say no to the third Philadelphia inspection. Because like I said, every time I say no, that's $500. That's at minimum, that's $500 I'm saying no to. And I hated that. So once I found out that I have people who are looking for my services in Philadelphia, I went through the process of understanding, again, just like with New Jersey, what's required of me to work over there. There were different insurance requirements. There were different paperwork requirements. Philly, Pennsylvania in general, their government, the red tape is a little bit more slow to move. So you'll have something sitting on someone's desk for quite a while before things can actually get moving. But once that process was completed, I was able to work over there. And again, I don't like saying no to the money I feel like is mine.
You are speaking my language. I love this. One, you didn't just decide on Philly, right? Philly chose you. They said people from Philly were saying, Mike, we need you. And you were like, let me figure out how to help you. let me go where there is already a demand in a place instead of trying to build a demand that doesn't exist. So that's excellent, right?
I gotta pause you 1 second real quick here because she didn't hear me shout her out earlier. I gotta give a shout out to my beautiful wife, Kendra K. Shine. She is wonderful and amazing. And yeah, she's a part of my business too. She helps me sometimes. She helps drop off mold samples. And she was some of the motivation to help me get started in this business in the first place. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. Love you, baby.
Oh no, that's right. Y'all put some hearts in the chat for a wife. She said, I am the wife here, okay? He's talking about him running his business. She said, hello, I'm here.
That is funny that we're not even gonna go into it. We're just gonna keep on going.
Kendra, thank you for being here and keeping Michael on track. Thank you so much. So you expanded to Philly. You did your homework. You said people are wanting me to be here. There is some demand around this. Let me figure out what I need to do to go and get licensed in this other state. Do you plan to be licensed in more states?
Yes, I plan on becoming licensed I finished up my Delaware state licensing later this year, and I will be coming down to Georgia as well because I know that there are commercial properties in Georgia, and from what I'm hearing about the inspection quality in Georgia, some help is needed.
Okay, I have a couple questions from that. I'm going to try to keep myself on track. One, some people go into or want to go into certain businesses and then they say, well, I don't want to expand or I don't want to do this because the market is oversaturated. I would imagine in these states, there's already existing home inspectors. So what makes you confident that your business will be successful as you expand to these other places with other people already doing the exact same thing that you're doing?
I do it better than they do.
You saw me.
I mean, I'm not even trying to be. I'm not trying to oversell myself at this point, but especially when it comes down to a state like Georgia, New Jersey is one of the hardest states to become licensed in and is one of the most scrutinizing states when it comes to keeping your license and the quality of your inspections. The only state in the country that is tougher than Jersey is Texas. So because I'm able to keep and maintain my license and perform my duties well in a state that is so overly stringent on the duties and responsibilities of an inspector, I know that going to a state that is lighter on the responsibilities, duties, and responsibilities of an inspector, that I'm going to have no problem thriving because I'm going to bring a quality that they're not used to. Because the standard that I hold myself to up here, because it has to be, is higher than the standard that's going to be down there because it doesn't have to be. Georgia's not a licensed state. You don't have to be licensed to be an inspector in Jersey. You can just you can learn some stuff. You can get a couple of signatures. You can get a few professional certifications and stuff. But the state itself is not mandating what kind of training you're getting. When I come to Georgia, my Jersey license is on the line. Because even if I come to Georgia and I'm saying, hey, I'm a licensed inspector, because I'm saying I'm a licensed inspector, I have to say that off the fact that I'm licensed in New Jersey. I can still say I'm licensed because I'm licensed for New Jersey, but I could do an inspection down there, do a horrible job, and I can get sued in New Jersey for some work I do down there. I'm not letting that happen
at all. Period. Period. Okay, so I'm glad you provided a lot of context on that. So you don't have to be licensed in Georgia, but it can impact your license in New Jersey. You said that you do this better than other people. That's very important. We talked in the last session about belief, right? You have to not only believe in yourself, but you got to keep some receipts, right? And what are the receipts that Michael just gave us? He maintains his license in a state where it is very difficult, one, to get licensed, and he is highly scrutinized, right? The state is backing this claim that he does this well. I'm sure you also have some wonderful customer testimonials. You talked about kind of getting referral business. So people are telling other people that Michael does this well, right? So you have to be able to do your job well. What is the secret for you, Michael, on how to maintain this standard of excellence as you move from job to job? What do you do that keeps you at this level?
I have a checklist that I follow. It is a standard way of performing every inspection. I have to modify that checklist if I come across a new type of structure. If I've never done a church before, I've got to modify my checklist for churches. But every time I walk into a two bedroom, 2-bathroom residential structure, I know exactly what I'm doing. If that structure increases from 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms, I know exactly what I'm doing. Add a bathroom, I know exactly what I'm doing. 2 floors, I know exactly what I'm doing. 1 floor, I know exactly what I'm doing. And because it is so regimented for each inspection is so regimented, I am able to keep a standard of quality that doesn't change across the board.
I like that. How long does it typically take you to do an inspection?
So for a 2-bedroom, a smaller home is around 2.5 hours. Larger homes, commercial structures, between 3.5 to 4 hours.
Okay, so 2.5 hours, minimum $500. That's good money. How many people are making $250 an hour currently? Let me know in the chat. Let's talk about it, right? $500 a day if you're making that.
That was minimum, and I brought this here. Let me try and cover it a little bit. This was from last Saturday. Y'all can see that?
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
So that's from last Saturday, and that was 3.5 hours. I pulled up at 11 and I left. I pulled up at 11 and I left at 2:30. It's $1,500.
All in a day's work, y'all. Okay, let me ask you this. You are currently solo, right?
Yes.
With some help from the kids. What does your capacity look like? Like, how many jobs do you take on within a given week? And how do you know like what your limit is? Because I know as entrepreneurs, sometimes we think if I just keep working, and then we tend to burn out, right? Because we're doing too much. You're booking 10 to 12 different inspections in a day. Like, what's your capacity as a solo person right now?
My capacity for inspections right now would be 6 in a week. 6 in a week would be my upper ceiling of I can handle this and still maintain the responsibilities because I'm a full-time student at Stockton University. I'm going for my bachelor's in business with a finance focus, and I'm in school 5 days a week. So because I'm in school 5 days a week currently, I am able to have inspections later in the day, and that's perfectly fine. But again, with the schooling and maintaining my grades and maintaining the quality of my inspections, any more than 6 and things are going to start getting ugly.
Yeah, I love that. Y'all don't have any excuses. Married, kids, in school full time, still making money doing this business. Okay, we got a couple questions in the chat. If that's okay with you, Michael, let me go to the chat and then we'll get back to my sort of train of thought. So question, do you subcontract out jobs to other inspectors ever?
No.
No. Michael is not passing up any money. He said that.
It's not even about passing up money. If I were to subcontract out a job, that is me putting my name on someone else's work, and absolutely not.
I heard that.
Now, when it comes to when it comes to working with me as another inspector, once I come out of my semester, my wife, again, let me mention my wife, made a great point that my mentorship program is going to be opening up in the summer. Now, through that program, you will be able to work with me if you're an inspector, because I'll be able to put some stamp of approval on your training process, on your inspection processes, before I just let you go out there with my stamp of approval saying, oh yeah, he's a good guy to inspect. No, we're going to make sure you're good to inspect before I send anything out there with Shine and Sons branding behind it.
That is an excellent point. Thank you so much for saying that. Another question. How much are the startup costs? I want to say as a caveat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Different states, maybe different prices, but how much did it cost you to actually start?
So your startup costs, the biggest chunk of the startup cost is going to be your school. My school was $4,000. And it was all upfront, up chunk. There was no type of state aid or a type of educational funding for it. It was $4,000 out of pocket. Outside of that, you do need some tools to get started with your first few inspections. You're going to need a ladder. You're going to need a very, very, very powerful flashlight. You're going to need a quality moisture meter and a few other basic things. Like, you don't need the full toolkit that I've built out over the last few years to start your first inspection. My tools were nowhere near as robust as they are now when I started my first inspection. But your basic toolkit to get started as an inspector is going to run you about another $1,200. And then, of course, different states will have insurance costs and things like that. So all in all, it's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $8,000 to $10,000 to get started.
Okay. That's actually
And
not bad.
Again, your biggest chunk for that is your schooling, and then setting up your business insurance.
Mm-hmm. Gotta have insurance. Gotta have insurance. Okay, yeah. So Dre put in the chat. Can you put that math that you did back up? Right. So, you said your max is 6 times 500 is 3,000 a week, around 12,000 a month. But keep in mind, he just had that $1,500 check. So not every job.
I'm about to say, all Andre math, all cute. I don't get out of bed. It's not 500 a clip. I'm trying to get out of bed for more than that.
Minimum.
So,
that's what I'm saying. You just did a $1,500 job. So at the bare minimum, right, you'll have around $12,000 a month, which puts you at 6 figures for the year. So that startup cost you can make back in 2 to 3 months. And if you were here earlier today, right, you're gonna learn you learn how to leverage your assets, right, to get your startup costs and get your money. So it's an investment to get started, but you are going to make the money back, right? This is not, this is not a business idea that you came up with in the middle of the night and you need to test it to see if it works. This works if you do the things that get you in contact with the right people to get the jobs, which Michael already answered about how he networks to get clients, right? So keeping all of these things in mind, it sounds like a pretty good business. Are y'all with me, chat? Are y'all still with me? Y'all here? Let me know. I want to be able to answer more questions that you guys have. Here's Dre doing more math. Okay,
there we go. That's what I like to see.
I like to see that too. We increased some money here. Thank you for doing that. A couple more questions before I get back to questions from the chat. So you talked us through your first job. Tell us about what is or has been challenging in operating this business for yourself. Because I imagine, you've done it enough now that you are in a rhythm of what exactly to do. But what do you think might be the most challenging for somebody who is going to be starting fresh?
Your most challenging thing is going to be dealing with your first squatter. So I say that, but I say it jokingly, but I'm very serious. I I had my very first inspection in 2023. And by 2024, I was in a good rhythm. I had met several realtors who knew me, who knew the quality of my work, and who were calling me. So I was experiencing good flow. I met a new realtor, and on our very first inspection together, I noticed that there's broken glass like inside the basement. So that means somebody broke the glass to come in. Because if they broke the glass out, it would be outside on the ground. Um, so I start checking the house. I see little red drips around the staircase and stuff. And I figured out, okay, someone cut themselves. That's blood. I go upstairs. I see a lit cigarette in the one of the bedrooms. I open the door, and it's this cracked out guy on some kind of drugs, real skinny. Him and his female friend who was in there, she was real drugged out too. You could just tell by looking at him. And I had to kick them out the property, and they left. They were peaceful. It wasn't a big deal. But in that moment, I thought to myself, what if they'd been violent? What if they had been on some kind of crazy meth and had some kind of weapon and comes out? And now, granted, I'm very confident in my ability to defend myself. But if they come out and they've got a weapon, or there's 5 or 6 of them and I'm by myself. So not long after that, I got a gun, and I carry my gun when I'm on by myself on inspections. I'm armed. I didn't think I'd have to do anything like that doing this kind of job, but protecting yourself and being serious about it, it's real. It's just a real thing you have to deal with.
Yeah. Very real. When I thought about challenges, I was not expecting you to say that. But I'm glad that you did, because if you are in any, if you're doing this type of job or any type of real estate, safety has to be a concern for you, right? You're going into properties that are not your own, likely in neighborhoods that you've never been in before. You have to be aware of your surroundings and also be able to protect yourself. So thank you so much for bringing that up. Again, this is definitely not my ministry. I'm not doing nothing like that. But I love this business. Y'all let me know in the chat what other questions that you have, because I'm going to keep going. So yes, challenges, squatters, any other challenges that you have come across that you're like, okay, this has happened frequently enough. Here's how I'm addressing it now.
Oftentimes you will have sellers or some other representation from the selling party try to tell you what the condition of the property is when you're looking at what it is. It's like, oh no, that black mark is just paint. I'm like, that's scorched wood. That's fire damage. No, it's just the paint that just dried like that. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I know what I'm talking about. I don't argue anymore. Okay. Take a small sample. I take a small sample, send it to the lab. I take a small sample and I send it to the lab for verification of what it is. And 100% of the time I'm right. Well, no, 100% of the time so far, my call has been right. Only because there are certain things that you can't get away with. Water damage is water damage. Facts are facts. Right. If your roof is bad, your roof is bad. I'm sorry, I don't care about your opinion. It's bad.
I like it. So what I'm hearing is that you have to have a certain level of integrity, right? Yes. In doing this work. Home inspections, for those of you who own a home or planning on doing so, are very important. The results of that inspection could determine, if you get the loan that you're trying to get to purchase the house. It could determine, now that you're a homeowner, how much money you now have to spend to get certain things fixed, right?
That part.
It's very important what goes into this report, right? So you're not just walking through the house, taking pictures and checking things off on a box. You have to be thorough. You have to have integrity and say, these are actually the problems and things that I see. So if you're a person that can easily be bribed and allow people to tell you what things are, then maybe this is not for you, because you have to be a person of integrity.
Let me go ahead and tell you, it's not worth it. We just had investigations. The home advisory board for New Jersey just had investigations and got somebody hemmed up, and they're looking at jail time. Which
Oh,
I'm sorry, it's not worth it. It's just not.
not worth it. Not worth it at all. What do you enjoy about this job? Because, like I said, it creeped me out a little bit. But what do you enjoy about this job?
I enjoy the fact that it creeps you out. I'm serious. I love the fact that outside of my networking, when I prefer to be in a suit or nice slacks or something like that, even now I'm dressed for another speaking engagement and I like how I enjoy looking. But I love pulling up to an inspection, looking how I look, and having the complete and utter shock of the realtor's face when I'm digging around in crawl spaces, I'm in the attic, all the dirty things that they don't want to deal with, um, dealing with locked doors that sound like they got the Tasmanian devil on the other side of the door.
And that's why you will always get paid whatever you would like to charge, because people do not want to do that, right?
No, they don't.
If you are not afraid to do the things that other people don't want to do, you can name your price. I am so serious. People would rather write that check, pay it off, and so they don't have to worry about it, rather than trying to, overcome fears and hype yourself up to crawl underneath the house. I promise you.
Right.
Whatever you charge, please come and do it. I want to talk about. I have so many questions here. I'm sorry. I ask a lot of questions. Bruce might appreciate that, asking better questions. I just have maybe 2 more questions. I'm gonna look in the chat to see if anybody has anything. How long have you been doing this?
I have been on this journey for, if you include my training time, which I do, I've been on this journey for 5 years now.
Okay. That's a good amount of time. I heard you mention earlier about developing a mentorship program, but for people who are watching and or listening right now, give us 3 things that could help someone who might be exploring this as a career option and or have just started out. 3 things that might help them be successful quicker.
1, understand who the worst inspector in your area is, because there is that one. Find out what he did to become the worst inspector and don't be that guy.
Learning from other people's mistakes. Love it.
Absolutely. 2, don't become discouraged when your business fluctuates with the seasons. Real estate in general fluctuates with the seasons. You have to ride the wave and don't get discouraged by it. If you're just starting out in any aspect of real estate, to include home inspection, understand that there are serious, very serious ebbs and flows in this market, and they're very seasonal. 3, if you are looking to get into home inspection and you are scared of getting on top of a ladder, you're gonna have to get over that.
Practice.
Yes.
Yeah.
If it's deciding that it's not for you, then that's perfectly fine. But if you decide it is for you, grab a ladder, put it against the side of a building, and climb. You don't got to get on top of the roof your first time, but climb a few rungs. Get the fear out slowly but surely. Because the last thing you want is to be on your very first inspection to find out I'm scared of heights.
That would be a terrible time to find out.
Absolutely.
Terrible time. Okay, my last question before we get out of here. You've done the schooling to be a home inspector. You already have in mind that you're building this as a legacy business. You want to start a mentorship program. You're also in school now. What is the end goal for you in this business?
The end goal for me in this business is to build an inspection firm that is known both nationally and abroad for providing quality inspection services that you can trust no matter where you are.
You're thinking big, Michael. I like it. You said international as well. So we're not just talking about going from Jersey to Georgia. You're trying to go all over the world.
I have a few friends who have been making recent trips to Kenya and Ghana, and come to find out that the quality of inspection is lower there than you'd like it to be. And it's not due to the lack of trust or a lack of ability. It's due to a lack of understanding of what happens to certain building materials when they're hit with water. How can thermal imaging be used to better increase the quality of your reports? It's stuff like that I can help out with from New Jersey. I can help out a Kenyan inspector from the comfort of my New Jersey living room. I'd much rather help them in Kenya because that just sounds fun.
Right, let's go.
But I can offer that kind of help to an inspector in Kenya from New Jersey. I can teach the high school kid who doesn't think college is the right path for him. I can teach them that, hey man, if you can get together a little bit of money to have your parents help, or maybe have your parents help you with some startup costs, I can take an 18-year-old and help them build a business for themselves. It's the type of thing that I didn't have access to when I was fresh out of high school and homeless and didn't have anything. So
I heard that. Michael, any final parting words you would like to leave people with before we get out of here? On the screen, you have Michael's Instagram. Go on his Instagram. In the Instagram, you'll find links to his website and all that stuff. So maybe you don't want to jump into this as a home inspector, but you might need a home inspection. And he's available and licensed, perhaps in your state. So parting words before we get out of here.
Parting words to anybody who's here thinking about building that business, do it. If you're on the fence, jump. If you are on if you're on the edge of the cliff, jump. It's scary. I know it's scary. You're looking into the abyss right now, feeling like, what's going to happen when I fall? What's going to happen when I fall? Now, don't worry about all that. What happens when you start to fly?
I heard that. Y'all drop some fire emojis in the chat. I love that. I love that you said that. What happens if you start to fly? We put up so many excuses for why we're not doing something. You might have heard Michael say he went to school and you're like, oh, I don't have time for that. You might have heard you need to get on ladder. You're like, oh, I don't want to do that, right? But, give yourself an opportunity, right? You don't know what you don't know, and you don't know until you try. So thank you, Michael, Mr. Michael John, for being here. This was a great conversation. I learned a lot about home inspecting. I hope you guys did too. Let us know in the chat what you're taking away from this conversation, and thank Michael for being with us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And Andre, thank you for the opportunity, brother.
Thanks for joining, brother. You crushed it. You a cold boy.
Okay.
Appreciate your help. My camera not working. Appreciate your help, man. And great luck on everything else you're doing. Everybody go follow Michael on Instagram right now. Camera, are you working? All right, let's plug you up. All right.
We can't
Michael,
see you.
I'll holler at you later on, brother.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, brother. You enjoy. I appreciate you, Brandy. Thank you. Good time.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, there you are.
Brandy, great job. Thank you for cooking up this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Does anybody in the chat have any disposable income? I'm a believer in the fair exchange, no robbery. So we made this free because I just felt people have to get out there, but people have been working. One of them is Brandy. I want everybody, Brandy, kick up the link, to go support Brandy's campaign if you have gotten value. You could say, Well, you know, Dre, this is definitely worth $50. Definitely worth $100. Definitely worth $10. Whatever you think it is worth that you would have paid, send that to Brandy. Right, she has a wonderful campaign she's working on. She working on a year sabbatical and documenting her journey and showing other women how to do the same thing. Brenda, can you give us like a 30-second spiel on that, please, ma'am?
Yeah, I would say that in this last year, I have come to the realization that I would like to rest before I die. And I have not seen this modeled by women who look like me. Black women tend to work and work and work until we can't work anymore. We tend to put everyone else first before we put ourselves, that we are constantly giving and caretaking and believing that our value is in our productivity. And so I am taking a year to further explore and research on my own what rest actually looks like for Black women. And I'm going to document the experience and hopefully all goes well, my technical skills, produce a documentary of sorts. I am tracking my journey currently leading up to this on Substack. I have a campaign right now that you can support to donate to it. My eventual goal is to build a framework to model for other women so that years from now, if you feel stuck in a place where you need rest, you need an escape, you need time off without worrying about paying your bills, you need to find yourself, rediscover yourself, reinvent yourself, that you can.
Thank you, Brandy, for holding it down. Thank you for the great hosting. And everybody just go there. You got 5, throw 5. You got 100, throw 100. Whatever you have disposable, send it to Brandy. Brandy, we will see you soon. If you want to hop back in when I'm with Frank, feel free to as well.
I will. I'll stick around for a while. Yeah, I'll be watching for sure. But thank you guys for having me this morning. I hope that you learned a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna take out my pencil and pad and start learning with you guys. But thank you.
All right. See you soon. All right. Shout out to Brandy. All right. Everybody, tell me where you're at. How you feeling? I know it's been a long morning. I want you, Brenda, did a fantastic job. Didn't she? She crushed it. Carla said that she will do a letter. She's driving. Shout out to Carla in the car. We appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody, like literally 5, 10, 100, to whatever you have disposable, send it to Brandy. She's here cooking for free, helping out behind the scenes. Great lady doing great work. And her and I don't even know if she knows it, but her and I are now business partners because she's too cold. Stretch. Let's do a stretch. Maybe some push-ups. Maybe hit some weights. Whatever it is. I know it's been a long day, and we have 4 more hours. Damn, maybe more than 4 more hours because I go at 5. This is real. We put this together to change lives. We put this together to show people that there are various ways to make money outside of formal education. I have my theory that I think formal education is just about gone for a lot of industries. I think if you're planning on sending your kid to college, by the time they graduate from college, that field might be over. That field might be over. So you have to be very careful about where you're putting your money because we are living in a different world now. So now we have actually one of the people who brought this event together with his hard-earned money, Frank, the mentor. He put his money up, as well as being a phenomenal speaker. He's going to show us how to acquire properties and work with the government to pay them off and to make mad bread. Frank is out of Pittsburgh, a solid citizen, great community leader, father, I believe grandfather as well, Frank, if I'm not mistaken. An all-around great guy who everyone needs to know. I will drop his information in the chat. He has books where everyone go buy one or 10 of his books. Follow him and thank him for making this event free. All right, because people like Frank made it happen. Frank the mentor, what up, big time?
Trey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Always great seeing you, brother, man. Thank you for your continued support. I gave my spiel on who you are, brother. Tell people who you are.
Absolutely. Before we start, you mind if I open us up in prayer?
Let's do it.
God, thank you for this day. Thank you for your mercy and your grace. Thank you for putting this event on my brother's heart to give back to people, Almighty God. Thank you for your mercy, Lord. Thank you for putting us back on the wake-up list, allowing us to be doing better than we deserve. Last night was somebody's last night, so allow us not to complain about nothing and give you all the glory and the praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Woo-wee. Thank you, Brother Frank, representing Pittsburgh.
Let me turn this on 1 second.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. Everybody in the chat, like the video. We have 18 people on YouTube. Like the video. I need all 18.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got to get that up. Y'all share this. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay, do your thing. All right. Frank will be back in a second. So I need everyone to like the video, share the video. So YouTube demonetized my channel. So they are not paying us, unfortunately, anymore. But after you guys show Brandy some love, if you want to support the channel, I would drop a link to that. But make sure you support Brandy first. Then you can show the channel some love if you find it in your heart. We greatly appreciate it because we want to keep this free as long as we can. But we also want to make sure that people are paid as well, even if it's not their full worth of value. But we want to make sure everyone's getting some love. So link in the channel. After you support Brandy, support the channel. If it's in your budget, we appreciate it. Again, anything helps.
Dre,
Frank, you good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Big Frank from Pittsburgh.
Ain't this what they've been waiting for? You ready?
This is the big show right here. You did some time.
I used to pray for times like this.
You used to pray for times like this.
They didn't believe in us.
Oh, I hear it. Nightmares come true.
I remember them days in the back of the paddy wagon. Can you hear it?
I hear it loud and clear. Shout out to Meek Mill. So, Frank, you have to sit.
Let's get it.
How long did you sit for? 2 years? Was it 2 years?
I sat for 2 years, from 97 to 99, man. And that probably was the best 2 years that I could have sat and took a break, man. I'm telling you, I'm Frank from Pittsburgh. I am a motivational teacher. And it may sound like I meant to say motivational speaker, but here's the difference. When you're in front of a motivational speaker, they do their job. They motivate you. They get you ready to get started. 6 months after the new year, you're ready to get back into the gym. You're writing down your notes. You're taking your vision boards. But what happens when you leave that motivational speaker and life starts lifing? Now you need another motivational event to go to get you going again. But as a motivational teacher, I not only motivate you, but I teach you when you're in my presence. So the things that I teach you, when you leave my presence and life starts lifing, you can say, let me try this credit thing that Frank was talking about. Let me try to see if I can start wholesaling property or buying real estate. Let me see how I can reach out to absentee landlords because I noticed the house across the street from me has been worn down. The grass has been growing. So now you can motivate yourself. I am a father, a husband of 25 years, got 2 boys, 2 girls, and yes, a grandson. I am a deacon at my church. That just means that I assist the pastor, and I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And my mission is God, and financial freedom is our only hope. So I'm out here teaching other people how to get started where they are at, not where I'm at, but where you are at. And that's what's missing. A lot of people teach you how to start from where they're at, but you may not be in that position. So you feeling like this ain't for me. I'm gonna pause right there, Dre.
Whew, you cooking already early.
Let's
so
get it.
The 2 years you had to sit, do you feel comfortable saying what you went in for?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all a part of your life's journey. It's all a part of your story. It's all a part of your testimony. You can't never be afraid, no matter where you come from, where you started from, to share your story, because your story and where you've been ain't got nothing to do with your future unless you allow it to affect your future. So I went to jail for aggravated assault. So I'm going to say this, and some people are like, man, I'm getting off. This guy's capping already. I went to jail for something that I didn't do. Let me say that again. I went to prison for something that I didn't do. I was caught up in what was called a gang fight. Now, you know, when you gang fighting, it's so many people fighting and going back and forth. You might be fighting the own people that you with. When somebody's kicking you and stomping you, you hardly getting hurt. So it was a afternoon me and my homies, about 6 of us, went to a bar where they sell good chicken. So we went to go get some lunch. So at the time when we went to the bar to get some lunch, let's just say, and some people can relate, I come from up top in the community I come from. And then there's a down bottom where there's another community where they got their own little crew. We got our own little crew or whatever it is, but we're from the same community. So we all go to the same bar. We just so happen to run into each other at the same time. Now, why did we get into a fight? Because just weeks earlier, the down bottom, let's say, crew had jumped one of my boys that I was with and broke his arm.
Wow.
So now we run into them in the bar and the fight breaks out. It's revenge time. So what's seeming like what's going on for hours, it spills out into the street. Traffic's backed up. The bus can't get past. We in the street going back and forth. I had a bat in my car. You get about 1 or 2 swings with the bat. Then you got to put it down. You got to let it go. And then you got to get to fighting. So to make a long story short, the police were on their way. Everybody jumps in their cars, goes their separate ways. We go back up top. They go back down bottom. Next day, we hear that we got charges pressed on us. So the down bottom crew pressed charges on us, the up top crew. Now there's 6 of us fighting the case. For some reason, 2 of them said I stabbed them with a knife. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So 2 of them say I stabbed them, cut them on a knife with a knife. So I got aggravated assault charge. I've never been in prison before. I ran in and out of the county jail system. Yeah, but I never been upstate, never went to prison before. So this was something new for me. But being as though my attorneys allowed me to run in and out of the county jail a few times, I thought this was the same situation. But for some reason, this proceeded and went further than I expected. And I ended up getting sentenced 18 to 36 months in the state penitentiary for aggravated assault. Now, when I'm in prison, it's a whole different change for you, a whole different atmosphere. You could be the tough guy out in the street, but you got to adjust when you in here. Ain't no guns in here. Ain't no tough guys in here. Your homies ain't in here with you. So hopefully you might got some YNs, which is youngins that is listening right now that can respect what I'm saying to them. Listen, prison ain't a place that you want to be. That is not cool. Being free is cool. And I had to realize that. So when I'm starting my bid in prison, so many thoughts is going through my head. I got a daughter out there that's 3 years old. I got to think about another man installing his beliefs in her, you know, all type of things going through my head. And now at this point, I'm like, all right, how am I going to maneuver through here? I can't keep complaining about why me. I can't keep crying about it. And one night God told me, yes, you are in here for something you didn't do, but I'm sparing your life for the things you were doing. Oof. Because if I would have let you keep going, you would either been in jail for the rest of your life or you would have been dead. So once I got that awakening, I stopped complaining, tied my boots up, and I did my time, and I figured out how I'm going to survive during these 2 years.
Damn, that's raw. And, you know, I've heard a few people say that they went to jail for some stuff they didn't do, or the charges were trumped up. But if they would have gotten caught for the things they did do, they might have never seen the light of day.
Absolutely. Your video is frozen. I can hear your voice. There you go.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
So we're glad you're here. How deep were you in the streets? Because it's from knowing you to the past you, it's such hard to see.
Right. So I had grown man responsibilities at 16, 17 years old. When I say grown man responsibilities, I'm paying for people light bills. I'm paying for people to stay in their houses. I'm paying for funerals. I'm bailing people out of jail. So I had the privilege of being able to come up under old heads, and then I came up under people that was my age. During the day, I was sucking up the game from the old heads on how to move out here in these streets. As I started participating in the pharmaceutical business at 16, 17 years old, And then at night, I would hang with my homies that was about my age, and we was caught up in the gang stuff, which was foolishness, which was crazy, which we don't own none of the blocks that we was willing to die over. They came through with a bulldozer and we ain't throw a rock at it, but we was ready to kill another man about a color because he was in our neighborhood. It's crazy when you think about it now, but thank God that he allowed me to survive it, to now be able to try to help others survive it. So I was caught up in, the streets early, but thank God I had some old heads that helped me maneuver a little different way and think. I was 16, 17, but I had a 25-year-old mindset. So yeah, I got started early with life and the game.
You came out, all right, 99 time, had gone 2000. Were you clean ever since then, or did you revert back a little bit?
Nah, man. I realized going to prison was for suckers. I was too thorough to be going to prison, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you gotta keep it real, man. Like going back and forth to jail, man. What's cool about it? You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I had a 3-year-old that was here without me for a little while that I had to be responsible for. So I had to figure out what is it that I can do that could keep me from going back. And I had learned about real estate early, like back in 96. I came out of school my 10th grade year in 94. So I was already getting some exposure to real estate back then, but I was taking the street life more serious than the real estate life. Ooh. So when I came home in 99, I said, you know what? I'm going to take this real estate game serious. So I started learning the game a little bit more, and I had a mentor. It's key to have a mentor. Now, a mentor may be only able to take you to the middle level in your life. Mm-hmm. And then you may need another mentor to take you to the next level. So my mentor was able to take me to this level because this is where he was cool at, but I wasn't. So there's nothing wrong with you surpassing your mentor, and then you may come back and mentor your mentor.
Ooh, that happens.
So my mentor now is calling me for things. And how I met my mentor is because I never was jealous, envious, or a hating type of person. If I seen somebody, whether male or female, doing something that I was interested in, I would walk up to you and say, hey, listen, look like you got all the bells and whistles. I like the way you live in life. What is it that you can do? What is it that you're doing? The worst thing somebody could tell you is beat it, or this is what I'm doing. So my mentor was willing to tell me I'm in the real estate, and this is how I find property. Here's a real estate agent, and he taught me that buying houses free and clear was the best way.
Okay.
That was my mentor. That was my mentality at that point.
I love it.
And that's what I mean by I got to a certain level and then I had to pass up where he was at.
When did you get your first property and how much did it cost you?
So back in 2000, when I got my first property, I probably paid about $5,000 for it.
Wow.
And it cost me about $5,000 to $10,000 to rehab. Now you got to remember, I'm starting out back in 2000. This was before the gram. I'm raised by OGs, not IG. You know what I'm saying? So I go way back. So the things that they doing now, is I didn't even know was like a thing, or I've been mentoring people. I've been putting people on. I've been helping people. So I never thought you could make a profession out of it, until social media now. So yeah, I was able to buy properties, let's just say in C and D neighborhoods for $5,000, fix it up for another $5,000 and $10,000. At that time, everybody had somebody in the hood that could put an engine in the car and rebuild a house. Everybody knows somebody that could put an engine in the car and fix everything, and he'll cut your hair. So I had one of those guys in our neighborhood. So it didn't cost me much to fix up, Now, I only invested in C and D neighborhoods. C and D neighborhoods mean low income homes. So these houses that I'm buying $5, $10, $15,000 may only be worth fixed up $50,000, if that makes sense.
It makes total sense. So let's say that you went all in on the property for, let's call it 20,000 for rough numbers. How much could the rent bring in at that time?
So at that time, that was probably between a 2 and a 3 bedroom. You bring it in probably about 800 to 1,000.
Okay.
Now rents was cheaper then too.
Yeah.
Than what they are now.
So you basically get your money back in not like 2-3 years. You get your money back.
Correct. Your return on your investment was quick.
Damn, and everything profit after that. Okay, so at the height of your acquisition, what was the most amount of properties you had?
So my mission when I got started and got motivated and I wanted to go hard at real estate was to buy a house in every neighborhood in my city, which would have been about 90 different buildings. That was my motivation. And I was going for that. But in between going for that and years passing, my kids is getting older. I got more and more priorities and responsibilities. So as I'm trying to expose my kids to what I would like to leave them, a legacy and wealth and all that, I'm starting to see they're taking on their own attitude and they're taking on their own mentality. So I'm not the type of father that's going to force them to go do something that I thought I was going to leave for them, if that makes sense.
Makes total sense. It makes total sense. Okay. Where are you at now as far as acquisition of properties?
So right now, so with that being said, what I just said, I end up falling back at 30 properties. Let's say 30 doors.
30
so
doors,
30 doors in property, to those that's listening and might not understand, is different. I could have 5 buildings with 5 or 6 units in it, and that be 30 doors. So I fell back once I got to like 30 doors, and I seen that my kids was no longer interested. My family was no longer interested in being able to take over the business if I left it to them, because they didn't want to do the business while I was here. So they sure ain't gonna do it when I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? So that's something for people to think about. You may be thinking about leaving your kids all the bells and whistles, but if you ain't leaving them no game or no knowledge, they're gonna blow it. So I stopped at 30 properties and just said, I'm gonna support my kids. By this time, they're off in college. It's a blessing just to have a good last name and for them to be able to call you and you support them however you can. So I stopped about 2 years ago at 30. Now I'm down to about 20 doors because I start selling off some properties to go do and get into some other adventures.
What was the most you made off of a sale of a property?
Last year, 150.
150,000.
Yeah.
Sweet. How did that feel? Because 25 years ago, that 150 would have came from a different source. How did that feel with that kind of wire coming through, and you don't have to look over your shoulder, not to worry about anybody coming to get you, just a clean transaction?
You know what? It really, because in order for me to get to the 30 doors, I had to do some fixing and flipping and wholesaling and making not as many checks, but making checks in between selling one to be able to buy 2, learning about financing and pulling out equity out of your properties. So the 150,000, I really didn't get excited. What I always tell myself is I know how to make money, but I'm still learning how to keep the money.
That's deep. Okay, yeah. What's your favorite kind of property to buy? A single, duplex, quad, anything that makes money?
So at first it was anything that makes money, right? So now I'll look at apartment buildings no more than 10 units. Why no more than 10 units? You got 10 different families. You got 10 different personalities. You got 5 that drink, 5 that might smoke. Just picture that. Just picture that. Now you got a bunch of different personalities all under one building. So now I'm looking for more of turnkey properties that have a good history or report with their tenants in it. So that's where I'm at now, finding properties that have good tenants in them in apartment buildings more than the single family houses now. But let me say this: you make more money off family houses than apartment buildings, right? Because you can have a 10 unit bringing in you $1,000 a month. That's 10,000. But you can have 5 single families bringing you in $1,200-$1,500 a month. You do the math. And with apartment building, you're normally going to finance it. So your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance is going to cost you more than it would if you was able to buy a house for 20, 30, 40, 50,000 free and clear, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. How long have you been a full-time investor / entrepreneur for?
Since I came home, man, back in 99.
Have you had a 9-to-5?
Huh?
Have you ever had a 9-to-5?
Yeah. I had a 9-to-5, man. I was trying to sell Kirby sweepers. I did service calls. I did handyman work. Anything, man, that was going to help me put food on the table and not have to get back into the streets until real estate really started to allow me to afford a lifestyle.
What does the government play in your rental / acquisition model?
So I only accept guaranteed money, and that's considered state or government money. So you hear a lot of people saying that, they only deal with Section 8, and a lot of people get in the game because they say, I'm going to get this property renovated. I'm going to rent it out to Section 8. Well, Section 8 ain't really as sexy no more. Section 8 can be a headache. We are really the mom and pop landlords. We are really the affordable housing. All the affordable housing that they say they're building and creating, who's affordable are you talking about? Affordable housing is when you allow somebody to rent a nice house based off of their income. So we allow, as mom and pop landlords, I call us, allow people to rent nice houses based off of what Section 8 will pay. Even though we know if we went with somebody who was working, we could get more, but we look at the guaranteed paycheck. So Section 8 was always one of my go-tos, and it's still a lot of people's go-tos. But then you have the veterans program, where the veterans, you got homeless veterans, where you got the government that will assist them with paying their rent. Then you got people that get Social Security and SSI. You can have their rent portion direct deposited into your account. So that's guaranteed money. Then you have the homeless shelter for battered women, to where they will pay a year or two the tenant's rent for their property. They will pay the full rent. Then you have kids that are outgrowing the system, where they're in homes and they're outgrowing the system. So now they have to get out there on their own, but you will have the government pay for their rents. Should I keep going?
Yeah, keep cooking.
yeah. So now you see, if you're interested in getting into real estate, and how many people here, if you could put a 1 in the chat, already invested in real estate?
One in the chat if you are already investing in real estate. And do you consider someone's primary residence an investment?
No, sir.
Okay.
There's like a thin line between that, because if you purchase it right, it can be an investment. But nowadays, people are overpaying and bidding on properties. So when I purchased my property back in like 22, I was able to get it with built-in equity. So now when I'm ready to pull money out of it, I can pull some capital out of it. a lot of people is going into real estate and buying their first homes now, and it's like a car. They're like underwater, so they have to be in the house and making so many payments over so many years until they can see some equity in it, and then the bank is only giving you a percentage of that equity. I'm trying to understand where where the house, your single family home, is an investment at if you can't grab no capital out of it when you need it. If that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. What does pulling out equity look like, and what's the most amount of equity that you've pulled out of one property?
So the bank will lend you now 70 to 80% loan to value, right? Mm-hmm. So I never pulled that much out so I could still have some equity in there. But my play is, and I hope y'all got y'all notebooks. Here's my play. My play is blanket loans. So when I got into the real estate game, like I said, I was taught that buying free and clear was the best way to invest. So by the time I understood refinancing and the BRRRR strategy that you hear people talking about, I was up to like 10 properties free and clear.
Damn.
So now once I learned the refinance game, I do a blanket loan on 6 properties. That means put 6 properties under one loan and pull out 80 to 90% at that time back in 2000s of your of the equity. So let's just say I got 6 $50,000 houses. The bank is going to loan me 80 to 90% of that 300,000. So now those 6 will pay for that $300,000 loan, and I still got the other 4 free and clear. I hope y'all got that.
You're the first person I know who's ever pulled that off.
That's why, let's, one thing about me, I'm legit. I may not be lit, but I'm legit. You know what I'm saying? And and you've been a big part of inspiring me, man, to really, step it up a little bit and start teaching people, the game from a whole different level, a whole different perspective, without trying to see how much money I could get out of them to brag about how much I made in a day. But I feel like building my legacy is the more people I can impact. Eventually my kids may need somebody and they be like, man, your dad was Frank Mentor. I got you. Like that says something to me. That's legacy to me when somebody could mention my name in Atlanta to Andre and he said, Frank was your dad? I got you.
That's real stuff right there. So the benefits of the blanket loan versus each property HELOC or refinance cash out.
So the HELOC comes from home equity line of credit. That's when you pull out money out of your house if you have the equity in your house.
Okay.
And you should, if you have money in your house, you would do a HELOC. A HELOC is like it's another loan on top of your loan. So you don't want to refinance and start your loan all over. You got 10, 15 years left. Now you go refinance to get money out or lower interest rate. You really don't want to do that. You want to do a home equity line of credit. So now you can pull out the equity and write a check for however much you need to go out and invest. Go out and invest with that home equity line of money, not go get a new deck, not go remodel the kitchen, not go do nothing that's not going to bring you in a return. Take that money, invest it, get a return, pay it back, then fix your house up if that's your mission.
It makes total sense. Have you ever bought a bad investment?
Yeah, man, you could lose your shirt and your pants in this real estate game, man. You know what I mean? It comes with it. A bad investment really would be like investing sight unseen. Like when you go to a sheriff sale, you really can't do your homework on those properties. You just, you do as much as you can. You do as much due diligence as you can, but you really can't go into the house, do a thorough inspection, like the property, bringing a property inspector, because it's not your house and you're going to go bid on it. So I done bought some houses sight unseen where the the front looked good and then there wasn't no back. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm all in already. I got to get the whole back of the house put back on. But the numbers at the end of the day still make sense because, the house may have been on a nice piece of land.
Okay. And I guess that's why you converted to the guaranteed money from the government. Is there a favorite government program that you use or top three?
So let me see what my top three is. What I've been doing like this last year now, I'm marketing to people with home health care businesses.
Oh.
So I'm transitioning from the traditional rental, and I'm giving y'all some game. I hope y'all writing this down. Mm-hmm. So I'm transitioning from the regular rental game, and this is what I call my triple net lease for single families. You never heard of a triple net lease for a single family. You normally hear that on a commercial building. So now what I'm doing is I'm marketing to people with home health care agencies that house veterans, that house 65 and older elderly people. They don't want to they have the company, they have the license. They don't want to get into real estate. They don't want to be buying and fixing the houses up. So here I come. I rent my house out to them already ready for them to move into. So a house that I would get $1,500 a month for, I can make it $3,000 a month. Dang. So I could make it $3,000 a month, meaning I could double my rent. I don't have to pay no repairs because their clients more than likely sometime messes the house up. They know that. They pay for the taxes and the insurance. They pay for the utilities. It's a single family house. Now, why would they be willing to pay double and pay for all the utilities? Because we're doing B2B, not B to customer. So what happens with B2B? That's write-offs, right?
Yeah.
So now they're writing all that off that they're paying me, and it works out for them. But here's the thing. If you know people with home healthcare businesses, they get paid per day, per head to house clients. People with programs with intellectual disabilities, dealing with people with autism. When they have housing them, they get paid $500 to $800. So I'm renting 2 to 3 bedrooms out to them. Do the math. Ooh. So my $3,000 to the money that they're making per day, you could drop that on the screen somewhere. $500 a day per head. Let's say a minimum of 2 people staying in a house.
All right, so $500
per day.
Okay, per day.
200. Let's just say 2 people. I like to keep things at a minimum, and therefore, okay, you could do it at a minimum, and you can scale.
2 people. All right.
For 30 days.
30 days. All right, times 30. All right, so that's 1,000. So that's $30,000 a month.
And how much they paying me for rent? $3,000.
$3,000. So $27,000.
Let's just take another 7 off because they paying their taxes, utilities, things like that.
Damn.
Yeah. So they ain't complaining. And that's all government funding. And if anybody understand the home healthcare business and housing clients and dealing with people with intellectual disabilities and autism, they know I know what I'm talking about.
All right. So going to people with home health aid facilities, that's the bag. Partnering up with them.
Correct.
And I assume that they hire like nurses aid and nurses to come take care of the people in the house.
Correct.
Are there certain areas that they look for to do this in?
Well, see, I was buying houses in different areas. So now when I say I went from 30 to like 20, I'm selling off properties that don't fit the areas, and I'm selling off properties that are headache tenants. And I'm keeping properties that help maintain my lifestyle until my other adventures starts to outweigh the real estate. Because
Okay.
eventually I may get 100% out the real estate because I had such a heck of a run, and then I don't have I'm gonna say I don't have nobody to inherit it.
Okay. So like none of your kids want to own real estate?
Nah, they got their own good careers.
Okay.
They fine, and anybody should respect what their kids is doing. If they want to go travel the city and paint and spray paint people's buildings, support them. But here's the game though, right? I would rather leave my kids $5,000 life insurance policy with $1 million worth of gain because they'll know what to do with it, instead of leaving them $1 million life insurance policy and they got no information. So you ever heard of lottery winners? 90% of them going broke after getting millions of dollars.
Absolutely.
because they got lucky. They mentally didn't prepare to build themselves for $100 million or $1 million. They got lucky and got the money with a $10,000 mindset. So that's why the money went away, and now they back to working again. So I'd rather leave my kids with $1 million worth of information and some money than trying to leave them with a bunch of assets and they don't know what to do with it because they didn't know what to do with it when I was here.
So give me the quick 30-second recap again on what you said. You hear me, Frank?
I hear you now. What you say?
Okay. So give me the quick 30-second plus recap on the play that you used to get to that $30K a month. It's 2 people in the house, home health aid agency, and what else from there?
So now this $30K a month is the agency. This ain't me.
Mm-hmm.
The play that I just gave you is why I'm now getting away from regular tenants and marketing and partnering with home healthcare agencies.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making $20,000 to $30,000 a month. So them paying me $3,000 a month plus paying for the utilities, the taxes, and any repairs, it's just pennies to them.
So was that your next business, the home health? Is that what you're working on?
Since it's you, I'll let you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm already licensed.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the office right now.
How long did the license? Well, congrats on that virtual. Talking up my man Frank. How long did it take you for that process underway, and how much did it cost you
to get licensed?
Mm-hmm.
It took a year. It took a year. Well, the first year I didn't get it. Me and my family went to try to get the license or whatever. And what we did was so many people was charging so much money. Now, I'm willing to pay people to a certain extent, but I'm not willing to pay you because you have a platform. I'm not willing to pay you because you have a name, just to say I'm connected with this person or I'm in a picture with this person. So we went through the process ourselves and saying we'll do it ourselves, and we didn't get past the policies and procedures. But anytime you get told no, you get told what to do.
Whew.
So
hold on. No. Stay right there. When you're told no, you get told what to do. Damn. So you just go back to the drawing board and just fix it.
Correct.
This is what I mean in life, Frank. I'm sorry to cut you off again. Is what I said, that it's really never over.
No, just mean not right now.
It's literally, there's literally no blockage in life, fam. Okay, keep going, Frank.
Yeah, so we doubled back because you had to wait a year after you fell. We doubled back. We took the license, went through the process. So it took about a whole year. We had to wait a year, and then it took a year to get licensed.
Okay. I love what you're doing. Is your wife a career woman? Does she work with you? She stay home wife?
Yeah. So hear me? Can you hear me?
You broke up. Yeah, I hear you.
My wife's in the home health care business. business, and she also works with a large insurance company. My daughter's an RN. My other daughter is an attorney, and my son, he's into journaling down in Atlanta. So my other son, he's working a good job. I got a grandson that's a good a good 10-year-old. So I ain't complaining about nothing.
You did everything right. You did everything right, Brother Frank. So when people,
and not to cut you off, it ain't about doing everything right. It's about not complaining when things ain't going right and figuring out how to fix it. So that's where my relationship with the Lord comes in at. Instead of me complaining, I go pray. Instead of me worrying, I know sooner or later things is going to turn in my favor.
Damn.
So now I'm just a walking testimony of when things ain't right, I can still smile and be a blessing to other people. So like I hear you said all the time, reciprocity. Become what you're looking for. You got people, if you're struggling, still help somebody else that's struggling, and watch how things work out.
Quickly, off-market properties. Are you a fan of, not a fan of? Are there pros or cons? Do you only get off-market, or do you also use the MLS when you are actively buying?
Now, so I do. When I started, because of the properties were so cheap, I was going through an agent that only dealt with like bank-owned and foreclosed properties that was taken back. Now I work with absentee owners, off-market properties. I do pre-foreclosures. Pre-foreclosures is when you come through as the bank and stop somebody's house from being taken, but you help them out in a way to where they'll be okay and they'll move out the property and you'll take over the property. That's a pre-foreclosure.
Okay. So it's like a subject to kind of thing?
So a subject to is, let's just say a mortgage is becoming too much for somebody to pay. So I'll take over the mortgage and then I'll mortgage it out to somebody else for more. Oh. This person isn't losing their property. Pre-foreclosures, the person's on the edge of losing their property, and you come step in. So now they can move out without ruining their credit and having that foreclosure on there. But you have to know what you're doing so it makes sense to you and the buyer. I mean, you and the seller.
The ultimate win-win scenario.
Correct.
Fix and flip versus wholesaling. Any preference on either one?
The thing with real estate is you pick a lane, you master that lane, but in the time that you're mastering that lane, you're also learning the other branches of real estate. You're also learning how to fix and flip. You're also learning how to wholesale. Because the key thing is, once you know how to evaluate a deal, then you're in good shape. So wholesaling gets people to get enough money up to fix and flip, and then fix and flip and do buy and hold if that's what they're interested in. So, that's how you act. That's how you start. You buy, you wholesale. This is for somebody that may not have the capital, but you have a little bit of capital to be able to negotiate. You have some capital to be able to move around. You have some capital to be able to do a title search on a property, because sometimes you want to do a title search before you put the property under contract, because a lot of sellers, they may not tell you everything. You know what I mean? So some things you got to still do your own homework. You got to go to the courthouse, research the property on your own, see if there's any liens out there that the seller might have told you about, so you can disclose it to your end buyer.
If you guys have any real estate questions, type them in the chat before Brother Frank has to go. I know you don't formally have a mentorship program. You and I are going to be working on your program this spring. But if somebody wanted some coaching with you, could they DM you and you give them some rates?
Yeah, they could definitely DM me. I definitely work with them one-on-one. And I guess my mentality is building a program around my one-on-one client.
That's
So
smart.
therefore, you don't have to go back watching 1,000 hours in videos that may not relate to you. But
I
if
like
you reach out to me and we're recording our one-on-one, or we're recording us together, then now you can go back and rewatch that and say, "Dag, I missed what he said. Let me rewind it." So that's why I really wasn't excited about packaging a course. I don't want to do nothing that I don't want to do.
do
I don't
yourself.
like sitting watching nobody else's videos all day. I like to be able to get in touch with people. So when you
Mm,
do business with me, whether you spend $1 or $1,000 with me, you always got me on speed dial to text
whew.
me or message me, to walk through physically or online with a property with you or whatever it may be. But so you can DM me. I don't know, my information's up there, and you can
Yep, it's
also.
here. It is. Um, the link is in the chat for Frank's Instagram. The link is in the chat for Frank's Instagram. And people are appreciating the game that you're giving out, Frank.
Oh, no doubt, absolutely. And they could go to my website too. I don't know if my website's up there.
Websites here. I want everyone to go there and cop 1 or 10 of Frank's books. Go there, cop 1 or 10 of Frank's books. If you're enjoying the weekend, Frank is one of the people who put his hard-earned money up to make this thing happen. Frank, we appreciate you, good brother. Everything is here, and if you're watching the replay, the links will be beneath as well. Any inspirational words, Frank, for somebody who might have failed that business, that might have been laid off? Any just godly, businessy words of encouragement you have for people?
Yeah, man, you really don't fail when you shoot your shot. You know,
Mm,
you miss when you don't shoot it. You actually learn from it. So don't look at it as a failure. You know, build the parachute on the way down, figure it out as you go. You're in the 1% when you're taking a chance at trying to pursue your visions, your goals, and your dreams, versus people that's sitting around and keep watching videos and keep learning, and all they doing is collecting information. So I would tell you, if nothing else, my motto is to stay focused, to keep doing what you need to do, and find people that's really actually doing what you're doing. And, you know, first, before you pay anybody, look into them. If somebody won't get on a phone call and do a free consultation, and I may be messing this up for some people, then you may not want to do business with them. They may not appreciate you or your money as much. I need to see if our energy even connects
ooh, that's good.
before I even take your money. Because if your energy and my energy don't connect, then we ain't gonna be able to do good business anyway. If
Whew.
you stressed out, you ain't gonna be really able to receive what I'm trying to teach you. So I don't want you to feel like I just took your money and didn't teach you nothing, but it was really because you wasn't receptive of it, because you was dealing with so much in your own life. So that's why I deal and do free consultations, is to see where you at, see how we fit. If I can't do it, then I can refer you to some good people that can, such as my brother Andre.
I love it. I love it. Um, have you made have you made over $1 million in real estate over your journey?
I'll say yes, but it went quick. But I became a millionaire on paper quick. There's a
Mm.
difference. In real estate, it's a cash heavy game. So you're not really sitting on a lot of capital, but you're worth millions.
Who's
Lit over
this?
legit, legit over lit.
Love you, Dad.
Oh, that's my daughter.
Okay. Shout out to your amazing daughter. I don't know what time you came in. Is it Charm?
Carmi.
Charm, he was bragging about you guys earlier. So shout out to you.
Yeah. It's all. Hey, that's what it's about, man. God and family is first, man. There's
Nah,
God, family, and then whatever it is you do to enjoy your life. You know, your life should never really be balanced. It should be unbalanced if God is number one in your life.
whew, whew. Frank, mentor, Instagram link in the chat. If you're watching the replay, will be beneath. Book him, say, hey, I would like to talk to you about some one-on-one coaching. You've done all aspects of real estate: wholesaling, long-term buy and hold, fix and flip, 10 units, single, double, etc. So if you are
in real estate looking to get in or expand, he is the go-to person to call. He might not be extra lit, as he said, but he is as legit as human as they come. Thank you, brother Frank, for the love and support as always, King.
Appreciate you, man. Much love. Y'all stay focused out there. Peace.
Let's go. So everyone go follow Frank, show him some love. Great guy, phenomenal guy. So we are winding down. Brandy, I don't know if you are still in the building. Shout out to Brandy. All right. So this is day 2 of our Boring Business Summit. We hope to have many more of these. We got some help. Brandy came through, held down the interviews earlier. If you are late to the party, go subscribe to the channel, go like the channel. And here's why I put this together. I'm gonna keep it real simple for you guys. Life has changed as we know it, as far as education, careers, businesses. Things have just changed and shifted. Oftentimes, people, especially in our community, we're late to the party because we're looking at things that we aren't focusing on what I would call the correct things. So we're looking at things that are past, gone, things that are fancy, but how soon and how long can this thing pay you for? My goal was to bring people things that can pay them for a long time. Bring them things that can pay them for not a ton of startup costs. Bring them things that can pay them without them physically having to work for every dollar. I want you to think about what you're looking at and think about how long will this be around for? A lot of you guys have kids that are going to college. I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna call it as a lot of parents send their kids to college for their own parents' egos. Ouch. You want them to go because you want them to go. Is that degree that you want them to have, does it make sense financially? Are they a college guy? Or do they need a home inspector business where they leave the house for $500 minimum? I repeat, do they need a home inspector business where they can leave the house for $500 minimum? Do they need any lab testing franchise? Do they need to start a DNA testing business? I want people to learn to get to the money. Do they need a notary agency and a house cleaning, a notary agency and a clean out house junk removal out of their properties? Follow where things are going. Don't follow trendy. Don't follow what you want them to follow. Don't follow needs. Is this thing needed? And especially, I'm gonna go all the way there. Are you on maybe the check side? Maybe you don't have a ton of bread on deck. This is not an insult. We will have up and down on our journey. If you need money, you need to do needed stuff. Everybody type that in the chat right now, whether you're Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. If you need money, your goal needs to be needed stuff. I don't want to hear about your podcast. I have a podcast. It's lit. But that should not be the focal point, in my opinion. You need bread. Let's get to the bread. We have my man Marquise Robinson coming up. Marquise, let me know when you are ready. Atlanta Royalty. One of the most organized. So wholesalers don't always have the best reputation. I call it what it is. They typically, Marquise, if I'm wrong, correct me. They don't run their business like a business. They run it like a hustle.
Absolutely, man. And that's why a lot of people get burned out and they get replaced, or they go off and now they're doing drop shipping and they're doing taxes, all kind of stuff. But again, nothing against that. But I think you just got to lock in on one thing. But most importantly, like, scale the business, right? I tell people this all the time. And I'm a firm believer in this, man. If you give the job permission to feed you, you will give the job permission to starve you as well. I think everybody on this call should make yourself hard to be replaced. I'm telling you, I'm coming in hot, man. You want to make sure you're hard to be replaced. What does that mean? Meaning you need to have a recession-proof skill. And I'm going to give you guys a recession-proof skill and a strategy in a few minutes here with surplus funds, how you can make money on foreclosed homes and still wholesale as well. Because here's what we're running into on the wholesale side, right, Andre? A lot of states are outlawing they're making laws to stop wholesaling, or you know how it goes, right? When a certain amount of people start to make money and come up in a certain industry, what happens next? The red tape, the politics and things like that started to happen. So what we did was we reverse engineered that business as well, Andre, where here's the thing as well, right? If you help enough people get what they want, you'll be able to get what you want, right? You solve enough problems, you'll be able to make the money. Because truth be told, Andre, and you can testify on this as well, right? That is where the money is truly made, right? If you solve someone else's problem, make their life better, or if you serve them in some way, somehow, the money is going to come to you no matter what. Drop a yes in the chat. You guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Again, man,
They'll be throwing money at you.
They're going to throw money at you because you solved the problem or made their life better. You know what I mean? You go to a certain restaurant because you like the way you feel when you go there, the way you're treated. That's the reason why it's your favorite restaurant, right? It's the reason why people make the money that they make in real estate. They're solving the problem. Either they're providing housing, specifically with wholesaling. What we're doing is we're finding someone in a distressed situation. I had a guy going through a divorce. He was like, hey, man, Andre, I don't give a damn what we sell the house for. I hate this lady that I was married to at one point. I just want to cut ties with it, bro. I live in Florida. The house is in Texas. I'm tired of dealing with it. If you guys can sell this thing in 30, 45 days, I'll sign the contract. Right? So I got really, really good at that, guys. And before I got into this industry, for the people that don't know me, my name is Marquise Robinson, based here in Atlanta, born and raised in Georgia. I'm pretty sure you guys can tell with this Southern accent. Former teacher, man. I just got tired of being tired. Right? I got sick of me. When I say sick of me, I got tired of listening to a podcast, going to a mentorship, right? Listen to the motivational videos on YouTube. In the back of my mind, guys, I knew exactly what I needed to do. Need to get uncomfortable. I need to finally commit to something, right? I needed to be coachable. And last but not least, I needed to execute. I'm going to say them three things again. I needed to be coachable. I needed to finally commit to something, meaning commit to being the best version of myself and commit to being the man that I want to be one day, right? The guy that's in shape, making the money that he wants to make. But most importantly, I had to change this. I had to execute on the game plan, be coachable, and invest in myself. So what I did was I pulled money out of my teacher retirement, guys. I was a teacher at the time making $2K a month. I taught in Florida. I taught in Georgia. I taught in Fulton County schools, you name it. Any situation you could think of with schools and students and in the politics and the public education system, I was that teacher. But, you know, I would come home every day unfulfilled, burned out, tired. And I just bet on myself, man. I took the money out of my teacher retirement, paid for a mentor. He taught me how to wholesale real estate. After that, built a 6-figure organization, continued to pour into myself, scale, and built a 7-figure organization as well. But I started to run into problems, right? Andre, what would we do, right, if I get Mr. Smith on the phone, he wants to sell the property, but he ghosts me, right? Or we're under contract and unfortunately we can't sell the property in time. It happens, right? You're not going to close every deal. I had a mentor, and at the time, Andre, I didn't even know he was going to be my mentor, but I had someone come to me and say, hey, man, what do you do when the properties don't sell if you're dealing with a lot of pre-foreclosures and tax delinquent properties? I'm like, hey, we move on to the next deal. He was like, man, you're leaving meat on the bone. And that's when I learned about surplus funds, ladies and gentlemen, right? With surplus funds, you're reaching out to homeowners who may have lost the property at the foreclosure auction. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? And I'm going to dive into the strategy a little bit more, but I want you guys to understand the mindset, right? You want to make it very, very hard to replace you. So if they shut down wholesaling today, I have surplus funds. It's simply the back end of a wholesale deal, meaning if the property doesn't sell at the auction, right? Or if I can't wholesale it and it sells at the auction for more than what's owed on that mortgage or on those taxes, it creates what's called a surplus because technically that equity belongs to the former homeowner. Drop a yes in the chat if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Want to make sure we got everybody in here. We locked in, right? Drop a yes in the chat if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So what we did was reach out to homeowners who may have lost the property at the auction and said, hey, Mr. Johnson, I know you probably thought your life was over because I want you guys to really think about something. A lot of these people going through pre-foreclosure or tax issues, they probably either filed bankruptcy as well, maybe even going through a divorce. I had one guy, he was living at his mom's house in the basement, trying to restart his life. So again, if you help enough people get what they want, you solve someone's problem, serve and add value. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to make money no matter who the president is, what market we're in. It does not matter if we're in a recession or not. The money's out here, but you got to solve a problem. You got to add value. So with this guy in particular, right? He was in his mom's basement. He was like, "Hey, I lost the property at the foreclosure auction, man. It's over." I said, "Not quite, buddy. Not quite, right?" So we let him know, "Hey, you may be owed 30 to 40K from the foreclosure auction because looks like from the document that we pulled, you owed 200 for this example, 200K on the mortgage, and the property sold for 240. So then what we do is, and I'm gonna share my screen in a second here, guys. What we did, walk through the process with him, right? Hey, I'm gonna reach out to the lender trustee who's holding that money that's owed to you, right? We're gonna put the documents together. We're gonna charge you, let's say in this example, 10 to 20%, right? So for the people at home, if he's owed 40K, we probably make what, 8K on this deal? 8K on this deal. We're not clocking in anywhere. We're not in a factory working anywhere. We're simply helping someone who thought it was over, right? He thought the fight was over. He was like, "Man, if you can do this for me, I'm happy to give you 10 to 20%. And we do this process rinse and repeat because it's a strategy that's recession proof. Because let's be honest, guys, it's going to be a foreclosure auction every month. It's going to be a tax auction every month. If you don't believe me, you can go to auction.com. I'm going to share my screen here with you guys, right? You can go to auction.com and simply, ladies and gentlemen, go to auction.com and pull a list up on here. And it's going to be a foreclosure list on the website right now. Someone is going to be going through this situation every month. So when I say recession proof,
Okay, Marquise, your screen froze. Just hop back up when you're ready. Everybody in the chat. Sorry, I was eating. Tell me, type in the chat straight game. He is the most organized wholesaler I know. He has a national operation. He shows people and does how to get properties after people have foreclosed when they think it's over, get money back. And he has acquired, I don't know if it's one or two, big unit, like 18, 30 plus unit apartment buildings. If you are doing anything in real estate, this is heavy real estate day. This boy good. Type in the chat, that boy good. That boy good. And if you haven't already, I want you to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Our host earlier, if you were here, Brandy, she has a campaign going. I want everyone to go follow Brandy, support her campaign. Phenomenal lady doing big things. If you have a company and you need a brand, well, actually, everybody who has a company needs a brand audit. And if you haven't started your company yet, that boy good. The surplus biz. If you haven't started a company yet, great. Start off with the brand audit. Start off with seeing, is your brand user-friendly? We think we know everything. That's one of our biggest problems as business. Oh man, I know everything. I don't need to pay anybody. I don't need a coach. I don't need a website. I'll make my own website. All right. Then we have no sales. Then we have less sales than we should have because our color scheme is off, and some people are turned off by it. Our checkout page isn't functional. Get great at hiring. Get great at hiring staff and hiring people who can do this stuff for you, subcontractors, mentors. Once I started paying people, which is something Marquise put me on with, once I started paying people to do what they do, my life got better. That boy good. What's up, Joseph? Is that Josephine? My life got better. And it didn't just get better, it got easier. Just pay people. Replays are available for people in the group. They aren't for purchase, but if you want to donate to the channel, you can. I'll drop the link to donate. And thank you for asking. I said that we're going to keep the first one free. One, because we had a couple of sponsors who held it down, and people are showing love on a donation basis. Feel free to just show some love. We appreciate the support, and we'll keep it pushing. I think Marquise, if you're back, let me know, and I'll bring you up. This has been 2 days of game, and I haven't even went yet. If you are looking to make money off of your intellectual property, you have a notary business, you're doing $3K a month, you want to learn how to teach people what you do and make an extra $3 to $10 or $20K a month, an extra $1,500 a month, an extra $20,000 a month, whatever number you're looking at, it's the one-to-many model. I'm going to close out with that. My man Ryan McCrary, I believe he's going next. My man Stamper, who has the National Notary Agency, he's going last. He's going before me. That's at 4 p.m. So don't go anywhere. Straight heat. Marquise is figuring out that. Let me check my phone. He might have texted me. Okay, cool. So he's working on that. Just stay right here. Like, subscribe. Thank you, Josephine, for offering to buy the repage. But we're keeping it free. Just show love if you guys see fit. If you think this thing is worth any bread. Now, the key is this. You've learned so much over the past 2 days and more to come. You're not going to know what to do. I'm going to tell you, just pick one or two things for now. If it's buying surplus properties like Marquise does, do that. If it's setting up a home health aid agency like Frank is working on, do that. If it's, what do we have yesterday? If it's a junk removal business, do that. Just pick one or two things to lock in on. The most focused person wins the race. If it's learning how to build a DNA testing like Royal did, do that. The most focused person wins the race. I've tried this. This is why I'm trying to save you guys years. When was the last time you've seen somebody as a solopreneur start 4 businesses at one time and succeed? Without staff, without a team, without funding. When was the last time you've seen somebody start 4 businesses as an entrepreneur and succeed? It just doesn't happen. Just lock in. Let's say that, Dre, like I have a company, but I want to teach it. Okay, lock in with me. I'll be going over that at 5 o'clock. Just lock in. The most focused person wins. I repeat, the most focused person wins. Instagram has disconnected. Stream, they currently it's the other one. Okay, cool. That's fine. Being busy sounds good, but are you making money? Oh man, I'm busy. I got this. Show me what you did. Show me what you've done. Show me how you've made money. All good, Josephine Water. Josephina Water. Am I saying your name correctly? Josephine Rainwater. Josephine Rainwater. 7920. I want you to study people who you considered winners. I want you to try to reserve them. Real life, internet, buy the books, whatever. You're going to find a few core habits in place. One is the ability to be focused and stay focused. The ability to stay the track even when it's boring. The ability to just block everything else out. You do that, you win. Again, he is the master at this. He was the first person I've seen in real life, 5,000 for a week. I'm like, where you going this week? Oh, I'm going to Florida. I'm going to Miami. I'm going to Texas for what? Mentorship. Oh, how much is that? 5K, 10K. I'm like, you paying that? Yeah, because he's doing that in days now. He's doing, I don't know how much he wants to reveal, but he's doing numbers. Marquise, you back, brother? I think you're, I don't know if you're
absolutely. Yep, I'm back. Sorry about that.
All good. All right, I'll dip down and you take it over, big dog.
Okay, perfect. So again, guys, sorry about that. So again, with the surplus fund strategy, I want to take it a step back, right? Again, remember, we're helping people who lost their property at the foreclosure auction. Okay, it's 2 types of auctions. You have the typical foreclosure auction where they didn't pay the mortgage on the home. So again, if they owe $200K on the mortgage and it sells for $240, $250, you can charge them 10, 20% of that. I've watched people charge 30 to 40%, but me, I'm not in the business of getting over on people. I'd rather you keep it small and reasonable, right? 10 to 20%. make that money, and you go on to the next deal. The second type of auction is a tax auction, right? If the property sells for more than what's owed on the taxes, that money may belong to the homeowner as well, right? So I want to give you guys a quick example here. What I want to do is share my screen if I can here, Andre. I want to really show them a couple of these different websites, right? That they can take a look at. So here's one right here. It's a free website. Anything I'm showing you right now is free, okay? We have auction.com, right? I want you guys to look at something. So what you would do is create a free auction.com account. This is a free account. Everything I'm about to show you right now is free, okay? And you can go make money from it. So you're going to create a free auction.com account. As you can see, I have one right here and I have notifications. What you're then going to do is go to the event calendar right here, okay? You're going to go to the event calendar. You're going to pick your state. For example, I'm in the state of Georgia, of course. As you can see, you have 28 potential leads already for the month of April. The good thing about this strategy is you can even go back and see when property sold as well, right? So what we can actually do is we can go back to March 3rd, where we had 587 properties on here. It'll let you know which ones have sold and things like that. You then want to download this list. You can download this list of properties that sold at the auction. It's going to tell you when the property sold and everything, right? So want to take it a step further here, okay? Now, let's specifically focus on this auction coming up in April, okay? With the auction in April, what you can do is go to the property and save the property. When you save the property right here, you're going to get an email exactly telling you exactly when the property is going to sell at the auction, and you'll know if it's an overage. You can call the person, cut a deal with them, charge them 10 to 20% because you're getting the email telling you the opening bid and what the property sold for as well. Now, who are you going to call to get this money? You can call the lender trustee, which is going to be this person right here, okay? The lender trustee is going to be someone, it's going to be typically a law firm holding the money. So, for example, I'm going to share my screen here, guys. You can go to this website called Brock and Scott, and you can find all the foreclosure properties on it, okay? Now, why would someone be open to allowing you to claim 10 to 20% of what may be owed to them? Very, very simple, guys. A lot of these people, they're trying to restart their life. They're needing the help. They don't even know this process is a real thing. When I call people, they're like, I don't believe this. This is probably a scam. So then we show them documentation, right? Hey, looks like the property, you owe this much on the property and it sold for this much. Do you remember getting documentation from Fulton County? I'm pretty sure you did. Here's the tricky part, right? A lot of these counties, they send the documents to the home maybe a week or two before the auction, letting them know that the property is sold or is going to be sold at the auction, okay? So think about it. If you know you're in pre-foreclosure or you're in a tough spot financially in your life, you probably moved out of that house, right? Drop yes in the chat if you can agree with that. More than likely, ladies and gentlemen, these people have moved out of the home. They probably moved in with mom, dad, maybe found a family member. Some people may be living in a hotel just trying to figure it out. So the county's like, hey, Andre, I sent documentation to your house, you know, letting you know you're owed money, but wait a minute, I stopped getting mail there a month ago because I knew I was going to foreclosure. I didn't have the money to stop this. So what we do is we get a copy of that document, send it over to them like, hey, Miss Johnson, looks like you may be owed money from the foreclosure sale. We can help you out. I have the attorneys to do it, right? We just need you to sign a few documents and we can get this thing closed out for you. Hopefully put some money in your pocket so you can start over. So I fell in love with this strategy because I'm being transparent, guys. My mom went through a divorce. We lost our house at the tax auction. Had my mom ran into someone like you all, you know, she could have been in a better spot financially a long time ago. So again, guys, this is an opportunity to serve people, solve a problem, help these people restart their lives, but most importantly, you can make a lot of money. And if you don't believe me, guys, I want to show you guys my screen here, right? So this is a real list, guys. This is the DeKalb County list of excess funds in Georgia, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the whole thing. You type in DeKalb County excess funds list. You go to this county website right here. I'm going to scroll all the way down, ladies and gentlemen. I want you guys to see the type of money that you can really see in this industry. This person right here, right? Let's do Sean Miller. Sean Miller, RD Properties, Inc. is owed $227,000 from DeKalb County. Don't you think it'd be worth giving old Sean Miller a call and seeing if you can get 10% of that? Ladies and gentlemen, that's life-changing money. Even if you get 5% of that, this is life-changing money. What did we do? We helped someone solve a problem, ladies and gentlemen. But most importantly, we have a skill that's recession proof. Because I told you with my screen here, right? Remember what I showed you guys? It's 28 properties up for the auction next month in Georgia. It was 300 last month. You're always going to be in business, ladies and gentlemen. You just got to get someone on the phone, let them know that that may be old money, provide the proper documentation, have them sign, close the deal. We get everything notarized, and we're off to the races, guys. This is an opportunity for you to really, really make some true money. But most importantly, you're helping other people get what they need, putting some money in their pocket while you take care of yourself as well, guys. And that's why I fell in love with the strategy. So, Andre, we still wholesale, but this is just something we added on, right, to make sure we're executing at a very, very high level. We're serving people, and we're getting to the bag, man, because I think that's why everybody's on this call. We definitely want to make that money, right? So I just want to show you guys a couple of deals that we closed. This was one back in 2023. This was an 85K deal. So for the people, I know someone on this call, Andre, is probably saying, man, it makes sense, bro, but I just don't believe someone would give me this type of money. Guys, here's the contingency fee agreement. I want you guys to look at this. This gentleman agreed to pay us 30%. 30% of the 85K that was owed him. It works, guys. The dream is real. You just got to lock in, be coachable, right? Execute, and do what you need to do, man. So the strategies out here, guys, I cannot stress it enough. Andre, this is a great opportunity. And another thing we do, Andre, we have AI that texts these people all day and let them know their old money. The AI software that we put in place, it will call and text the people as well and let them know they may be owed money as well, man. So the strategy's really, really evolved, Andre. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to share it with your audience for sure, man. But this has been a game changer for me and my company. And again, the information is free, guys. You can type in your county website right now. They're going to have a list just like this one available, right? We have William Robinson Jr. estate. Call the family, see if you can strike a deal. Ralph David estate. Someone passed away, 100K. And the family members probably don't even know, guys. That's the beautiful thing about this strategy. A lot of these people don't even know. So you're coming to them with an opportunity for them to make money as well. But most importantly, right, you're solving the problem and you're taking care of these people and putting them in a better position. Andre, this strategy has helped us so much because now we're not just losing deals. We're like, hey, if it doesn't close on the front end, Andre, we're going to get the money on the back end regardless, man, with the surplus funds. So that's something we added to our business, man. I do appreciate you guys being patient with me with the technical difficulty. If we have any questions, Andre, let me know.
I got a question.
Talk to me, brother.
If you don't mind disclosing, how much has this additional service that you've been doing? How long have you been doing it for about?
So we've been doing this a couple of years. Like I had this strategy on like 2 years ago because here's the thing, right? And Andre, you know this, you own real estate as well. Mm-hmm. The interest rates starting to shift. The buyers are not wanting to pay what they used to pay. You know what I mean? The sellers are asking this, but the buyers want to pay this. So instead of shutting my business down, we added this strategy on right here where we can close more deals, right? So we probably added with this, we probably made probably over maybe $500,000 with this strategy. Because again, you can do this nationwide. Yeah, in 2 years. You can do this nationwide. Again, I cannot stress it enough, guys. I know people think about competition and things like that. You're going to have leads every month. It's a foreclosure and tax sale every month. If you don't take anything else away from this call today, think about that. Man, I know for sure somebody.
If you guys think about it like this, unfortunately, people lose their houses every month. It's just a game. Now, if you're able to help stop the process, I'm going to bring down my brother in case his screen gets unfrozen. If you can help stop the process, you're going to make money. And a lot of people who are going through financial hardship, unfortunately, I've been there. We get embarrassed. We don't want the help because we don't want anybody to know that we're having difficulties. Oh, I don't want to tell anybody. So you're potentially letting 30, 60, 100 grand sit there of the surplus money that you can be getting out of being embarrassed. If you think, well, Brother Dre's been embarrassed, well, Other people have been embarrassed. Most people aren't going to do anything because they don't want to talk about it. They think that life is over. Life in the deal is only over when you allow it to be. Type it in the chat. October Babes. October Babes 8. How are you, October Babes 8? Life is only over, and the deal is only over when we submit. Just don't stop. Pivot. As Marquis said, one of his other businesses was thriving. How to enroll in his program. Let me get his Instagram page. You can DM him. I don't know if he has a ongoing enrollment, 5-day challenge, but whatever he has, just pay it. I'm gonna just keep it real with you guys. whatever he's offering, just pay the money. Let me go find his Instagram page now, because he's the most systemized person I've seen doing what he does. And when you're looking for no mentorship's gonna be perfect. Let me just keep it real. No one's gonna be perfect at mentorship, but you want somebody who's organized and systemized. Organize the system, because then they can teach you to scale. They can teach you how to scale, and he scaled it to where he can close deals. Where he closed deals all throughout the country. I'm like, damn, you in Texas now, Florida now, what side of Atlanta, all over Georgia, North, like systems. If you don't have a well-oiled machine, you'll literally have to work physically every deal. You'll have to be on every phone call. You have to be on every email, and eventually you're just going to get tired. Life is going to happen. Like, you can't even go on vacation when you aren't organized and systemized. How many of you guys are scared to go to a wedding, scared to get on a plane because you might miss out on a call? Now, in the startup phase, it just is what it is. But every month, every quarter, you should be hiring someone to do something, or implementing a software to do the thing. I don't care what industry you're in. It needs to be a person or a software to do something that you were currently doing in your operation. Well said. All right. IG link in the chat. His IG link is in the chat. Click link in his bio, DM, say, hey, I was on the Born Business Summit. I want to enroll in one of your mentorships, trainings, whatever it is, just pay it. You'll make your money back soon as heck if you follow through. All right, so while he's figuring it out, I'll keep it going. Now, we're at March 7th, 2026. I want you guys to think in terms of the next 60 to 120 days. All this information is flowing. I'm so excited. After 5 p.m., after 6 p.m., this thing is done for now. After 6 p.m., this thing is done for now. I want to know what you're going to have in place to ensure that you will stay motivated. Make sure that you will stay encouraged. One of the simplest ways to do so is to join someone's community. Join a community that will hold you accountable. It's not just the information. People tend to think, yo, once I have the information, it's a wrap. If all you needed was information, why isn't everybody with YouTube and ChatGPT rich? I'm going to say it again. If all you needed was information, why isn't everybody with YouTube and ChatGPT rich? Because it's cool. The info is cool, but we need processes, procedures. We need to change around the way we think. We need to organize our way of thinking, our minds, and to come up with a strategy. Type in the chat strategy. This is why strategists get paid so well, because strategists help us think. Strategists help us come up with a protocol and procedure to help us just take our business to the top. Strategists help us look at our operation and say, okay, this is cool, but I could do better. This is cool, but there's a next level that I haven't hit yet. Hold on for 1 second. Yo. I've already started. That's when you're set. That's when you're coming in. But I started this morning. That's fine. Hop on when you're free. I'm on live right now. Hop on when you're free. All right, cool. That's my man, Charles. Charles is hopping in later. All right. Process, procedure, strategy. Process, procedure, strategy. His link is in the chat for Marquise. All right. The boring business. So what happens to the boring business summit after today, you asked? Okay, cool. This one we gave y'all. This one we gave you, but the next round, but the next structure of it is going to be a monthly, bi-weekly community that we're going to be meeting up with, bringing you guys ideas just like today, strategies, and onward. So if you want to be a founding member of the community, the link is in the chat. Promo for today only, that's $47 a month. And for the year, I think it's $350 for the year to be locked in. So going forward, these summits, they're going to be cool. It's going to be a fee, but you'll be in the community, so you won't have to pay any additional fee. And I'm going to be bringing in top guests, top talent, sharing my game in there. So if you liked what you saw this weekend, surprise, the party doesn't stop. Click the link here. It's the school community, $47 a month, $350 for the year. Those prices are going to increase tomorrow. Now, your job is to say, okay, where have I gone wrong in my entrepreneurship journey? No one thinks about this. No one thinks about this. We always want to say, okay, what do I have to do? Okay, the 5 things. You want to be a mobile notary, get licensed, learn loan closings, get on Google, do cold calling. That part's pretty much simple. Where you're going wrong is the not, let me turn on my mic, is the not simple part. That's not correct English, but you know what I'm getting at. The where you're going wrong is the part I want you to work on. So some of you guys in the chat right now have too many businesses. You have so many businesses? None of them are making more than $300 a month, but you have 5 things. You are busy and not profitable. Being busy gives you the false illusion that you are making money. Ouch. I look at sales like this. You know what? I just try to show people, because Dre, you might be lying. No, let me just show you. I look at sales like this. If I don't see it come through, I'm not busy enough. If I don't see it come through, I'm talking. I'm not being productive. Did the money come through or not? Did the money come through or not? So here goes one of my platforms here. Let me go to the part where you won't see people's information. All right, this is what I'm going to go over later, but we're here now, so fuck it, let's do it. Share screen. All right, products. Okay, so these are products, trainings that I created over the years. This is one of my platforms. This is called Gumroad. Gumroad is where I house my mostly self-study, mostly they call it lower ticket in my industry, stuff that's under $500, under $1,000, right? Let's just use one for example for now. So one of them I made 994 sales. That's a lot of sales. If you want to help me get to 1,000, I'll drop the link. It's $27 currently. The prices range from like $20 to $175. It has made me $126,217.41. This is one thing. This is not 10 things. This is not 10 businesses. This is one. I want you to type it in the chat. Have you ever had one thing? And this is a 14-hour training, by the way. One thing that you recorded, maybe let's even say 4 or 5 times, that's brought you in $126,000. How do you do it? It's called the one-to-many model. You go all in on what's currently in front of you. This is why I don't believe in being scattered. This is why I believe in being organized. This is why I believe in just sitting down, being bored, and just making some damn money. sitting down, being bored, and just making some damn money. His connection dropped off. Okay, cool. I tried to log back in. Okay, all good, fam. If you want to try from your cell phone in the whip, you could try that too. But if not, all good. I'll do the next round. All right, so we're going to see if Marquise can get back in. If not, we're going to keep it going. Shout out to our boy Marquise. So as you see here, the bottom one, 944 sales. So the question you should be asking me, Brother Dre, is, yo, Brother Dre, how do I make sales? Great question. Why isn't everybody asking me, how do you make 944 sales of one thing? Why isn't everybody asking me that? Unless you've done it. If you've done it, hey, no need to ask. But if you haven't done it yet, Josephine Rainwater said no. Okay, cool. Why aren't you asking me, Dre, how do I do it? The money is in the ask. I make sales because I ask you to buy from me. I don't worry about how it looks. I don't worry about if you think I'm broke. Good, think I'm broke. Support me. I don't care. I'm going to show the world how great I am, and I'm going to ask them to buy from me. What don't I have? An inflated ego. What don't I have? A sense of entitlement. The most entitled people make the least amount of money. Why? Because they expect people to come to them. Well, the links in my bio, they'll go there and they'll buy something. Like, maybe. But why aren't you on free platform? I have StreamYard. StreamYard costs $50 or 40 and change a month, whatever. And I have the ability to, I'm literally right now, well, I was on Instagram, but it got disconnected. I was on Instagram for 4 hours, YouTube and Facebook. You can't sell a $30 book, $300 training, $3,000 one-on-one coaching. You can't find wholesale properties. You can't find land to buy. You can't promote what you do and ask people to buy and to do whatever you do for free or damn near free. You aren't asking enough people because you are afraid of how it looks. Be honest. Be honest. If you knew that you would hit sales, I guess this is me just rocking out. So let me just pull up mine. I got it. You are afraid of how it looks. Let me go back to my screen. And this is why if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. All right, the bottom line number on here is $285,498.58. Oh, I thought courses were over. I thought that bubble busted. No, you just have to work. No, you just have to tell people how great you are. No, you just have to give, then ask. Type in the chat, give, then ask. Have we given you heavy game over the past 2 days? Yes or yes? Have we given you heavy game over the past 2 days? Yes or yes? Is that game going to be free? Yes or yes? Is that game going to stay wherever it is? YouTube, Facebook? Yes. Cool. Now it's my time to sell. I didn't just sell off rip. Make sure people are satisfied, bring people value, go for the ask. A lot of people just think, oh, I did a great job, they'll just come. That might happen. I'm not gonna say like it never does. But I need you to, you know what I need you to do? I need you to punish yourself. I need you to punish yourself for not going after the sale. You don't sell something, you punish yourself. You take away something you like. What do you like? Josephine Rainwater, Carla, what do you like? Give me something. Candy, sex, naps, a clean car, pizza. You need to identify something you like. Yes, yes, yes. Identify something you like. And if you aren't going after your goals, you simply take it away. So if my goal is to take this 300,000 and make it 3 million and make it 1.5, make it 600, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'll show you the best part. Here goes the best part. This is how you know that this is how I know that I'm cold. I'm sorry, I'm bragging today. I got to make sales. Oh yeah, people also don't buy from overly humble people. I repeat, people also don't buy from overly humble people. So what am I showing you? I'm showing you my sales because I want you to buy from me. And I'm going to show you what other people are saying about what I built. Well, Dre, you're bragging. You will not buy from me if I am overly humble. I have the data. People buy from people who tell them how great they are and who stay in their face. Why isn't it showing me that? Who stay in their face. Share this tab. Okay, I should be sharing tab. Is it showing? All right, so here goes here. The one thing, everyone type in the chat. One thing equals 126K. Type it in here. I need to see it. If not, I'm going to leave and go eat. 994 sales, one thing, 14 hours. What I did was I put my foot in the one thing. There's no holding back. It's 14 hours of heat. How do you know? I have a 4.9 review rating. You don't believe me? That's fine. I'm always just going to show you. Man, fam, I got no time to over-explain. I'm just going to give you proof and let you decide if you want to pay me or not. I ain't even going to hold you. I'm just going to show the proof, give links. I ain't got no time to second guess. All right. 4.9 out of 45 ratings. That is damn near perfect. Type in the chat, damn near perfect. I live my raps. 96% 5 stars. 2% 4 stars. 2% 1 stars. Is it perfect? It's damn near perfect. You think you need 20 businesses because you don't go all in on any of your businesses. Damn, I'm good. I got to stand up. You think you need 20 businesses because you don't go all in on any of your businesses. If I'm lying, I'm flying. You don't go all in. You're a halfway stepper. I'm breaking out the whiteboard. If you guys can hear me, say, Dre, I can hear you. Give me an industry where people make $1 million in a year. Give me an industry where people make $1 million in a year. Any industry. Do not think it's not a trick question. All in. Coca-Cola, $1 million in a year. Online education, courses, trainings, in-person one-on-ones, $1 million in a year. Balloon company, $1 million in a year. Canada Dry Ginger Ale, $1 million a year. What do these people have in common? They went all in. There's no shame. There's also no perfection. They went all in. I want you to have an honest assessment of yourself. I want you to ask yourself this. I do not care that you have a full-time job. I repeat, I do not care that you have a full-time job. That is no excuse. I want you to be completely, radically honest. When's the last time you put 20 hours a week into your operation? Into your book? I consider a book a business. Why? Because books pay you. Actually, go buy my book. Let me go get my link. Go buy my book, please. I appreciate it. Thank you. There's audio version and an ebook version. Get both. Yes, if you wrote a book, that's a business. I can. When last thing when it's 20 hours a week. You haven't. And you haven't done it for a month straight. You haven't done it for a quarter straight. You haven't done it for a year straight. Because if you did, you would tell me. And if you did, you would have the numbers to reflect it. People don't have an. People aren't too dumb. I know these are offensive words. I'm sorry, but I guess get over it. People aren't too dumb. People are actually too smart. People actually overthink, make life harder than it has to be, and people just get stuck in this perpetual state of fucking thinking. I'm cursing. If you got kids, put them somewhere else. Depending on my cursing, I'm letting it loose. I'm sorry. Someone needs to hear this. A perpetual state of fucking thinking. You think. You go to the conference, you get excited. After the conference, nothing. You watch the YouTube video, nothing. Eric Thomas, in the morning, every Monday, hey, motivation, nothing. I'm new with starting my business. Well, congrats on that. What is your business? You're new. Great. What's your business? What is your projected revenue for the next 60 days? What's stopping you from making $5,000 in the next 60 days? It's $5,000 in the next 60 days. What's stopping you? Let's dissect your business right here, right now. So I showed you guys almost 300,000 in sales. I'm going to show you guys some more sales. Why am I showing you guys some sales? Two reasons. One, I want you guys to buy something from me. Type in buy something from Dre. The best way to market your business is to show people what you've done. I don't want people to guess, oh, is he honest? No, I'm going to open up the back end of my process systems and show you what I've done in an effort to help you convert to a paying client. Dre, like you're sharing all the, yeah, I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing. Like, that's it. If you don't like my approach, that I totally get that, but I don't have another way to do it. I'm just straight up raw. If I'm telling you I'm in $1 million, I'm going to show you $1 million. Why am I just going to say it? Show it. Some of you guys want to start up a wholesaling community. One, you think it's oversaturated, so no one's going to pay you. You think, why would they pay me? So they're going to YouTube. They're going to pay you because you've wholesaled 5 properties. You might say, well, Dre, that's not enough. Well, the person who wholesales 0 properties, you at 5 is more than 0. So this right here is $797,000 in gross sales. Net sales $738,152. All right, so add that up. 738 plus 285. Give me that math. The way people discount themselves, oh, hold on. Someone joined. Hold on. Someone joined.
Eartha joined the summit for a year. Thank you, Eartha. Are you in here, Eartha? You joined for a year. Thank you, Eartha. Just joined the community. So I just dropped the link for the school community, Eartha. I don't know if you're in here. If you're in here, shout out yourselves. How did I make the sale for the school community? Affiliate partnerships, 5K, learning how to grow hub, 36. Okay. Alicia, okay. No, shout out to Alicia. Just had a sale come in. Thank you, Eartha, for joining the community for a year. How did Eartha buy? Just don't think. I know you think I'm trying to be like over salesy and give you some elaborate problem to solve. No. How did I make that $300 sale? We delivered 2 days of straight heat. I told people that we are charging going forward. This is free. Soak it up. We appreciate it. This will remain on YouTube. I'm going to keep it out there. But going forward, if you want to stay, it's going to be a fee. Promo price for the year of $300, monthly of $47. I just said what I did. Hey, Eartha, thank you for the support. We appreciate you. I just said what I did. You have these things you don't even talk about. Well, Dre, that's you. I have a speech impediment. People make fun of me in my videos. I don't care. Somebody needs this message, and Dre needs to make a sale. I'm not apologizing about selling. I am upfront in your face about selling. I want you to buy my book. When you develop a hunger, a desire to change people's lives, help people achieve their goal, and to tell people in an unapologetic fashion what the fuck you do, you will make more money. Cosmetic. How are you going to be cosmetic? What role in the cosmetology sector? No, I want direct answers. How are you making $5,000 in the next 60 days? If you don't know, that's fine. Just say you don't know. If you don't know, that's totally fine. Hey, Rod, how much was your highest paying mobile notary job ever? I want you guys to have a clear, direct path to $5,000 in the next 6 days. If you don't know, I'm going to give you an industry to start in. I'm going to just rock your world. You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Eartha. Eartha, what made you join? Like a direct answer. What made you join? You spent 300 big ones with Brother Dre. What made you join? Okay, Rod. His highest paying appointment was $543 as a mobile notary. Many of you guys didn't even know that you could make that kind of money as a mobile notary. Am I lying or am I flying? Right, that appointment took 2 hours, hour and a half, 3 hours. How long was that appointment? $543. With a business, he started for around $300 or so dollars. You don't have a money problem. You have a strategy problem. You have an overthinking problem. You have a talk too much problem. You have a I can't sit down and focus problem. People always say it's it is not the money. You think too much. He made $543 in 2 hours. He averaged $260-ish, 70-ish dollars on that day. Rod, how much was your highest earning appointment in February? I repeat, people are smart enough. People actually work hard enough. They aren't focused enough. They don't have enough strategy. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to commit. If you aren't today hitting your goal, I want you to commit to paying somebody.
Dre, man, you're trying to sell. Fam, I gave you 2 days of heat. If I was trying to sell, I would say the replays aren't for sale. I told you the replays are free. If you want to donate, you can donate. Throw Jay $40 for pizza. That's fine. I'll take the money. Where's my Cash App? But I told you I'm keeping this for free. I'm keeping this out here for free. But what I'm sick and tired of people doing is wasting 2 years to save $500. Dre, I don't have the money. Fam, you can't tell me you don't have the money because I have done Lyft. I have done Uber. When I was full-time doing notary jobs and loan closings, I would carry around a printer. Hey, Brandy, I would carry around a printer, a big laser printer. I would print out my loan closing documents in Starbucks and places like that. Why would I do that? Because the time, if I had a job, I'm from New York, by the way. I'm not there anymore full-time. If I lived in Westchester and I had a closing that paid me $125, $200 in Brooklyn, then I had one come up in Queens. Let's say Brooklyn, 12 o'clock, Queens at 3 o'clock. I would have had to drive an hour or more in traffic back to Westchester to print out documents, then go back to Queens. So you know what I said? I'm just going to bring my printer with me. Do you know how people laughed at me, Brandy? Like the smart, like, why is he in Starbucks with a big printer, a ream of laser printer? Because I needed the fucking money. This is why I don't take excuses. I rolled around with a printer. A big printer, not a little cute printer, a big laser brother printer, because I needed to get to the bread. So no, I'm not taking your excuse you don't have the money for mentorship. I'm not accepting anything because you can get in your car and go make some money this weekend. The problem is no one's talking to you as raw as I am because people want to collar your feelings. I want you to make money. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is why we've been here for 2 days. I want you to get to the money. I want you to stop thinking. I want you to sit down, get in someone's training program, book, I don't know, something, and figure out life. I have a few businesses not making what I want. When you said you have several businesses not making $1,000 for any of them, it resonated with me. Shout out to you, Eartha. Thank you, Eartha, for the love. And then to figure this out. And Eartha, you know what I'm doing for you, Eartha? This isn't even part of the program. I'm going to do a 30-minute Zoom call with you this week for free on the house. We're going to sit down for 30 minutes together, and we're going to work on things this week. I'll email you in the next 48 hours. We'll work on time. Thank you, Eartha. I rolled around with a printer and reams of paper in Starbucks because it cut down my travel time, so I was not afraid to look silly. People who are afraid to look silly, generally speaking, have these big-ass egos and no money. Well, Dre, I can't do that. I can't I can't wait until I get some books pressed up. I'm literally going to start selling books outside, how people used to do back in the day in Harlem. I can't wait. I'm going to the mall. I'm going up the block to the corner, and I'm selling my books. Well, why would you do that when you have the internet? Why not? Are you going to sell or starve, fam? Let's just get real here for a second. Are you going to sell or starve? Some of you guys would rather starve than sell. Man. You would rather starve. I can't sell no. People have a long, I showed you $1 million in sales, and I'm going to be selling books as soon as they get pressed up. I can't wait. I literally can't. I'm excited. What if you see people you know? Great. Take a video of me, post it on Instagram, help me get more sales. $738,152, and I'm going to be selling books on the corner. I need every one of you guys in this chat right now to tap into your I do not give a fuck attitude about life and get to the damn money. I need everybody to tap into their I don't give a fuck attitude. I'm getting this money. You don't have to be dishonest. You don't have to lie. You see, I didn't say I made 3 million coaching. I said I made $1 million plus coaching. You don't have to lie. Your audience, if you're selling, I don't know if you guys are going to create programs, trainings, all that stuff, but your audience is anyone who's done less than you. I didn't say I had to make $100,000 a month as a mobile notary. I said I had to make between $2,000 to $12,000 a month as a mobile notary. That's my spiel, 2 to 12K club. Do people make more than 12K a month? Yeah, oftentimes they do, but most times people are between 2 and 12K. If you're going to make between 2 and 12K, I'm the guy to come to, pay me. We'll work together one-on-one or join my group. I didn't embellish. I didn't lie. I didn't tell you any foreign. No, I just, here's what I got. Here's what I've done. Here's how I've helped people. Do you like me enough to pay me? Do you trust me enough? I've given you Tuesdays of straight heat. Instagram flooded with videos. You have to get comfortable asking for the sale. Josephine, join the community, $47. Thank you, Josephine, for joining the Born Business community. $47. Thank you, Josephine, for joining. We appreciate you. 2 sales. But you won't launch because you don't want to be in bed. I don't want to look desperate. All right. I'm just going to change people's lives, make money, love my woman, and just keep it pushing. It's all up to you guys. None of you guys spent 12 years in college like me. None of you guys have had your car taken, been through bankruptcy. Like none of y'all have been through all that kind of stuff. So this fake fear that you guys have, oh, I'm going to mess up. I don't even, you aren't going to die. You literally aren't going to die. Like, you're going to live. Tap into your I don't give a fuckness. Just tap into it. Your I don't give a fuckness, tap into it. We all have it in us. If you have no money, you should have no shame. No shame. Brandy, you said it earlier. You made a post, people were commenting, you hit them up. Yeah, can we get on the phone now? Either they buy or you don't, or they buy or they don't. But all of us have unlimited minutes on our phone, right? Or kind of just about. This isn't back in the day. You making 10 texts, calls, DMs, you're not going over your limits on your phone. Your phone bill will still be $100 a month. You aren't using your fucking phone in your hand. It's right here. I don't care. Donation, course, training, book, buy something. I don't care. Something. I'm asking. You know what I really did, which I'm about to get back on? You know what I did? There was a time period where if I didn't, I'm not telling you to do this. You might have restrictions. You might be on medication. I'm not telling you to do this. But when I was in my bag, no sales, no food. Literally, no sales, no food. And if I didn't make a sale, I wasn't eating. I was in my bag, boy. My man, the great Ryan, Funnel Doctor is here. Before he comes up here, I'm going to give another push on what I'm pushing. Okay, this is how I can help you. I'm going to make it real easy. One-on-one coaching is more money, but it's highly effective. I'm going to drop a link for that. That is where we meet one-on-one. If you say, Dre, I like the group stuff, but one-on-one's my bag. I'm dropping a link for you for that. Can't come home until I read. Listen, Brandy, when I start selling my books, Brandy, I'm going to be on the, I hope people make fun of me. Why is that middle-aged 40, I'm going to be 44 this month guy out here selling books? Man, look at him. I hope they make fun of me. I'm praying they make fun of me. All right. One-on-one coaching, link in the chat. If you want to enroll in my mobile notary community, we have a 60-day boot camp, 60 days. It is $500, or you can enroll for the year for $2,000. All right, $500 or $2,000. All right. If you say, Dre, I only have $250, but I want to learn the notary game from you, I'm going to put a link in the chat. I got to find the link. It is $250. It is self-study. But if you buy it today, I will do a 30-minute call with you within the next 2 weeks. So I'll drop in the chat. My man Ryan's going to cook. If you want to make money online, that boy good. All right. The great Ryan McCrary. How are you, brother?
I'm good, brother. How's you doing? Can anybody hear me? Everything good?
Loud and clear. We hear you. We see you. So Ryan, personal friend, damn near family. He's the one, just one of the best I know about making money online with automation, systems, funnels, all the behind the scenes stuff that you're like, how are they doing so well? They aren't even as good as me. They hire people like him. Right. How often have you seen people who they might be a little smart, but they're not like PhD level, 50, 100 a month.
Right. Seriously.
They mastered leads. So I'll let you wrap. I'll hop back in when you need me. Let's cook, bro.
Absolutely. All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you tune in from. I am Ryan McCrary, also known as a funnel doctor. Really excited to be here today. So what I do as a CEO, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, we help businesses grow and scale online using sales funnels and paid advertising. So let me know in the chat. I think I can see the chat. So let me know what stage is everyone at in their business? Are you like a newbie, new timer, just starting out? Have you been in business for some time? And let's also talk about from a revenue perspective. So how many of you are still trying to get to like your first six figures? Let me know in the chat if that's you. If that's you, that's perfectly fine. That's why you're here today. Then some of you may be like, okay, I already got to six figures, but how do I get to like multiple six figures? How many of you is that as well? And then some of you may already be like, okay, I wanna really get to seven figures. Like I want to do 7 figures of annual revenue. That's 84,000 or more a month. So how many of you are just like knocking on the door and trying to get to 7 figures? Or some of you may be at 7 figures, like trying to get to multiple 7 to 8 figures. So what I do for people is we help them grow and scale their businesses online specifically. Online. How many of you are generating money online? Like where like majority of your money, your business is like coming from online. You don't have to, see anyone face to face. You don't have to, meet someone in person. The days are having to go and, punch a clock to be able to feed your family. Those days are over. Now, if you still work a job, if you still got to physically go somewhere to make a living, that's okay. But that is definitely a way of the past, especially with AI and, technology and the way things are going. You have to know how to make money digitally. So I'm going to talk about the 3, what I call the digital marketing trifecta. So make sure you take your notes, make sure you got your pen in hand, your phone in hand, voice notes, like whatever it is. I'm going to talk about the digital marketing trifecta. So the first thing we're going to talk about is sales funnels. How many of you know what a sales funnel is? Let me know in the chat if you know what it is, if you heard of it but don't know what it is. We're going to talk about sales funnels. And a sales funnel is basically a step-by-step process to collect leads and turn them into paying customers. So I see, this is Josephine in the chat, totally new beginner. So that's great. That's fine. But the main thing you should be doing as a business, whether you're a newbie or a seasoned business owner, is focus on generating leads. Like, how can I generate new leads every single day for my business? How can I generate leads every single day for my business? So when we talk about sales funnels, it's just a step-by-step process that allows you to sell your products and services. Now, when I first got started in business, I didn't think about what I offered as like a system, as like a journey people go through. I knew what I wanted to do, knew what I was passionate about, but I didn't think about it as like an actual system that people go through. You may also hear it first was the customer journey. There's the top of the funnel, middle, bottom of the funnel, but it's basically your sales process for making money in your business. So if you're not where you're at in your business revenue-wise, it's because you don't have a sales funnel. Your sales funnel is the sales process that you use to make money in your business. There are many types of funnels. You can have a webinar funnel, you can have an event funnel. This is like a virtual summit funnel. You can have a lead magnet funnel. You can have a high ticket funnel. Like, there's so many different funnels that you should have. But if you're starting out, the main funnel you should have is how do you collect leads? And you collect those leads through a number of different ways online. Generally, we do that through a lead magnet. Someone type in the chat, lead magnet. Lead magnet. That is offering someone something of value in exchange for their contact information. So that could be a book, an ebook, a guide, a physical book. It could be doing a webinar. This is an example of like a phenomenal lead magnet, because I believe all of you got free access to this, and we're giving tons and tons of massive value. I saw the speaker lineup. It was like crazy amount of value. So this is what we call a lead magnet. You offer someone something of value in exchange for their contact information. So again, that can be a free event. It could be a book, a workshop, a consultation, a webinar, a training. Like, there's so many different things you can do, but make sure you are offering something free in exchange for people's information. So that's step number one. Also, with a sales funnel, you want to have what we call upsells and down sales. How many of you ever go into McDonald's? I ain't judging if you go to McDonald's. It's fine. But if you go to McDonald's or a fast food restaurant, you say, okay, well, I'm gonna get a quarter pounder with cheese. What's the number one thing they ask you when you ask for something? Do you want fries and a drink with that? Do you want to make it a meal? Do you want to add something else to your order? That is what we call an upsell. So that is offering people additional services or products when they buy the initial thing. So if you are a notary, so I know a lot of you folks are here are mobile notaries, just notaries, we got the notary bundle that you make sure you should get. And I'm not a notary expert, but I'm a sales expert. So if someone gets a notary from you or whatever you got to notarize, 9 times out of 10, they need something else. So why don't you, whether getting that service, whatever makes sense for them to buy also, say, hey, you got this notary service, why don't you also get this or a medallion signature or whatever else that makes sense for the customer journey. Like I said, if you go into McDonald's, they offer you fries and a drink. I travel a lot. I'm on the plane a lot. Every time you go to buy an airline ticket, what do they always ask you for? Do you want to upgrade your seat? Do you want trip insurance? Do you want a hotel? Do you want a rental car? Like, all these different things that they offer you. Does everybody buy it? No, but a percentage will. And if you're not providing upsells in your business, you're leaving money on the table. Someone type in the chat upsells. Anytime you're shopping online, you will see that anytime you buy something to add to cart, there's always an additional offer. They always want to offer you something else. If you fly on Delta, I love Delta, especially when I go to Atlanta. I love Delta. Delta has so many different options. Do you want basic, main cabin, comfort plus, first class? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many other options. You have to be taking advantage of upsells. That's to maximize the customer. And then we can get into customer lifetime value and stuff like that, because, you know, not all customers are created equal. You know, if a customer spends $1,000 with me, or one customer spends $10,000 with me, I want to talk to the $10,000 customer differently. But if you don't track it, if you don't know, if you don't offer them additional stuff, you don't know. So that's what we call customer lifetime value. Someone type in the chat, customer lifetime value. That is how much someone spends with you over what period of time. And that's something I look at all the time in my business. Like, yeah, someone may spend with me, but how many people, you know, spend more with me more often, and they spend more amount? That's what we call customer lifetime value. The second pillar when it comes to the digital marketing trifecta is traffic. Paid traffic, paid advertising. How many of you feel like you're the best kept secret? You know, like, you're great at what you do. You offer an amazing service, amazing product, amazing offer. Like, you do amazing stuff, but not enough people know that you exist. That's why you need more traffic. Traffic is eyeballs, visibility, web visitors, you know. And I know people say, well, you know, I don't have enough money to advertise. How much should I spend? I don't know what to do. Like, just think about it. Do the biggest companies in the world still spend money on advertising? Nike, McDonald's, Walmart, Amazon, all of these are household names, big brands that every single person on this training has heard of. So if companies that already have a big name, a big brand, a lot of revenue in their business, if they think they still need to spend money on advertising, what makes us think as newbies, beginners, small business owners that we don't have to spend money on advertising? Someone says people don't know me. And to add to that, to piggyback on that, everyone here, I believe, is business owners. We're entrepreneurs, born business summit. If I don't know you, how can I buy from you? So that is a main thing I see when people are like, well, I'm not making enough money. I'm trying to do this thing online. I got a Shopify store. I got an online store. I got a Go High Level, like whatever the case may be. And like, well, I'm not just making enough money online. I always say, well, how many people saw it? How many visitors do you have to your site? How many clicks did you get? How many people opted in? What's your click-through rate? That's CTR. What's your click-through rate? What percentage of people that see your stuff click through and actually take action? Like, think about it. So we talk about paid traffic. My agency specifically specializes in Facebook ads. So Facebook ads is like a great way to get in front of more people, collect leads, and ultimately turn those leads into paying customers. So when we come to Facebook ads, the first main thing is understanding what is your objective. Like, why do you want to run an ad? Is it for visibility, for awareness, for traffic, for leads, for sales? When you're running an ad through the ads manager, that's the first thing I'm going to ask you is like, what is the objective? Like, why are you running this? And ads are also good for a product or service that you already have proof of concept. You just need to pour gas on the fire. You already know people want to buy it. You already do good organically, but it's like, okay, how do we just expand your reach? An ad is not a substitute for product market fit. If you don't have something that people want to buy in the marketplace, an ad is not going to supplement that. So with Facebook ads, the first thing is, what is your objective? The second thing is, who's your audience? Who are you targeting? Demographically, psychographically, what's the age, what's the gender, what's the socioeconomic status, what's influencers they follow, where do they live, how much do they make, what do they do for a living? Like, all those type of things are going to the demographics, the audience, the targeting. Because you can't, you're not going to be successful selling something to someone if you don't know who you're selling to. And if you're selling to everyone, you're essentially selling to no one. So be very, very clear on who is your target audience. Who is your, what we call an avatar? Who is your avatar? Everyone here, do you know who your avatar is? Like, do you know who, like, the ideal person that you serve? Me, I know my ideal person, is a business owner making a certain amount of revenue that is serious about their business. They want to spend money on advertising. They want to make more money in their business, and they understand that they're a subject matter expert on what they do. They don't want to be in the back of Facebook ads and trying to build a funnel real quick. They want to stay in their zone of genius as an entrepreneur and let an expert handle the online marketing for them. And the third part, which is actually becoming the most important part of ads now in 2026 and beyond, is the creative. What do people see when they see your ad? Is it a video, an image, a headline, talking head video, UGC? Someone type in the chat, UGC, user-generated content. Like creatively, what is going to attract someone's attention to actually get them to actually stop, click, and then actually buy from you? And so many people are now getting too lazy with their content. That's why no one's buying from you. Let me see what it says. Trying to sell locally, family and friends discourage. Is it trying to sell locally, family and friends discourages people? Yeah, I mean, listen. I got to a point in my business and my career, like you just got to understand, like you can't depend on family and friends. If they support you and buy from you, great. And I hope this is where the comment was going. That's the way I interpret it. Family and friends is great, but I learned if they support me, great, but I can't build my business expecting that. You know what I mean? So when it comes to your content, really captivating content. So like videos, images, graphics, the branding for this summit was fire. I saw Dre by the pool in Miami and some graphics, like AI type of stuff, whatever. Even this graphic that I see into my top right is like amazing. So that is what's going to attract people to you to be able to actually do business with you. So that's the main thing when it comes to ads. You have to have enough traffic. Also, you need to be doing what we call retargeting. Does anybody here know what retargeting is? Retargeting is basically showing an ad to someone based on the action they already taken. So how many of you ever clicked on something, you maybe added the cart, but you didn't buy it. Maybe you just clicked and you got off, and now they're following you around the internet all the time. Let me know if it's happening. It happens to me all the time, and I still do it to people as well. But let me know if that's ever happened to you where you clicked on something, you bought it, maybe you didn't, maybe you just clicked, maybe you just watched them, maybe just followed them on Instagram. And now as soon as you follow them, it's like, yo, they're showing up on my feed, on my Instagram, my Facebook, whatever the case may be. How many of you that happens to them? That is what we call retargeting. So you're showing up in front of people based on the action they take. So if you click on my website, I got you. Now I'm going to keep serving ads to you because it takes people on average 7 to 10 times or more to buy once they actually engage with you. So again, that's what we call retargeting. So you want to do that based on actions they take, and they clicked on something, they watched the video, they followed you, whatever the case may be. Every single person here should be minimally running retargeting ads. Minimally running retargeting ads, every single person here. And then the third pillar in our digital marketing trifecta is automation and follow-up. Because the fortune is in the follow-up. If you are not following up with people, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. Because again, the fortune is in the follow-up. You have to be following up and automating once someone engages with you, because you may forget to follow up with someone, but a system will not. So I'm going to give y'all the top 5 automations every single business owner should have. The top 5. Number 1 is a welcome sequence. Anytime someone first is introduced to you and you collect their information, there should be an automation firing off called a welcome nurturing sequence. So that's just welcoming them to your brand, your company, your product or service. And then also, like who you are, your story, what you do, how you can serve them, how you can help them. Because honestly, true entrepreneurs know, like, you're not really selling anything. You're solving a problem for them. So you want to be communicating with them on how you can solve their problem. So that's number one. It should be a welcome, nurturing sequence. Anytime someone is new to your business, you have them go into an automation that just communication, information, who you are, your story, and how you can help them. So that's number one. Why do we do that? Because people buy from brands they know, like, and trust. All right, number two sequence every single business needs to have is abandoned cart. Because specifically when we're talking about online, if someone goes to buy from you and they go to your order form and check out, not every single person who goes to your order form is going to buy, unfortunately. But what we want to do is anytime you add to cart, you fill out order form but don't complete it, an automation should fire off. And how many of you went to buy something or you added it to cart or you're about to check out, but maybe you didn't, maybe you did it unintentionally and you got distracted, and then you got some type of communication. Hey, you forgot something. You left something in the cart. You forgot to check out. Make sure you go and check out. That is what we call an abandoned cart sequence. So you want to communicate with people that went to purchase but did not finish the process. That's number two. Number three is post-purchase. So after someone does buy from you, how do we get them to buy more and buy again? That's post-purchase. That's your upsells, your downsells, your bumps, your cross sells. You can do that through post-purchase. The fourth one is your win-back campaign. So if you have a lot of leads on your list, and Dre, this will be great for you because I know you have a big list. A lot of people, there may be people on your list that just haven't engaged in a while. Like they fell off, they got stale, maybe something happened with them personally. So we call it a win-back campaign. How do we win you back? It's really just a re-engagement campaign. Reintroduce yourself, what you do, what you offer, things change, Q&A, like whatever the case may be. That's what we call a win-back campaign. And then the fifth one is open close cart. So like I'm sure here now is why be open close cart. You can get the notary bundle, whatever you can get, but it's only available for a certain amount of time. Because we don't want to reward tire kickers. We have something that we're offering. We open the cart for a certain amount of time, and then it's going to be taken away for a certain amount of time. That's open close cart. So whether you're doing a launch, an offer, a campaign, whatever the case may be, you automate that communication, but it's only available for a certain amount of time. And that's great for buying patterns, buying behavior, scarcity, urgency, stuff like that. Because, you know, when I offer stuff, like I don't be just offering it, whatever, because like people that are serious, they take action immediately. So if you're not ready to do that, you're going to miss out. I tell people with our services, they're like, oh yeah, I want to work with you. I'm like, great, here. They're like, oh, well, maybe I'll come back and I got to do this and move things around. I'm like, all right, ain't nothing going to change. Only thing's going to change is the price. So if it's $5,000 today, next week, next month, whatever, I'm entrepreneur, I can change, you know, as long as I'm giving them out of value, which we are, I can change that. And you may say, okay, well, I came 2 days later, I got paid. Like, oh, that's great, but now it's $7,000. Like people that need something, like they're going to figure it out. If God forbid something catastrophic happens and it's $20,000, you won't figure out how to pay for it. So how serious are you in your business and getting what you need to get? So that's pretty much it for the digital marketing trifecta. I would love to stay on, do some Q&A or anything else that people have. But as we, conclude this segment, as far as my information, number one, making sure you have your sales funnel, something that collect leads, upsell people, get them into your customer journey, and get them through your sales cycle. Number two is your traffic, your visibility, your awareness, like everything about that. And then three is your automation. I gave y'all the top 5 automations every single business should have. And I hope it was helpful.
Woo! Seriously, thank you, Brother Ryan, for that. 2 things. Tell us about your VIP day. And I want you to talk about it for a couple of reasons. One, because some people need it. 2, I want people to know that their ideal client is happy to pay them when they express how valuable they are.
Absolutely. So number one, my VIP day, we do VIP days. It is like an 8-hour session where we literally just go through everything in your business and we build out like your full marketing campaign. So the first thing is we just identify like what you do, who you serve, everything you offer, your price points, your margins, like just everything under the hood of your business. And then we just map out and build out your entire strategy. So whether it's we had a client about a month ago, was on President's Day. I met with her. We built out her whole webinar funnel. So for the next 90.
It gets froze. Testing, StreamYard. Did Ryan freeze, guys, or was that me? I think that was Ryan. Okay, we're back. All right, you good?
My bad. So, the client that we just had, I met with her on President's Day. We built her entire webinar funnel campaign. So for the next 90 days, we built everything out. So we have her KPI reporting sheet, her funnel. We have an upsell in there, her ad assets, her graphics, like everything else. So we have this entire thing for the next 90 days, like whole mapped out. And now we literally hit the ground running. So we literally map out your entire funnel, your ad strategy.
I wonder if it's because I'm on
a business that we don't take time to stop, look, reflect. Also, what we noticed with the other client that I met with in Miami, she was doing a lot of different stuff, but she wasn't looking at what's the most profitable thing that she's doing. So it's how many of y'all offer 10 different things, 5 things, you're doing all that stuff, you're doing events and you're doing retreats and you're doing webinars and you're doing digital products and you're doing all this stuff, you're doing joint ventures and stuff like that. But then we looked at okay, what's actually making you the most money? Whew. And I was so eye-opening for her. She was like, I need to triple down on retreats, because she made like 75,000 last quarter just on retreats alone, and all the other stuff she was focusing on, she only made 10,000. You know what I mean? So it's so much stuff that we do in unpacking that VIP day.
And how much does it cost?
$7,500.
All right. I knew that. I wanted you to say that for a couple of reasons. One, I want to show people that as long as they are great at what they do and are seen by enough people, your ideal customer will pay you. There are someone who was going to say Ryan's crazy for charging it. The other people were like, only that? Because one day with Ryan, they'll make that money back in a week.
For sure. Absolutely. 100%. For majority of people we work with, that's 1, 2, 3 clients. You know what I mean? Whatever it is.
Your ideal client is happy to pay you. Is there one platform for everything you spoke about? I guess it's you, right? Like you're the platform.
Yeah. Me. I mean, it depends. Yeah. I mean, we can of course do all that for you. But your funnel system could be one system. I have recommendations for that. The ads are the ads. You can use Meta, Facebook, Instagram. That's what we specialize in. But you can, advertise on Google, LinkedIn, wherever your ideal person is. And then the back end automation is going to be part of your funnel. So, depending on what system you use and, your preference, also the type of business can depend on that. But, we can handle that for you all in-house.
One thing you're a big advocate, Ryan, of is mentorship. And I don't know how much the current program you're in costs, but you've been in it for 5 or so years. I think it's at least, 5, 10, 15K a year or so.
Yeah, it's when I got in, it was 15, now it's 30.
30,000. Okay, so you're a 6-figure, over 100,000. Not that I hope it's out there, but consistently every year. Why do you still pay $30,000 to be part of something when you're already successful?
A lot of it, number one, is the network in the community. You know what I mean? It's definitely that. You know what I mean? Because steel sharpens steel. So it's if I want to go to the next level, if you're the smartest person in your circle, you're in the wrong circle. You know what I'm saying? So definitely because of that. Also the information, and then especially with entrepreneurship, it's a lot of ups and downs and stuff like that. So you need to be, I feel, connected to a community or people or whatever, where when you go through things, you can bounce ideas off people or, get the latest information or whatever the case may be, because entrepreneurship can be a very, very lonely journey.
What if someone says, Ryan, I hear you, I'm going to figure this out on my own, even though people who have the money, which is always weird when people have the money.
Right. I know, right?
That's just boggles. I'm like, you want to do it?
Right? It's you have the money, you still, I don't get it.
What holds those people back?
Their self. I think in a mindset, because that to me, that especially people that have the money, it's a mindset thing. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So it's like, and also fear. I think fear, and people just scared to lose money, scared that things won't be successful, stuff like that. Like me, I'm fearless. I know what I signed up for. I don't have a choice. I haven't had a job in 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Wow,
So there's no turning back. So it's like, if it don't figure out, like, oh, I got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I got family to feed and stuff like that. So me, I'm just fearless. And also, like, I know what I signed up for. So if it is a slow time and slow month or downtime or whatever, like, I know that's what comes with entrepreneurship. So it's like, I'm in the game. So I know what I signed up for.
What if people say, okay, I want to get started? I agree with everything you said. What are the first, like, one or two things that they should get from you if they're ready to get the ball in motion?
The VIP day is a great start. That way we can really just have that focused time and just really build everything out, go through everything, go through your numbers, go through your offers, your campaigns, and just really get you to the money faster. You know what I mean? Like within 8 hours, you can stuff that may take you a month, 2, 3, 6 months, we can do in like an 8-hour session. We of course have our done for you services. The people that's like, I just want to buy the funnel, I want to buy the ads, I want to, just have you do it for me. Like we have that. Also, say it again.
That's fire. So someone says, okay, Ryan, I trust you. Here, you go do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what we do. You know what I mean? We definitely can do it for you. All done for you services. And then folks that are like, that's just way out of my league. You can, of course, you get a copy of my book. You know what I mean? So that's always available. I have a link for that, or it's on Amazon or whatever. So, some people are just like, let me read the book, let me check that out, and then kind of go from there. But really depends on what level you're at. But like I said, the people we rock with, they serious, they want to get to the money, and they just know the return of like the marketing.
The more serious you get, the sooner, the more time you have to enjoy the scaling of the business. People stay small because they feel they have to.
Exactly.
It's literally a psychological thing.
For sure.
Ryan, your Instagram handle, Ryan McCrary Marketer, Ryan McCrary Marketer. For people who who are successful at webinars, is there something that they all have in common? Is it frequency?
It is.
Frequency? Is it great lighting?
Yeah, it is. And it's crazy. Like me as a marketer, it has nothing to do with anything I shared today. Seriously, what I see, and I work with people that like 7-figure, multiple 7-figure, 8-figure, like people that do this. The main thing is consistency when it comes to webinars. Because like webinars is a consistency type of thing. The mistake a lot of people make is they think they're going to hit a home run the first one or the second one or the third one.
Oh, that's good.
So for those that continuously show up and are just consistent, like if you're going to do webinars, commit, like literally, I say commit for a year. You know what I mean? At least 90 days. And then just like be consistent at it. You also have to run ads, I feel. You know what I mean? Because you're just going to burn your list out, or even organically. Like it's just, unless you have a huge following, outside of that, it's going to be hard to do it so consistent, because you're going to keep having to get new people signed up. It don't mean you have to have a huge budget, but I feel like you're going to have to keep, having new people sign up every single week, or every 2 weeks, however often you do it. If not, you're just going to burn your list out, and it's going to be hard to keep consistent.
Who has been your most successful client? If you don't want to say who they are, but if you could tell how much they make.
Yeah, that's a good. So one of them, we can talk about the webinar client, and she does webinars. She's in travel, believe it or not, and she does webinars. She calls them info sessions. So for a year straight, she did 3 live webinars a week.
3 in 1 week?
Yes, 3.
Oh,
selling her destination. She sells Bali. She sells Egypt, and she sells Ghana. It was like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, every week for a year. And she ran ads, and she didn't do a huge budget, but she did like, I don't know, $1,000 a week each. And she run the ad, they register, we do the reminders, people show up. and she just has the gift of gab of like giving people the information and then inviting them on the trip. And she's done multiple 7 figures. She got Inc. 5,000 last year or something like that. And again, with her, it's just consistency. And she knows like if this webinar doesn't do good or people don't show up or I don't sell anything, we come right back the next week. And we do it again and again and again and again and again. And she's just so great at presenting. And the crazy thing on top of all of that, when she does her webinar, she don't even turn her camera on. And now I'm like, you probably make way more if you even do that. She was like, oh, I just be in my zone. I just don't even have my camera on. But again, she's very consistent. She spends money on paid advertising.
She's not cheap.
She is great at presenting. That's another thing. And that's the part I can't really help you with that much. Like you can run the ads, you can get people signed up, you can get them to show up, you can get people on, but you got to sell them. You know what I mean? She's great at that part. And then she also has the follow-up in the back end. And then, you know, she's an expert at what she does. And she's very, very clear on who she serves.
All right, Ryan, last question. I'm going to let you go. Can there be a difference between live webinars and pre-recorded?
There can be. I mean, there is, you know, you can do either one. I feel, honestly, it depends on where you are in your journey. If you're just starting out doing webinars, do not do pre-recorded. You're trying to cheat and you're trying to skip the work. I feel you should do it for at least a year live before you even consider automating it. And there's also a difference between conversions because, you know, on a webinar, we're trying to sell something, you know what I mean? 99% of the time. And nowadays, especially people know if it's not live. Webinars are also to break objections and false beliefs. And then Q&A and everything, like, you know, you present great information and then you invite people to, you know, buy from you, whether it's a product or service or whatever. So if you're not live, I have a question for you directly to what you talked about and you can answer it live from me. I may not buy from you. You know what I mean? So you may get a lot less conversions if you do it pre-recorded. But on the flip side, if you can get your automated to convert at a certain level, you can just run it without you having actually do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm still a big proponent on live, but you got to test it.
And if you think about it, let's say that you're selling a $2,000 coaching package one-on-one for a month. Let's say that you do it like your client 3 hours a week. Let's say that you sell 2 of those each session. That's 2 for $8,000 you made with a 3-hour sales.
Exactly.
It doesn't take long.
What job you gonna get paid $8,000 an hour or $2,000 an hour or whatever? Like, listen.
Yeah, but just do it live.
Out there. You know what I'm saying?
Do it live until you start making 50, 60,
right. That's what I said. People be trying to cheat and they try to cut it too early, and I'm like,
yeah, that ain't gonna.
And they come back and like, oh, it didn't work. I'm like, I told you it wasn't work.
Just think it out. The great Ryan McCrary, personal friend. Go buy his book. I'll drop the link for it. Go follow him on Instagram. Sign up for whatever he's telling you to do. It will help you make more money if you follow through. Thank you, brother Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Shout out to the great Ryan McCrary. All right, my man Stamper is coming on at 4. I'll get back in the zone. Any questions for me? Questions for me. What do you guys need help with? What are you working on? Turn my mic. As we wind down, we are almost out of here. 2 days. We've been on here, almost 6 hours today, almost 4 hours yesterday, and the lead up. Whew. Brother Dre tired. Any questions for me? Let's get back into sales. Sales is fun. Let's get back. Here's the thing about sales is everybody needs it. Everybody needs it. But everybody, good stuff. Thank you. Powerful last year. Thank you, Brother Rock. So everybody needs sales. The strategy changes somewhat, but the philosophy doesn't change. Be seen, be heard, tell people how great you are. I'll tell you this right now, sales and humility don't go together. If you're trying to humble your way, people just won't buy from you. People are going to buy from the more boisterous person. Well, Dre, I'm humble. All right, just work at a not-for-profit. That's fine. Like you don't have to change.
but just work at a non-for-profit. The people doing major numbers are able to effectively tell people how great they are. I told you, I have, what do I have? So in the chat on YouTube, there's a link pinned to the top. I want everyone to go there and click that link. I'm fully aware everyone is not going to go click the link. Everyone's not going to buy. But if one person buys, I made a sale. It's my bundle of all my best notary classes, 100 hours. How to build an agency, how to notarize wills, power of attorneys, loan closing breakdown, apostille, fingerprinting, archive coaching calls. It's literally over 100 hours. You keep it forever for $250. So let's just say this. Let me pull up some math. I like to use math and data because it doesn't lie. It is what it is. So I'm selling something for $250. It's self-study, so you don't have me. But I'll honor what I told the people earlier. I'll give you a 30-minute one-on-one Zoom call if you get it today. So I'm selling the thing for $250. Right? Everyone type in $250, Dre. Is it worth more than that? Absolutely. I just made it cheap just so it's an easy sale. So $250. All right. Rod, your highest appointment in February was how much? So Rod has been in multiple programs of mine. Dre's package. All right. PACKAGE. 200. Okay. So Rod, in the past 30 days or so, his highest appointment was, all right, he'll type it in the chat. I had a lady in one of my communities today. She had a job, $50. Zero. All right, Rod. How about January? Rod? Another person in my community, her name was Maya. She had a loan closing the other day for $200. So this here, Amanda, this here, Maya. All right, so let's just use them two here. So if I was selling this, which I am, I'm going to give you data. I'm going to give you data to show you why it's worth it. Once you show people why something's worth it, if they don't buy, the convention's over. Your job is to show and not convince. Convincing is arm twisting and this and that, and that's just that ain't it. All right, Rod says, let's just go with 280, Rod, for easy math. So Rod's highest appointment in January. How can you didn't close any deals in February? $280, one deal. So based upon the map that I'm giving you, do you think my $250 100-hour self-study lifetime access training is worth $250? Type in worth it or not worth it and tell me why. If you say, Dre, I'm not good on camera, I don't know marketing, I don't know advertising, it's simple. What have you done personally? What have you helped other people do? Now, do you say it by a pool? Do you say it in a Lamborghini? Do you say it? All that can be discussed and worked out. But for anyone who is scared to sell, doesn't know how to sell. Oh, Charles is there. Oh, Charles, you ready to come up? Just say yes or no. Focus on my help. Okay. I hope you feel better, brother. Rod. Let me know if we can send you anything. I hope you get well soon. Let me know if we can sell you anything. Just on this data that I gave you here, I want you to type in the chat, worth it or not, and tell me why. I'm selling you what I taught them, self-study for $250. Amanda made $50 today. Maya made $200 the other day. Rod made $280 from one appointment in sometime in January. Let's just add this up here. 200, 280, hypertension. Okay. If we can help you out, let me know, Brother Rod. We'll send you something. Now, When you are selling whatever you're selling, your job is to give enough data so people make an informed decision. In my world, so you help people make between 3 appointments, 480, over $500, and you give me that thing for $250. I am buying it every time on site. I am not wasting time trying to learn stuff on my own. I don't have the time for that. Give me the simplest path to my success so I can go get in the pool on a Saturday and take a nap. Brother Charles, what's up, man? I don't think we can hear you. I don't know if it's me or not. It might be. Let me see. Can you guys hear Charles, or is that me? Hey, what's up? My mic. Let me see, Charles. Speaker. Let me change my speaker. All right, Charles, talk now. Nope. Let me try this one.
Check.
Okay, got it now. Testing. You can hear me too?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The great Charles Oglesby and son. What's up, brother?
I'm good, man. Good. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. How's my man doing? What's going on with him?
Nolan's good. He just finished basketball. He's about to start T-ball. Still playing golf. So
Man.
Kindergarten going on 1st grade.
Okay. He's a 3-sport kind of brother.
Kind of. He does a lot, man. He does a lot. He's in track. He is in swimming. So he has a busy schedule. He has a very busy schedule.
My man Nolan stays busy. So, Brother Charles, tell the people who you are, sir.
Man, California attorney, personal injury, civil litigation. Also, owner, founder of Tide Capital. So, Tide Capital stock option course blew up. In the beginning, we were just kind of
give them some numbers.
I mean, we sold over like 20,000 courses. At the height of the options community, we were doing about like 5,000 members in the options community, and we kind of spurred a whole movement of a lot of the things that you see now. Like you see a lot of these communities popping up. You see a lot of these options kind of being leveraged a lot now, which is cool. I mean, that was kind of the point. It was cool to see some content that I created turn into a lot of different things for a lot of different people. Even people who already had existing things going on were able to merge into what they had going on. But I think the biggest thing is just the community. So
shout out to the community. In the real estate acquired in Detroit, you have you been home shopping?
Yeah, the goal is to take what we have here, roll it into something bigger. The market has grown dramatically since we moved. So I mean, the value in our home is up, but then also the value in other new build homes are up. And so the way that we can kind of beat down that price, because we're in Southern California, and where we are in Southern California, a lot of things have just been exploding. So to get bigger space, we're gonna have to pay like probably double what we paid to get here. But the good thing is we have that load of equity that we can put on top of that. So
that's sweet.
Yeah, looking for something bigger, looking for something more grand, looking for something more estate-ish.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Big boss. So you will sell the house you have now, then go upgrade to a better house.
I mean, we're looking at doing it different ways.
Okay.
So we could keep this, rent it out, take a piece of the equity, put it into the new home.
Okay, line of credit.
I'm sorry?
A line of credit?
Yeah, like a HELOC or a cash out refi kind of thing.
Okay.
I mean, ideally we keep both.
Sweet.
But I don't really see the downside in just selling what we have. I know a lot of people are anti. I think there's no real hard and fast rules in personal finance. Because when you go through different life experiences, you start to kind of figure out what makes sense for you in that moment, not what makes sense for the general consensus of everybody. And so it's likely that we might sell this. Might not want to manage a rental property, might just want to roll it over, and then we'll move into something like the strategy that we have is you buy something that's a new build in like an early phase. And so let's say they're building out 7, 8, 9 phases. We want to buy in an early phase. We want to buy phase 1, phase 2, because then what happens is as they sell those later phases, then those values go up and they're selling them for a higher number and you have equity. And so that's kind of what we did here. We bought in an early phase here. And so we probably saved like $20,000 compared to what other people were buying when they came in later. So just kind of spotting new opportunities. So one of the developments that we found was kind of off the beaten path. And that's always what I'm looking for. Something that's not yet developed, but it's going to be developed. That's what we did here. And now they're developing all around us. But that's 5 years after we moved here. So I'm like, okay, let's use the same strategy, buy something that might cost 1.3. We're even seeing some that are really nice that are like 2. So you buy something that costs 2, early phase, later phase to sell. Now we're up 2.4. So that's just kind of the thought.
I like it. Speaking of off the beaten path, what was that really cheap property we got in Detroit in 2018? Was it like 7,500, 2,000? It was the one that was already had a tenant in there. It began with T, I believe, the street.
That one is the Healit, and that is a great unit.
How much did it cost?
I think it was like $11,000.
$11,000 for a whole house. $11,000 for a whole house. And a lot of people are looking for what's hot, fam. What's next up? Whatever you're looking at, it's what's next up. What's the next thing to come? So I just fully believe boring needs-based businesses is going to be the way that a lot of people are going to get their millions in the upcoming future. And when I say upcoming future, I mean like 3, 9, 18, 36 months future, like not even too far down the line. So what's next up? You want to get ahead of the wave and then cash in. Why do people always look for what's hot, Charles?
Because I think it's because they lack the knowledge to do the research themselves. And so they're waiting for somebody else to say that something is popping before they say, okay, this is popping. And I think that's why things like this are important, is because you educate yourself and you get in spaces where you're getting information that other people aren't getting. I'm also hugely big on really reading books, man, as you can obviously see. So I think that you got to educate yourself so that you can find what needs to be happening before everybody finds it. Because once everybody finds it, it's too late. Now you're overpaying for it.
It's over.
And so that's true in anything. That's true in the line of business you're getting into. That's true in the real estate investment opportunities you're looking for. That's true in the stocks that you're looking at. You don't want to find what's at the top of the chart. You want to find what should be at the top of the chart before it's at the top of the chart. And so that's kind of how I approach everything. I approach everything with an investor mindset. I don't want to buy what everybody else is buying, because that means we're just fighting over scraps. That's what's called a red ocean. We're looking for the blue ocean.
How's the personal injury world treating you? Are you with the firm or doing your own thing?
So I'm with the firm. I have a few things going on. So I'm with the firm, and then I also have like 2 kind of side ventures. Nice. One is like a litigation support business. And so what we do is we identify like smaller firms that are like a solo op, maybe a smaller op, that need help doing lawsuit filing, discovery processes, meeting confers, motion practice, everything from the filing to the settlement of the lawsuit that most attorneys don't want to do. We have clerks and paralegals that can fill that gap. And so the thing about litigation is it's so much paperwork. It's so much moving around. Every case has constant paperwork. And so that's kind of the venture that I'm working on right now. I'm calling it Litigation Leverage.
Oh,
you can find it on Instagram. AI helped me with that name. I was like, man, I'm trying to create a business with this blah, 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 blah. They created everything, created the Instagram, so I have content going out. So that's one thing. And then I also have a venture I'm working on that helps people who are struggling in law school. And they might be on the verge of academic probation, and they want to kind of rehabilitate their legal career, legal education career. What I found is in law school, they don't typically teach you how to do well in law school. And so a lot of people, if they're not first gen, if they're not like prior gens have been attorneys, they're usually scrambling. Their siblings aren't attorneys, their parents aren't attorneys, which typically end up being people like us. They struggle, and that company is called Law School Comeback. So
that's hard.
working on some like law legal related ventures, because I've just always found that whenever I kind of specify in my niche, that's where I have the most advantage. So building those up, and then also building some golf ventures too. So dropping an ebook I should be dropping this week called Golf Hacks. Pretty excited about that because a lot of people are getting into golf. You see LeBron out there, you see Kevin Hart out there. A lot of people they look at the sport, they might be intimidated by the sport. They might have gone out to the driving range, gone to Top Golf, and they're like, man, I can't get the hang of this. And that was me at one point in time. And so I've kind of sat back and I've figured different things that you can do to play better golf that aren't so obvious and also kind of are contradictory to the information they might be out there trying to put you on. If you were to talk to somebody who is like a PGA coach or whoever been playing golf for a while, they'll tell you something like, oh, the equipment doesn't matter, or whatever you're swinging doesn't matter, or hit any kind of golf ball or whatever. Go to the range and practice until you're blue in the face. I found that actually going out there playing golf, playing with the right equipment, playing with the right, investing the funds in the proper equipment will help you play golf instead of struggling to do it the cheap way that keep you out there quitting on the sport. So yeah, PI has been great. I have right now my caseload is about 70 cases. Last year I settled 35 cases. We've done 2 million gross in settlements, $1 million in attorney fees just last year.
Damn, congrats.
And so I'm expecting this year to like double or triple that number.
That's $1 million going to you?
Huh? No, that goes to the firm. I get a cut of it, but it doesn't go on to me.
Okay.
But that's also the thing that I'm working on is starting my own firm. And so I have a lot of that's kind of the way I've always been, is like start a bunch of things and see what pops. And so my firm is going to be called Ontario Injury because I live in Ontario.
Smart.
And I'm taking a page out of the Hartzog's book where they tell you where you're at and what you do. So Ontario Injury Law.
There we go.
And our goal is to dominate this specific area, plaster this specific area, and bring in some legal cases as well.
I love it. I love it. Let's bring up the great Stamper. What up, Pippin?
Yeah.
What's good, y'all? What's good? What's up, Charles?
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Long time no see.
Yeah.
Likewise, man. I'm good.
Dre
What's
brought
up,
everybody
Dre?
out.
How y'all feeling, man?
Man, all the big wigs have come through. So it's only fitting the great Stamper. So for anyone who doesn't know Stamper, he is a master agency owner. His favorite field in the notary world is estate planning. Did you want to do an interview style, Stamper? Did you have slides and notes and all that?
Man, we can do interview style. It's all good.
Okay, cool. All right, that's right, guys. So tell the people who you are, sir, and then I'll get into some questions.
Definitely. So first off, thank you, Dre. I appreciate you for keeping me top of mind to be a part of this summit, starting the board of business. Really excited to be here. My name is Rafael Jemerson. I am the owner of Stamper Signings. We're a nationwide signing agency. I've been in the notary business for 5+ years now. My focus is on estate planning. A lot of signing agencies out there are going to focus on real estate, apostilles, but estate planning is my niche. As of today, we've completed over 1,000 estate plan signings. We partner with
that's huge.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we partner with estate plan attorneys all throughout the state of California. We got partnerships in Texas, in Florida as well. Current date, we've generated over $250,000 in revenue just from a business that started in 2021. And I just started locally in my city where I live at, Stockton, really small city, population no more than 300,000, to where we provide services in like huge metro areas like Sacramento. We got the Bay Area, LA County, Orange County, Riverside County. And my point of focus has really just been on serving California. You know, we get a few signings that come in from those states, but California has really been a driving force in our business. Again, I got to give a super salute to Dre. I paid $200 Notary November in 2022.
Remember that? Oh, that's 2022.
In 2022, November specifically. Who would have thought that a $250 investment would turn into over $250,000 in revenue generated? So do the math, do the numbers on the return on that investment.
paid me $250, paid me $250, made $250. Yeah, I call that a win. And actually met you in the Todd Capital accountability group. I missed that group. That was a flag group. We gotta make that.
For sure.
So it's funny how all things come full circle. All right. So anybody live or replay, are there any notaries, agency owners, any notaries self-employed in the chat? Are you in the chat? So Stan, can you give us some numbers? So let's say someone called you for an estate planning job. Can you give us the middleman number and percentage? And can you give us the self-employed amount that you would charge for the client?
Yeah, so if I'm doing let's say for a simple estate plan signing for a couple, if I'm doing the signing myself, I charge anywhere between $250 to $300. If I'm middleman in the job, I could pay a notary either between $125, $150, and my middleman profit could be anywhere between $100 to $125 just for doing that signing, just for putting the system together.
All right, so let's say that we'll take that 125. Let's even say 5 a week, right? Because we don't believe people have to make $1 million a month to be successful. I don't know about you guys, but extra 2, 3, 4, 5 grand, it drastically improved my quality of life. I know everyone on the internet is rich. So 5 middleman assignments at 125 profit. Is that 600?
Do the math on that. You said 125 times
125 times 5.
625.
So all right, 625. Well, 625 times 4.
2,500.
I call that a win. All right. So why estate planning? Well, you know, give the numbers. I assume that's probably why. But why estate planning instead of loan closings, fingerprinting, and all the other stuff?
Yeah. So when I came to know Charles Defining in your blue, right? When I looked at did I lose you guys?
No.
Yeah, it was kind of choppy. I didn't catch anything.
We hear you. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I'll start again.
I feel like
How about now? We still good? Good to go?
You're good, brother.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so when I came in, Charles was mentioning about building a business around the blue ocean, right? Finding that blue ocean strategy. For me, when I came into the business, a lot of notaries tend to focus on loan closings. Behind notaries getting into the business. Well, for me, for estate planning, when I saw how simple how simple it is, and the less red tape that you have to deal with compared to loan closings, and I seen no one was focusing on estate attorneys. But man, this is a perfect opportunity to find my niche within my space, and I ran with it from 2022 on.
Whew.
What I like about it. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
What I like about it is you learn by getting in the space, because I'm sure when you first got out there, you were looking at every potential notary option, and then you started to kind of feel like, okay, I can focus on here. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. So I tried to do loan closings. I tried to get into apostilles. I did my feet in with fingerprinting, but it didn't work out like the way I wanted to. Like I said, just from doing that first estate signing in, like I said, in 22, from that first signing on, and I just seen, like I said, the demand was there. Like, why not just focus on doing this? And they were just so easy to work with. They pay faster. It's less work that you have to do, and then the additional upsells that come from providing that service, right? So with loan closings, you're only going to get paid for just that one specific closing. But in estate planning, you're going to need witnesses, because we got the wills, we got advanced directives. Sometimes power of attorneys may need to be witnessed. If the client don't want to find a witness, they can hire you to provide that second witness for you. So there's an upsell there. If they need you to drop those documents off at the post office, right? That's an additional upsell, because you need the courier service. You're going to have law firms that are going to have dealing with clients that got deeds that need to be recorded, that they're transferring into their trust, and they're assisting them with that document recording process. So just from the upsells and just from the opportunity alone, I just thought, like, this is a no-brainer. I'm gonna go with this, and just from making that one decision, it hasn't steered me the wrong way.
Go where other people aren't. What's the most you made in a day? It could be self-employed or middleman. And what's the most you made in a month?
Most I made in a month was $17,500.
Oh shit! Damn. Okay. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
How did you do it?
We did it just for repeat business working with the state firms. We had a large account where they're doing anywhere between 30 to 50 signings a month, and we have our local clients here. They may hire us for about 3 or 5 signings. So if this wasn't from using ads, this wasn't new business. This was all just from our existing client base.
17.5, Charles.
Yeah, he's killing it. He's killing it. Are you using like the same kind of like source of referrals?
Yes. Yeah. So I use the same referrals who continuously hire us, and when they're satisfied with our services, they refer us to their colleagues. And so I built a system of just building a pipeline of referrals. We try to service them as best as we can. If the clients are happy with their signing experience, we're not afraid to ask. It's like, hey, I know you just got your estate plan documents. I'm pretty sure you have friends and family who's in the process of getting their estate plan set up, and they may need a notary. So it's all about just planting that seed early, and that's just been a strategy, like I said, system that we just been running with consistently.
Ask for the sale, so people get scared, Stamp. They're scared to ask, scared of everything. What's been your best lead source? Is it cold calling, Google ads, Google free listing, all the above?
Mm-hmm. Again, referrals. I'm depending. Word of mouth because the notary industry is more relationship driven for the most part.
Yeah,
cold outreach work. Like I've done cold emailing in the past. I've landed a couple of clients from that. But just from consistently just providing an excellent service and experience for our clients, that's been the winning strategy for us. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've ran ads in the past. When I have run ads, they've been mostly for B2C. That's fine, but for B2B, for me, has been the most consistent, and it's been the most consistent. And for me, the goal for me is to sell this business one day. So, I feel like the business will look much more attractive if you have a client base of attorneys and title companies that you're working with.
A lot of people sleep on B2B.
Yeah, it's because it's not fast. It's not fast. Everyone wants the quick money now. With B2B, like I said, it's more relationship driven. It's a long-term strategy. If you play it right, you're gonna wake up to business. It's very rare that I have to pick up my phone for someone that's requesting for a notary. I have the systems like the Calendly and the Closewise, the signing platforms in place. We establish client accounts for them, and whenever they need a notary, they just submit the order, and we handle the rest. So it just makes things so much easier for us and for our clients as well.
So, estate planning. Who are our ideal clients for the estate planning process?
We mean ideal clients, meaning for like estate planning attorneys, or who to target, or
estate planning attorneys, families, nursing homes, etc.
Oh yeah, so yeah, if you want estate plan, the first group I'm targeting is going to be estate planning attorneys, because they're the ones that's drafting the estate plans, right? Second is going to be financial professionals, financial advisors, folks that work in wealth management, because they're working with high net worth business owners, and they got to get their estate planning set up. And then with their estate planning, it's going to be a little bit more complex and more customized because they have more assets and instructions and distribution, things of that nature in place. So, and then from there, third, I'm going to be targeting document preparers. If a person can't afford an attorney, they just want to get someone to draft the documents correctly, I will start there. But from there, I will go with fiduciary services. So if you have a fiduciary planner who sometimes they're listed as the executive for the estate, they may need a notary. They may be doing an estate sale, maybe doing a short sale, something of that nature. And those would be the folks I'll be targeting for estate planning. And then also probate attorneys.
Genius.
Yeah.
What does that outreach look like for you? I know you mentioned in the beginning you're running ads, you were doing cold emails. What's been the most successful outreach program for you?
Getting out of the damn house and getting in front of these people.
So you're like door knocking.
You can, you got to get in front of these people. Like I wouldn't even say door knocking. I would try. It was always going to being a part of professional associations, going to networking mixers. Here, like locally in our area, we have a place called the Estate Planning Council, and this is where all your target market is going to be at. The estate planning attorneys, the real estate attorneys, the loan officers, everything that's related to estate planning. Those people are going to be there. So if they're going to be there, that's the place I need to be, because for the most part, when I attend these type of events, there's no notaries there. So I get all this business and all these contacts to myself, where if you're a real estate agent, you can find a real estate agent anywhere in a networking mixer or a loan officer. These professionals are going to be pretty much present at these events. Whereas a notary is normally just pretty much me for the most part.
Ooh. It's funny. Earlier we had a home inspector on, my man Michael from New Jersey, and he lives in Jersey, but he was in Philadelphia today. He actually had to go to the car to do the interviews, because he was at a networking event in a different state, an hour away. It's funny how the people who make the most money just do the most stuff. Yeah. They aren't looking for passive income day one. They know that if they don't work, they don't eat.
Yeah.
Why would somebody not do that stuff, Stamper, when there's a damn near 100%, not 100% rate, but a very high ROI that is going to work?
I mean, it could be a list of things. They may not be confident. They may not have the belief. They may not have nobody to point to as a point of reference. It could be your environment. You could be a part of where everyone is complaining that says no business out there for no one, where if you get away change your environment and get around the right people.
Stop. There ain't no business out there. The saturation, the all that stuff. Yeah. They're loud, bro.
Very loud.
Very How are you going to wait for those people?
They're the loudest in our community for the most part.
Ooh, that boy cooking today.
I think what's interesting, and a lot of people, they see the theme of the summit, and they're like, boring. Like, well, I don't want to do a boring business. And it's like, the business might be boring, but the money's not.
Exactly.
And so it's like, have you found that by focusing on things that aren't as sexy, aren't as appealing, aren't as loudly talked about, that you have an advantage, and that you kind of get a better return as opposed to that, or because of that?
Absolutely. I've gotten raw return on this from putting money into Bitcoin. Any other asset related from any asset class. This business is, like I said, because like I said, everybody wants to be a part. AI is the talk of the town, and everyone wants to start an AI business or start an AI app, and that's fine. But why not build something where a service is needed? Like the notary industry is a recession-proof industry. Everyone is going to need legal documents notarized. With Charles, like I said, you are part of a personal injury firm, and so I have clients where they're partnering with medical offices. They got to get medical affidavits notarized. Like, these are needed services. Over 1 billion documents are being notarized every year. And so it's over 1 billion documents that need to be notarized a year. And it's only 4 million notaries at 4 million commissioned notaries in the US. But Andre, as we know, out of those 4 million, probably only 90% of those notaries aren't. And so there's a big gap between the
amount of documents
notarized and the amount of active notaries,
1 billion documents plus need to be notarized. 4 billion commissioned notaries. 90% don't answer the phone. I think it's pretty simple math that somebody can make $2 to $3 grand plus a month on a lower basis. So subcontracting, pros and the cons of that.
Pros, you don't have to be physically present to do the signing. That's a part of how to build a self-sustaining business. Removing yourself from the org chart, right? You have more time for your family. You have more time to do things that you want to do by subcontracting out and being able to focus on ways to generate more business, refining your systems, and how to build better partnerships. The cons is it's a lot of vetting that needs to be done. Just because that notary is commissioned don't mean they're a good notary. They may not. They some people make, like I said, we have people that's commissioned as notaries, right? But they may not do this full time. They may not be as invested in the craft. They may have done it because the job that got hired them to be a notary to just notarize documents for for their firm or for their business, and they don't think there's anything else they could do outside of that. But like I said, in part, finding good notaries is the downside because it's far and few between. You gotta have your vetting written. You gotta have your vetting process down pat in order to make this successful.
That's real.
In terms of vetting, do you have like a group of people that you work with consistently, or how does somebody get involved with getting deals from you?
Yeah, definitely. So there's a platform that I use called CloseWise, where it gives me access to a wide network of notaries on the platform. Let's say if we have an estate plan signing coming up, and we sent them an offer, and if it's a notary that accepted the signing, and their credentials fit our criteria, what we're looking for, we'll assign the order to them. From there, we got to ask before they even actually perform the signing, we're actually going to get them on the call. And we're going to go through a checklist of questions that they need to answer to verify that this is actually the right fit, and that they're the actual right fit for the signing. So how many signings have you done? Do you have your credentials? Do you have your errors and omissions insurance? Do you have your notary bond? Is your background check up to date? What does your reviews look like? Do you have access to a mobile laser printer? Because as we know, we got to get documents scanned at the signing table or on the roll so we can get those digital files to the attorney's office or the title company. And so if they check off everything on our boxes, then that's how we proceed with hiring that notary. Also, I have notaries that actually reach out to me via email to formally introduce themselves. Again, I get on the phone with them to vet them, lay out what our terms are, what to expect from us if you plan on partnering up with us. And like I said, if we have a notary that we hire and they do well, they're easy to work with, they communicate with us, and they do a great job, those tend to be the people who we want to continue working with moving forward, as opposed to just trying to find new people. Because every person that you're going to hire may not be as invested in their business as you are. And so, because like I said, the law firms, the companies that's hiring us, we're a reflection of them, and the notary that we're hiring they're a reflection of us as well. And so if they make us look bad, I mean, we're making the client look bad. So, yeah, we try to, like I said, make sure that everybody that we're hiring fits the criteria what we're looking for.
Stamp, appreciate the game, brother. Are you still teaching, or you still have your community and classes?
Yes, sir. So what we do now is I do monthly live classes. Our focus is on estate planning. It's a need for education on estate planning documents correctly. So I offer a live class once a month. It's a 3-hour class on how to notarize estate planning documents and how to build your book of business through estate planning. If you go to www.estateplanningNotary.net, sign up and get this game.
Perfect domain name, by the way. How much is the class?
$97.
Oh, that's one appointment. That's less than one appointment.
Yeah. If you do one power of attorney signing just for a power of attorney, will, and advanced healthcare director, that's $125. If we if we working with a couple, $250. If we're dealing with a couple that has 30 to 40 notarizations, now we're talking north of $400.
Cool. EstatePlanningNotary.com. Everyone go there, sign up, pay them because I'm going to tell them to raise the price. So pay them. We appreciate you coming up, Stamp.
Likewise, man. I appreciate y'all. Good seeing y'all.
All right, my man, Stamp. Whew. Been a long 2 days, Charles.
You've been rocking though, man. I was like, it's kind of like a marathon. Like
it's
a boring business marathon.
I mean, it's 6.5 hours today, almost 4 hours yesterday, and the prep time to build up. I was supposed to go last, but we had someone who had mechanical issues, so I went earlier. So we can wrap it up with a few more questions and call it a day. Anybody in the chat, if you have questions, type it in. If you learned something, type it in. If you're watching the replay, shout it out. I'm going to drop a couple of links on how you guys can work with me and show you guys how you can follow Charles. But Charles, feel free to take it away. Any final questions you got, good brother?
You said questions for who?
For me.
Oh, I got you. So, I'm sure you went over this, but what was the whole like goal with the summit? What gave you this idea?
Something hit me. It was literally like 45 days ago. Something hit me, and I said, "This is next." And I said, "I want to get in front of this. Like I kind of want to be a spokesperson for the boring business movement that I feel isn't going anywhere. The needs-based business." So I said, "What's the best way to get out there?" I have my niches, but I don't own an apartment building. I don't have an HVAC company. But I said, all right, I think I know enough people in these industries where I can just give people straight heat. I mean, literally step-by-step formulas to at least get started or pique their interest in certain industries. So I just said, let's throw it out there. And I literally had the logo done maybe same day or next day. I think I hollered at you, I hollered at Anthony, and I said, if you guys can't speak, can you at least like join and hop in? And you guys said yes. And that was all I needed. And I needed 2 or 3 friends and a logo and a school group. And here I am.
I know you've been doing a lot of branding. So the Instagram is Boring Business Summit. The YouTube is branded as Boring Business Summit. What's next? Is the plan to expand on this here, right? This idea? Yeah.
So I really want people like Home Depot to be sponsors and companies like Lowe's and really grow this thing to where companies are literally saying, hey, Dre, here's a 3K check, here's a 10K check. Put my logo everywhere for the weekend. So this summit was free and these videos will remain free. But as of right now, the community is a paid community. So no more free community. It is $47 a month or a promo of $300 for the year. And we're just going to bring experts in bi-weekly to give straight game on these industries. I'm going to share information on how people can scale these businesses with little to no startup costs and expand, hopefully do some group ventures and rock out. But yeah, join the boringbusinesssummit.com, $47 a month or $300 for the year. We have a question, Charles, from Audit Boring. What is it? Should I create everything I know into one package or break it down small courses? What do you do?
That's a good. You want to find out what they do, but without knowing what they do, I have an idea of what they can do.
Okay, shoot.
My answer is both. Capital B, capital O, capital S. But you have to do it intelligently. You can't have your small courses, and of course it does depend on what you're doing. You can't have your small courses priced at one level and then have your package priced at the same. So it's just like any other product. If you go to the store and you want to buy 1 vitamin water, it's one product and one price. If you want to buy 6 vitamin waters, it's another price. It's not going to be the same price as if you added them up all together at $2 a piece. It might be $8 for 5, and so you'll save a little bit of money. And so I'm a big fan of both for multiple reasons. You never know what people need until you put it out there. And then also, everybody doesn't need the same thing. So everybody might not need your package, but they might just need 1 or 2 things from what you have. And then also, I think that was kind of, you never really know what everybody needs. And I think that it can all work together, especially if you kind of set it up as a funnel where you have your entry-level things and then people can get access to the higher ticket things like that.
Great answer. All right, so tell me what you do. Podcast 346. I'll give you a more detailed answer. So, can you see my screen, Charles?
Yep. No, I can see you.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm at it. Okay. So I've done all the above, right? I think the highest package I've had is $3,000, as low as $22. So let me just give you a breakdown. So this is one of my communities here. It made $365,000. This is one of my standalone offers. How to notarize documents, it made $95,000. So the community, we met 2 to 3 times a month live. They had access to all the classes.
and the live accountability, live coaching, school group. No, it was school Slack group and all that good stuff. So live community made me $365,000. One off, sell it, pre-recorded, made $95,000. The price for the community ranged from, I think I might have had promos for $800 for the year, as high as like $2,500 for the year for this package. And the monthly subscription range $97 to like $199. So everything works. It's just, what do you want to do? If you know you don't want to see people every week, your goal should be how to create, which I'll show you that too. Great self-study Oh, that's Frank. Oh, what's up, Frank? I didn't know that.
What's Frank do?
Frank, he owns real estate, a lot of real estate. He's working on some home health aid businesses. He's a great guy. You've probably spoken to Frank before. Frank's a great dude. So is that the right Frank? This is Frank from Pittsburgh? Frank from Pittsburgh. So that's one formula. The second is, if you want to go self-study, here's the thing, because I made $285,000 with mostly self-study, cheaper in terms of price, but not in terms of value products. And so it's $285,000 is what was made. Products $25 to $175. Here was the deal with that. Make it really good so people don't need to call you. So I had PDFs, Frank for Picture, that's my man. So PDFs, quizzes, videos, over deliver. So my best one in here was a 14-hour training. It made $126,000. 14-hour training, 994 sales. So that's just all spectrums. What my favorite thing to do as far as teaching is one-on-one. One, higher margins. Two, I really just like it, to be honest with you. And people are more honest in one-on-one settings. So I'm able to just use more of my brain, use more strategy, and we're able to just really figure it out. That I charge between $1,500 for a month and $3,500 to work with me for 3 months. So everything works. It depends on what you want to do. Charles has also made over $1 million in coaching. What's your favorite part of the coaching aspect?
I would say my favorite part might be either the self-study or the one-on-one that you're mentioning. Which kind of goes to all the above. So I'm sure you have packages and you have individual one-offs, and then you have the one-on-one access. So essentially what you have is a funnel. Yeah. So everything, I see everything as a funnel now. Not so much as individual products, but how those products can work together to increase value to your client. And so each level up that funnel or that value ladder is going to be a higher price ticket because it's going to require more of your time. And we don't want to get into the business of selling our time, and we don't want to get into the business of selling our time for a little bit of money. If you're going to sell our time, it's going to be at a premium. What's interesting is, so you have things that sometimes work together. You have some things that are like the building blocks of other things. So with options trading or with real estate investing, like there's things you have to understand before you can even do the more advanced strategy. And so you might want to package that up as like a fundamental building block, but then you also might want to pair that with your more advanced training. So there's different ways that you can go about it. I think what's most important is putting it out to the market in different ways and finding out what people like, because some people are going to want to pick and choose. Some people are going to want to just get everything together. Some people can't afford to get everything together, so they get what they can. And then by utilizing what you're doing, then that'll position them to be able to buy the more expensive option. So in terms of favorite, I think the best, like I said in the beginning, is the community, but you have to establish a very strong base of clients before you can really create that community, because the community is going to work on itself.
So for you, friend, because I know you and I know what you do, I would create a simple formula like I have. You could even use the same prices, even though you are worth more. You use the same price strategy. So here goes one of mine. So this isn't notary related. This is, you want Brother Dre's mind, expertise in your business, right? So I have a 3-month program, $3,500. We meet 9 times. So that's 3 times a month. we meet. Give you everything I got for those 3 months, or 1 month at $1,500. 3 sessions, Brother Dre gives you all he got. So I would create something like this for you, Frank. Simple one pager. You have a video on your website. You say, hey, I'm Frank Mentor, owned over XYZ properties, made over XYZ amount. I know you like to book a call before we pay you. So I would have my prices on the site, even if they can't pay, just so they know what to expect. Have your free 30-minute call with them. Then if you want to rock out with them, they take it from there. But yeah, real simple. A lot of people tell you don't do one-on-ones because it's not scalable. I kind of disagree with that. One, just because personally I like them. And two, I mean, most jobs aren't paying you $300 an hour, $400 an hour. So if you can get it on your own from a Zoom in your kitchen, I kind of think that's, hard to turn down for most people.
Right. It has to be worth it for you.
Yeah.
But then also you're giving people options. So it's like, if you are like, we have to, I think one of the misunderstandings a lot of people think is like, everybody's not broke. And some people have money and they want to save time. And so your higher ticket stuff might not be for everybody, but it's for somebody. They don't make a Rolls Royce for everybody, but they're still gonna make a Rolls Royce. One of the things that I think is really important is adding a bunch of value. When I first kind of put things out there, I packaged up a lot of stuff into that individual course trying to push sales. And so I was giving like free consultations. So if you bought the course, you got a free consultation. Also added some books in there and whatnot, trying to add as much value as possible. Because what you also want is those testimonials. And so one of the things that Dre mentioned earlier is that you don't want to like convince people, you want to show people. Yeah. And one of the ways that you're going to show people is because people in the early phases of what you're launching are going to be the people who get in there for the lower cost. It might be free, it might be whatever that might look like. But when they leverage what you have going on and they find success, those testimonials beget more success in the later days of what you're building.
There we go. There we have it. Any last question from the audience? We're gonna shut it down. Again, thank you for everyone who joined. Thank you for Frank, who was a sponsor. His information is in the chat and will be beneath the video. Follow him on Instagram. Buy his books. Shout out to Khalif. She's in Philadelphia. She has a junk removal business. She spoke yesterday, and she also has a notary agency. All these notaries. And Nolan, shout out to our sponsors, and we look forward to doing this again. And as of right now, the Boring Business Summit went from a free community to a paid community. But don't worry if you aren't in the community. Well, first of all, you should be in the community. But if you aren't ready to join today, the videos will be on YouTube forever.
I have one last thought.
Shoot.
And that is that this is community building. Boring businesses build community.
Whew.
And so we don't need a block full of lash techs. We don't need a block full of rappers. What we need is people who are doing the mundane, boring, tedious stuff, arduous stuff that builds communities and creates jobs. And so this is the movement for the next 3, 4, 5 years. We got to stop focusing on the sexy stuff, focus on the boring, basic stuff where there's not a lot of competition. There's not a lot of people signing up to do these things, but the cash is green. And so what Dre is doing is a really cool thing, and I like seeing it. And I'm behind it 100% because I understand the concept, and I understand the importance of this is where the culture should be focused on. So salute to Brother Dre, Unc. We'll call him Unc from now on.
I'm Unc
and yeah, great work, man. He showed up for 2 days back to back. So salute to that, man.
Yeah, I'm tired. Oh yeah, speaking of that, somebody buy me dinner. I am tired. Who's gonna buy Unc, as Charles calls me, dinner? Brother Dre needs some dinner and a beer. I need some dinner and a beer. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate your time you spent with us. Send this video to 10 people, yo. Send it to 10 people. And look, I'm not gonna say die on this hill, but I'm gonna sit on this hill. If you need money, do needed stuff. Jobs are going.
That's a gem.
bro, like, well, I appreciate that. Jobs are going. I don't know if some are coming back. I think some are going forever. This is not the time to be experimenting with a bunch of stuff if you don't have the money. Now, you got $1 million in your Roth IRA, you got 300 in your 401k, you got 2 duplexes. You can afford to experiment. But if you're trying to figure out life, that is not an insult to anybody. Please just do something needed. Figure out the fun stuff later. Like there's a pool out here, right? I'm in a pool. From a born to the summer, I'm gonna go hop in the pool. Get your money. I'm gonna answer. I missed what you said. Is there a portal for the 250 bundle that includes summer videos? The summer videos are free. I'm giving you guys those forever for access. The 250 bundle is my notary classes. It's literally everything. I've 100 hours of my best classes in the notary business. It's yours. It's self-study. So there's no group calls, but it's yours forever. If you want the 60-day mentorship, it's only $500. So pick which one works for you, and I'll drop the link for you. Rach in the city. What's up, Rach in the city? Thank you. All right, cool. Oh, which bundle do you want, the 250 or the 500? I'll make sure that I drop the link. Charles, representing California. How can we find you? Need that bundle? I got you, Rach.
Instagram c.o.esq or at todd.capital. Also check out Litigation Leverage on Instagram and Law School Comeback on Instagram. And then lastly, Ontario Injury will be launching soon. So we're doing a lot of really cool things and fully behind the Born Business Summit. So we're going to be helping push that forward as well.
Is the podcast coming back, Charles?
Yeah, it is. It is. For sure. For sure. I got a lot of ideas on the podcast. I got a lot of ideas on different podcasts. So definitely bringing back a lot of things.
Do you know how much money your podcast has made people?
What was that again?
Do you know how much money your podcast has made people?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
A lot.
But I know that it's a lot of reach. So it kind of blows my mind.
How you gonna spend the rest of the Saturday?
We're going to Golf Galaxy. Look for some golf clubs. We're going to the Tesla dealership. Look at the Cybertruck.
Goes on time, brother.
We'll probably go to the driving range as well.
You have a Cybertruck?
No. No. We're working on it.
What do you have now?
I have a Model 3, and then my wife has the Range Rover Sport.
For us non-sophisticated car drivers, what's the Model 3?
That's a Tesla.
Okay, shout out to
so
the
it's
Tesla.
like the basic Tesla. Nothing crazy.
Shout out to the Tesla. Shout out to Josephine. Thank you for joining the community. Last call for the bundle, $250 every notary class in the portal, $100 is yours. Link below. If you missed the live, and all the other links of the speakers will be there. Once I take a nap and eat, I'm hungry. Charles, thank you for your continued support, brother. I'll see you soon.
Peace.
Peace.